Mic testing, mic testing. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, okay.
Seems to be fine.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಆಡಿಟೋರಿಯಂನ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಕಾಫಿ ಟೀ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿದೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕಾಫಿ ಸೇವಿಸಿ ನಂತರ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
Can you take this off the screen, please? Just a minute.
No, you off the screen now.
No, no, no. Presentation off the screen.
Escape ಮಾಡಿ, escape ಮಾಡಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲ
ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಡ್ಡ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಯಾರಿಗಾರು ಅಡ್ಡ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ. ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜರ್. ಬೊಂಬೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೈತೆ ಅಂತ ಅದೇ ತಾನೇ ಇವಾಗಿನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅಂತ
ಗೊಂಬೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೈತೆ. No, this is I more or less stopped it by 1982. Nothing beyond 1982.
ಇದೊಂದ್ಸತಿ ಟ್ರೈ
ಇದು ಕೆಟ್ಟದಾಗಿದೆಯಾ ಇದು? ಕೆಟ್ಟದಾಗಿದ್ರು ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. But that is for a reason. Why I put it like that.
Where is Mr. Ulas? Mr. Srivas?
Clear enough?
Maybe. Let's worry about the people who are coming. Huh? Let's worry about the people who are coming. We should always worry about the people who are not coming.
Hey. How come it's running? You moving it?
ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯೋ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಹೌದಾ, ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ನನಗೆ. Hey, this is really good. I really wish I'd come here yesterday and then I would have, because on the big screen it is beautiful, right? Are these visuals captivating?
Yeah, of course.
ಇದರಲ್ಲಿದೆ.
Especially the lady in the red saree.
ಆನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಆಫ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಆಯ್ತಾ?
And there's too much of white space there and I can't do much about it. Yeah, seems to be running fine, so ಬಂದೆ. One second. Done. I'll move from the screen. This is the
ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
Your projector is on ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ, I got it. Already most were happy.
ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ.
ಕಾಫಿ ಕುಡ್ಬರ್ಲ? ಇದನ್ನ ತೆಗೆದ್ಬಿಡ್ಲಾ? ಇದು ತಮ್ಮ ಡ್ರೈವು.
ತಮ್ಮ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ.
ಯಾಕೆ?
ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಅದು
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಡೆಸ್ಕ್ಟಾಪಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ.
ಏನು ಹೇಳಿ?
ಮೌಸ್ ಬಂತೇನ್ರಿ?
ಕಮ್
ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಬರ್ತಾ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಇದಾಗಿಲ್ವಾ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ.
ಡೆಸ್ಕ್ಟಾಪ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಲ್ವಾ? ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಾ?
ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್.
ಸರ್ ವಿಂಡೋಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಮೆನುಲ್ ಹುಡುಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ರಾತ್ರಿ 2 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ
ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ.
ಆಯ್ತಾ?
ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ಡೆಸ್ಕ್ಟಾಪಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀರಾ ತಾನೆ?
ಡೆಸ್ಕ್ಟಾಪಲ್ಲಿ there's even a PDF in case something goes wrong with the PowerPoint. PDF ಇದೆ.
ಆಯ್ತು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Bangalore birthday. Don't eat anything inside. Okay. And coffee is being served outside. So have a cup of coffee, but please make sure that the cups are dumped in the bucket provided there. The program will start now. I request Tamanna to take over and conduct the program.
Hi everyone. Welcome to the 7th edition of the Bangalore Birthday. For the last 2 years, we didn't have an event because of the pandemic, right? And we are holding the event today in this beautiful venue thanks to the support extended by the Bangalore International Center. We appreciate them for hosting the birdwatching fraternity of Bangalore. Thank you. We start today's proceedings with a talk about wildlife habitats then and now, glimpses from old Kannada movies by Prashant Badrinath. In this talk, Prashant revisits the wilderness areas of Bangalore and its surroundings by browsing footage in Kannada film songs dating back to the 60s and the 70s. He will draw from experiences of gazing at hill lines, landmarks, and bird surveys over the last 15 years, and his fondness for maps and familiarity with geographic information systems will be used to present old wilderness areas of Bangalore in the talk. Um, the introduction for him is as a kid, Prashant was fascinated by the lakes and hillocks present around Bangalore. He developed a keen interest in the bird life that abound the hills and lakes of Bangalore, and starting with hobby projects such as the Bangalore Bird Monitoring Program and water bird diversity in the wetlands of Bangalore, he has been assisting and coordinating bird studies that include the following projects: forest owls and ecosystem services in the Kalakad Mundanturai Tiger Reserve, water bird monitoring in the Tamraparni River Basin, wildlife hazard study at the Bangalore International Airport, migration ecology of harriers across western, central, and southern India, mitigation and impact assessment in protected areas holding tourist enclaves, and outreach activities at the Ashoka Trust for Research in Ecology and the Environment, which is also commonly known as ATRE. He is currently working on using acoustics methods to detect the critically endangered Jordan's cursor. Welcome, thank you.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. And good morning to all those people who have joined online as well. And thanks, Tamanna. Thanks for the wonderful introduction. And over the next 45 minutes, I hope I will take you through, a lot of slides, which of course mean a lot to us, as in, when we go back in time and where we take a look at not just Bangalore, but beyond Bangalore. We look at various locations that are probably, I would say, that are often visited visited by bird watchers, and not just for bird watching, but then also talking about habitat change, talking about forest loss, and talking about a lot of other reasons you would like to see as to how the place would have changed. So anyway, I'll just go about taking you through those slides. And sorry. Okay, so as I've told you already, I'm talking about wildlife habitats, and these are exclusively glimpses from the old Kannada movies. And starting with two eggs. This is how we start a bird watcher's outing. Prasad seems to be here, and a lot of us, we seem to draw two eggs, the one on top and the one to your right, rather. And then we just draw a little beak and a little circle for the eyes, and then have the legs and tail, and then we tell people, people who are new to birds, we go about telling them how would one identify these birds. Make a detailed list. You describe the plumage, you describe the shape of the bird, so on. But there are a lot of other things, and beyond identification, which people would pick up over, say, a period of a few months or maybe a couple of years. There are a lot of, I just have a few words mentioned over there. These are what I would say, these are extremely subjective. Some of them being very common, they being everywhere, as in the birds being everywhere, the habitat being transformed, the habitat changed, or there's a lot of pollution, or at the same time there's, I have also mentioned something called the carcass, by the way. Why do I even mention something called the carcass? Because there was, this was probably 20 years ago or so, and as bird watchers, maybe 15 years ago, we've gone about looking for vultures, and we were trying to look for carcasses even before we looked for vultures. And then we talk about words such as the sloping shoreline, the soup bowl, and then old Bangalore areas and what is called pristine, but pristine is often a forbidden word, is what I would say. We talk about local extinction, and then places being not just transformed, but really destroyed beyond recognition. So there are other things to it. I only hope that the slides that I'm going to present would probably relate to each of these words over here. If not for the first few words, which are very common and everywhere, which is probably dealt elsewhere, as with the monitoring program and with other activities, I hope I can probably relate to a lot of other words that have been presented here. And then, so why look into movies in the first place? When we look at land use and land cover change across the city, and not just across the city, but across the state as such, the land use change seems to be more apparent in Bangalore and the surrounding cities such as Mysore and a few other places. Basically the urban sprawl. And when we look at the old technical reports, the old scientific reports, or the papers for that matter, there's always constraint for space. And when we look at the habitat or the habitat pictures, and when we try to see as to, no doubt these are very well described in the papers or in the technical reports, but when we do try to take a look at it and try to look for pictures, we do not seem to find, obviously, because, we would use film cameras 20 years ago, probably 30 years ago, and then it was hard to develop more films and then probably accommodate those pictures in reports. And one would really want to see as to how the habitat looked like, say 30 years ago or even 40 years ago. And of course, we have the digital, with the advancement of technology and the digital revolution, we have hundreds of images, but I would still want to go back and take a look at, what really was present a really long time ago. And with remote sensing and other applications, there's always a bit of what I would say, there's a gap in terms of map reading, and not everybody would be familiar with some of the statistics used in map reading or with remote sensing applications. And one needs a bit of time to get familiar with these methods and actually move into comparing images over time. So how did it really start? Say 15 years ago, 20 years ago, when people would talk about the sloping shoreline and the soup balls, I would look into such movies. The one on, I hope you can see the pointer, the very first image. Now, this is from a movie called Janama Janama Danubandha way back in maybe the late 70s or probably the early 80s, or maybe by 1982 or 83. I would look at such footages, and if you take a look at what's there in the background, that is in fact, that is a hill that probably resembles Savandurga. And I thought these were extremely very familiar locations, very apparent. I thought, and I've probably seen them in my back, as in when I've probably gone around looking for birds or so. But that wasn't really the case. There's yet another song over here, which looking at the Kalyani and some historical structures, that I thought this was probably Siddhabetan Tumkur Road, which wasn't, of course, wasn't the case. And then there are other pictures over there, the one on the bottom, and they seem to be very familiar, and I'll talk about it a bit later. They are very familiar, no doubt, but I really didn't know as to what these places really were, or where they were really located. And when I would talk to people like Prasad, when I looked into the yellow-throated bulbul survey reports, he would in fact present some habitat pictures. I would even offer a barrel of coffee to Krishna. Krishna, I guess, is here, and I would tell him, "Can you get me a picture?" I'm sorry? You use the pointer as what you say. Okay. Okay, and so I was looking for a picture of the Jayanagar tank that was reclaimed in 1976 or so, and then I wasn't even born. So, of course, I know that these pictures are present in the Deccan Herald and other archives, but how do we even go about looking for it? So, the only thing that I would probably do was get into movies, look at movie footage, look at photographs, and go about doing it. But I'll give you a very brief overview of the methods. I'm not going to spend too much time on how I've really gone about doing it, but I still have to tell you there's some method to the madness. And so the location identified from the film songs was usually with the aid of a historical monument, because that is really a short shot. I mean, it's a good, what I would say, that'll really tell you as to where the place was located. I mean, it'll really give you, I mean, you can revisit the place. And then the other important part is, in fact, the hill line or the hill silhouette. When you look at hill lines in the background, and when these movies have been shot in the outdoors, you really know where they've been shot. And the slides that I'm going to share is mostly between 1965 and 1982. I believe that since 1982, my memory at this age serves well, and I think I can really relate to what I've seen in the past. And then 1965, I started 1965 is because the footage beyond 1965, much earlier, is like, either there would be issues of clarity, or they may not really have been shot in Bangalore, because there's a lot of footage that comes from maybe Madras, because the studios were located in Madras, and those are places that I'm not really familiar with. So I would look for, and also, I would mention that 1967 was probably a landmark year, because the very famous movie Belli Moda was shot in, it was filmed in 1967, and according to one Mr. Ashwath Narayan, who's a photographer, he believes that Belli Moda was in fact the first movie that was completely shot outdoors in the Tipnalli estate area of Chikmagalur. And beyond 1967, we've had so many movies that have been shot outdoors, and that will really give us wonderful glimpses of the habitat, of the forests, of the landscape, and a lot of other details. And there are very well established methods called the repeat photography, the repeat fixed point photography, which have been used as early as 1975 in the US Journal of Geology, and there are some more recent publications, dating back to as recent as 2020 and 2005, wherein people have used old photographs, even from the 1920s or so, 1920s, and compared them with current day images. So this is how they go about doing it, and it could be across seasons, as you see, 1, 2, 3, and 4. It could be across years or across seasons to actually categorize them into, at least 4 to 5 distinct categories, and try to see what really would be change across habitats. So moving on, these are really, this is how I spent my childhood, maybe in a place around current day Dayanand Sagar campus, on a mound, watching the sun go down behind the hills of maybe Savandurga, or the Shivgange that is pictured here. And this will give you, these are very good landmarks because they've been pictured in the old British paintings that date back to the 1800s. And each of them have a distinct and very clear shape that will tell you more about the place and the location. So, locating landmarks, this was quite a challenge. This is from a movie called Chandavalli Yatota, way back in 1964. And if you look at the monuments over here, I did tell you that the monuments can actually be a clue. When you look at the monuments, and I did try a Google search because I really didn't know what these places were. They seem to be Dhenupareshwar in Madras. I probably can take Ravindran's help later. And this is really, shot elsewhere, something that I wasn't even familiar with. So there are such movies before the 1965 period. And this is another movie from 1965. And I really thought, when I went about doing the survey for the Bangalore International Airport, this is from a hill called Kodugurki on the way to Nandi. And I thought they looked very similar, but when you make closer observations, they aren't. The pattern of the borders or whatever. There's a lot of change. So this is what you see even until 1965. I move further. I move into 1968. This is from a very famous song in the movie Sarvamangala. And I believe any Mysore birders over here would probably recognize the borders around Chamundi. I presume it is Chamundi because the lead up to the song where you find the hero and the heroine walking up the steps, and they actually reach the place. But you have the problem of multiple locations in a given song. So when you reach the end of the song, this is something, I believe this is actually from Bangalore and not really Mysore at all, even though it's from the same movie. I have a feeling that this could be the Chimney Hills area in Bangalore, but I'm not sure because these are really pretty Chimney Hills area around Hesarghatta. But these are very nebulous, what I would say, images. So I move into the 1969 period. This is where there's a fair bit of clarity. So then on from 1969 or so, there's a lot more clarity is what I would say, because this is what I find. This is a very clear silhouette of Savandurga. You see the signature species of the palms. These are the palms that I've seen in JP Nagar, by the way, in Saraki Jargnalli Kere in 1982. You see, these are probably signature species. Sometimes, we get obsessed with what are rare species in the landscape, but we really we really ought to look into the common species, the common species that would probably define a landscape. So this is, this really tells you about the ponds. When you look at the footage, not really the stills as such. This is one of the first few wherein, I get to see the open areas around Bangalore. The very first song from the movie Kappu Bilupu, wherein the heroine talks about Amma Nina Tolinalli Kandananu, as in, she talks about Mother Earth. So that's quite a lovely song. And I would say this still is also from the same song, and I believe this is this is extremely, I find this fascinating. I can talk about it all day long, even though I won't do it right now. You look at the tall grass area over here. There is also a bit of cropland, and these are areas that are extremely rare across the country, not just around Bangalore. When we've surveyed areas all the way from western Rajasthan and into western Gujarat and into the Deccan and down into Tamil Nadu, and then around areas around Andhra and Bangalore, we find these areas are diminishing. There could be a lot of transformation. Such areas are probably restricted to protected areas, which are a minuscule part of the 4% area of the protected area network in India. And I pictured the harrier and then the migratory route of a harrier over here, because during the early part of the 2000s, maybe around 2005 or 2006, I would find harriers foraging over here. They would drop into the grass, pick food, and forage for really hours together. And these are sites that are no longer visible. Barely 15 or 20 years since then, even though this still is actually from 1969, I find that this kind of habitat is no longer to be seen anywhere around Bangalore. So yeah, lots to draw from it. And how do I even identify these places? You look at the hill here, you look at the reservoir here, the reservoir there, and then the hill line. These are, when you use Google Earth and other mapping tools, it is quite easy to actually, you can zoom into these areas and identify the locations. I'll move on. We're talking about wetlands, which are nothing but, the Kere Gadde and the lakes around Bangalore. This probably is a still from Vasantapura. Vasantapura is right there near the current day ISRO layout. And the markers that I really use over here are the mantapas that are presented over here. Even though they are a bit extensive, there are certain clues of the wooded area, the extremely wooded bund, and then the wooded bund over here. This was shot in 1971. You even find the hero using a gun and trying to scare a leopard over here. This was much before the 1972 Wildlife Act. So you get to know. And these are really, this was 51 years ago. We're really looking back into time. Yeah, but these are just glimpses. I do have a question mark against the place, because in spite of all that, in spite of looking at the detailed footage, this is from the same place. This is from 2007 or so, and this is from the same song. And I'm looking at all the phoenix trees and a lot of other details that I would find in the song. It's still quite hard to figure out as to if that really is the place, even though I have a fair bit of, I can't tell you that it is. Moving on to what is Dodda Hoskote. The periphery of the lake probably spanned 28 kilometers. There's Dr. Subramania here who would tell me that they needed probably half a day or more than probably an entire day to go around the periphery of the lake to scan, to count water birds, to survey water birds, which is, looking at some of the images that I'm going to share, you can look at the transformation of the tank. This is from 1976 from a movie called Nanina Mariyalare. And this is the current Google street imagery of the same place. You see the Gangama temple here, and then the Gangama temple there. And then, this is the curve along the, you can even look at the designs of the bund. But there's a lot more earth that is being dumped here, and a lot more trees have come up. And this is in fact, this is how you would see, there's a lot more greening, people planting along, planting avenue trees, and how the place would have changed. You also look at the muddy water. This is probably during the monsoons or just after the monsoons. And then you look at the more, this is water really that's pumped from the Elemalapankere right now. So, I mean, you're really seeing it in very different light. And then this is, of course, from the same place, the Doddahoskotekere and a really huge tank. Moving from 1976, how did the place really look like by, say, 2011 and 2013? The tank bed, in fact, resembled a savanna. You find trees here and there and looks like a grassland, which even though it isn't a grassland. And then you have a lot of silt and vegetation growth along the spillway and other places. And once once they started pumping in water by 2016 or so from the Elemalapankere channel, this has really turned into what are those, the eutrophic tanks with the reed beds, with the hyacinth, and you look at just a set of maybe 4 or 5 pictures, you really get to see as to how the lake has been transformed from a seasonal irrigation tank which had a lot of water birds to such a tank, even though even these tanks such as this will also have a lot of birds, no doubt, but you can really trace the change of the water bird community. You really can, when you go about surveying. I'll move on to grazing land and savannas. So this is from 1972. This is from Nagarahau. This is from a wonderful song, Bare Bare, sung by P.B. Srinivas. And I believe this is one of the first movies where the high-speed cameras were used in Kannada movies. Others tells me that this is in fact the first movie where the high-speed cameras were used. And just because they use the high-speed cameras, the footage is in slow motion, and that is how I could trace the hill lines. You see the hill line here, and you trace the hill line. And I hope I'm not really putting you to sleep, but if I want to volunteer here, what is your immediate impression? Can you maybe very quickly get up and then tell me, when you look at this image and look at this image, what do you think is really the change over here? I'm talking about habitat change. Yes, please. I'm sorry. Yeah, but the youngest person maybe. I'm so sorry. Yes, please. Okay, fine. See the grasslands. See, I mean, that's really my impression too. But we really have to look at the foreground, because these are cameras that have been used 51 years ago. The background may have been a bit blurred, and then the focus in the foreground may have been, you may probably see it with a lot more detail. And when I look into the foreground, this is what happens to the savanna. Even though these locations are not exactly there, but they're still very much there, looking at the hill line. And I really want to thank people such as Nadeem Sanadi who put up these images on the net, and that's why we really get to compare these images. And I move forward. This is like Aarti running and then Vishnuvardhan chasing her. I mean, we really need this kind of action over here. And look at the hill lines here, and look at the hill lines here too. This is in fact from the very same place. And look at all the tree growth over here. This is probably because of lesser dependency. The number of livestock may have reduced around villages. And obviously that will lead to a lot more tree growth, because the grazing livestock are not really there on the hills. There could also be reduced impact of fire and a lot of other reasons as to why that actually happens. I'll move forward. This is from the place called Jogimatti here. Jogimatti around Chitradurga, because this song has been filmed around Chitradurga on the rocky hillocks, but this is slightly towards the southwestern part, which is Jogimatti Reserve Forest. So I'll move on. This is yet another hill from the same series, and you notice the change over here, which is even more apparent. This was probably, this is of course in 1971, I guess, because a year before it was released. And then, we need a happy ending, no doubt. I mean, I really, otherwise it's never really, the story is never really full. And so, I'll move forward. And this is from yet another, this is quite an engrossing movie. This is from a movie directed by maybe Girish Karnad and B.V. Karanth. And this is from Tabbali Neena de Magane. And the hill that you see here is Mahimerangan Betanir, Nelamangla. And the silhouette that you see is Shivgange. These are probably located 8 kilometers apart, or maybe even lesser. And the very peak of the hill is masked because of copyright issues and whatever. I guess they were transferred to a different agency, and I can't do much about it. you have Manu, and then I think it is Naziruddin Shah who's like, was involved in a very deep conversation, and they're probably talking about land rights. They're talking about Gomala, because I think the government comes over and takes over the Gomala land, and they want to probably build a highway over here. And the villagers are like quite concerned about it. And how different is the scenario right now? Yeah, I mean, this was 50 years ago, and we still live with, and we do not know what Gomala really is. We talk about commons, and we do not know where the commons are. Are they really well mapped? What really are the legal boundaries around the commons? It's really, quite a complex, what I would say. You get into it, and it still kind of moves on. I mean, the problem still exists. I move forward. I mean, you have the priest, and the priest probably pointing towards Shiv Gange, and this is from Mahimerangan Betta, and you see the entire swath of the grazing land of the common land, and some of them could also be, and some of which could also be cropland, that is fallow cropland. I mean, we can't really assume that all this was actually grazing land. And when I move forward, see, this is in 1977, around Mahimerangan Betta, and this is what you see in the foreground now in 2016. This is shot from Shiv Gange, and this is Mahimerangan Betta. So, I mean, if I have the same question, I believe these pictures are good enough. I mean, as in quite similar to the question and the answer that I've received from the crowd. I think, see, I mean, you see these plantations over here. The villagers would be well under their right because this is private land and they can actually do what they want to do. This is not forest, so they probably would want to invest in plantations. They want to really, probably get a lot more from the land. So, but this really is this is how it changes. We talk about larks, we talk about floricans, we talk about bustards, we talk about harriers, we talk about courses, we talk about a lot of open country birds, right? I mean, and this is an example of habitat change. This is not really a question of what's really right or what's really wrong, but yes, sir, this is, I mean, yes, to everybody over here. This is how the place is changing. And I move further and see, this is Mahimerangan Betta, the place that I'm talking about. And this is at a scale of about 900 meters over here, say a kilometer and then maybe 2 kilometers. And when you look from Mahimerangan Betta towards Shiv Gange, anybody who's familiar with a bit of map reading, even though I really wanted to present some classified images wherein the classes become very clear. You look at all these are all the darker patches over here are wooded areas. Because if anybody picks up a graph sheet or probably tries to quantify a change such as this, an approximate estimate here would be something close to 45% of the patch over here in a probably 2 by 2, that is 4 square kilometer area, that probably turns wooded. There could be foreshore plantations along the tank, and there's a lot of change. You see, probably about 50. There is, of course, evidence for, you could even quantify when you look at such places, even though that's really not the way of doing it. I mean, you would want to compare imageries across, I mean, at least 5 or 10 year period and then probably arrive at a quantified estimate. And this is not far away. This is from another song, which is Bhavavembahu, early from Upasane. And do you see, I mean, do you see the Kalyani over here? This is Shiv Gange, the railings on Shiv Gange. For people who, I mean, I believe that, many of you are familiar with the landscape around Bangalore, and when I do talk about Shiv Gange and Savandurga and a lot of these places, I guess you are familiar with it. You look at the Kalyani over here, and then you look at the Kalyani here. You see the swath over here. I mean, the entire area, the chunk of this. I mean, you can actually count the trees over here. And when you do that over here, I mean, you can't count the trees because many of which have actually turned into plantations. So when I move into the Google Earth imagery, look at this. This square over here is the Kalyani. The railings are probably somewhere over here. See, you can actually quantify. You can look at the percentage of area that has been turned into plantations. And yeah, this is probably about 30 to 35%, but these are not really, I mean, this is really a work in progress, so please do not take these numbers as I'm just giving you a very rough estimate. This is from the same place, the bull that you saw in a couple of, a few slides earlier. And this area is even more wooded. But I really won't want to present that because it's not been shown in the movie, so no point really trying to compare. I'll move into streams and rivers. I start at the same reference point, which is the Kappu Bidapu 1969 movie, where things start becoming a bit more clear. When you say black and white and Kappu Bidapu, things becoming a bit more clear, even though I'm really fascinated by the song, the lyrics of the song. And I believe this is Arkavati, but I can't find this, I can't really match this location because this was shot around Savandurga on the Magdi main road, and then they move into Tipkundalli area, and this is like just barely a kilometer or probably a few hundred meters down the lane. And I think this could be Arkavati, but I can't really confirm. Because I can't spot this. Maybe somewhere down the lane, I think I can still spot it. I mean, when I do browse enough imagery. Moving into Sharapanjara in 1971, this is Talakaveri, and this is Talakaveri in current day Google Earth images. And this is a trend that is present in, I mean, in most areas where the tourist footfall would be like quite high. And Talakaveri is of course, and probably on the international map, the origin of a very famous river. I mean, probably mentioned in the Vedas. I'm sure it's mentioned in the Vedas, and a lot of people visit this place. And I mean, I do not know if you can really make out. There's a gateway here. I think people would park the vehicles here and move into the gateway, move across the gateway, and then into the Kalyani area and the Talakaveri area. And this is where the pond is located. You see this, right? I mean, this is like, you see this kind of change in most locations. Need not be Talakaveri, but even small areas around Bangalore. It could be a small hillock with what I would say, where there's a lot of tourist footfall, I would say. This kind of change, and I'm also presenting this image is because there are certain limitations to the method that I've used here, because the comparison of change can be restricted to such a small place over here and not really across a very large landscape. I can't compare over many kilometers together, unlike the Nagarahavu clippings that I've actually shown. So it is more or less at this scale. And this is from Sringeri. For people who visited Sringeri, there's a makeshift Casuarina pole, the Bombu Nitro. And that's the bridge wherein you try to move across the river. You cross the river and then get onto the other side in Sringeri, the place for the Mahashir fish. And this is how it looks now. So this is from the same movie, Bhavavimba, I'm sorry, Upasane and Bhavavimba, who were early. I've seen these places as early as maybe 2007 or 2005, and I've seen these places change quite rapidly. And this was 50 years ago, I mean, probably 45 years ago. And I do not know if anybody can recognize this location, but you look at the hill line here and the hill line here. This is from Sangama and Kanakpura. This is the confluence of the Arkavati and the Kaveri. Even though most of the song, I think this is, this song has been shot in the Western Ghats. Much of the first 4 minutes are shot in the Western Ghats, but just because the lyrics have a mention of Kaveri, Itai Kaveri Ane, Kanasalunine, Manasalunine. So just because Kaveri is mentioned over here, the heroine is like brought down from the hills up in Chikmagalur and all the way into the Sangama here. And it's been pictured around this place. What's really of interest is the Arjuna trees that I'm seeing here. This is from my image in 2011 or so. And you take a look at the Arjuna images over here. I thought there would be a lot more trees along the riverbank way back in 1976. And when I compare some of this, I realize that luckily, in spite of being a tourist place, in spite of having so many footfalls and people not really using the trees for firewood, the trees do exist. The trees do, I mean, at least at this cluster, the trees do exist. And this is on the other side of the riverbank, at the other side of the confluence. You take a look at the riverbed here. And the riverbed looks like a white-topped runway. I would really think of Patincoles, Terns, and a lot of other waders that would probably move around such places. And 45, maybe 35 years or 40 years since then, look at the same riverbed. What really happens is, I think there's a lot of mining, deep mining. There's a lot of nutrients that I've collected there, and so you can see the apparent change, even though the trees seem to be there. So it's not always the trees that will tell you as to how the place is changing. Yeah, I'll move on. I'm not too very sure as to how I'm doing on time. Okay, this is from the same place. You look at the 4 Arjuna trees and then the other Arjuna trees over here. This is from 1980. Even though the movie is called Biligiriya Banadali, this is shot in Kanakpura, around Sangama. You really have to get into these places to locate. I'll move into the rocky outcrops and monoliths because we talk about the vultures, we talk about the yellow-throated bulbuls, we talk about a lot of other birds which we find around these places. This is a Bailu Baswana. You see the Baswana over here, and this is a old saint preaching philosophy to young people, and they just don't seem to agree with them. But what really is of interest is the plumeria tree that has survived over 40 or 45, sorry? Yeah, this is the plumeria tree, the tree that has survived over all these years. And this is the same plumeria tree. This is, I mean, this is a random picture, but it looks like, this place has been shot in many movies. This is along Tumkur Road. This is a place called Basdibetta, or even sometimes called Mandaragiri. I think I spoke to Mr. Varaprasad, and I think they'd been there recently. Look at this, there's a counter. Because of the tourist footfalls, you want a counter everywhere. You want to monitor the crowd. You want to keep an eye on the crowd. And this is even though the rock doesn't change much, you need railings. You need a lot of other things. I mean, even a monolith does change over time. And this is from Bilihinti. Can anybody identify the rocks over here? Because this is Dr. Subramanya, and I've gone with Dr. Subramanya for the vulture surveys. We would look for the white patches on these cliff faces, looking for the vultures, which we spotted in 2005. I really had wonderful memories surveying these places with Dr. Subramanya. And I move further. This is also from the same place, Handigondi. You see the hill line here and the hill line over here. And then this is probably Akkatangi Betta. This is not Anataman Betta, Subi. So I'll get into this location later, because there are other hills too that look very similar. And the song does have footage as to how the cropland changes. One has to look into the footage and can't really make out much from the stills. I believe such movies called Bangara de Jinke are quite rare, because they've been completely shot around monoliths, around rocky outcrops, which are really devoid of colors. You see them in really dull brown colors, and that's why I believe you find the heroine draped in Mysore silk. I mean, a couple of the in the entire song, you really find her draped in wonderful colors, and even you look at the hero draped in some really bright colors. But beyond what really happens in Bangara de Jinke, this is one side of the cliff face where we look for vultures, and this is the yellow-throated bulbul habitat, and this is where we find them. So glimpses really, because during the entire movie and the song, you see this is Chendrayan Durga along the way to Madhugiri, and you do find these places. And now this is this is from a place that I believe most of the bird watchers have visited. There's a very small clue in the entire song. Kishan shared it during lockdown, and where we were not really moving around. We were like stuck to a place, and then we were maybe even frustrated. So I saw this small little structure on top of the hill, and then I realized that it was actually the hilltop on Banerghatta hill. This is a small fortification that you find, and this is I think old cars are dumped here. This is, yeah, I mean, that's how the place changes. And and we'll move into the next slide. This is also from the same song. You have Manjula, and then you have Srinath here. This is from a wonderful song, Niniral Joteyalli, and this is how the place has changed. You see the stone trusses here and the old mandapa. You see the stone trusses here, and then you see the euphorbia hedges here, and then the euphorbia hedges that are lacking, but the temple that is hidden beyond the hedges, and then maybe 1, 2, and 3 Madhuka trees, 1, 2, and 3. I'm not too very sure if this is really Madhuka, but this is barely 1 kilometer away from the national park. When we have guidelines saying that the national parks have to be protected, you need a 1 kilometer buffer, you need a 5 kilometer buffer. Well, decision makers are really helpless when things happen barely a few hundred meters away from the national park, or barely a kilometer from the national park. It's quite hard sometimes to actually make use of these regulations, or actually implement the regulations that are framed for a protected area. I'll move to parks and weekend getaways. If people can recognize this place, this is Kalvaralli Betta, Skandagiri. Trekkers would really know that this is. And this is on Nandi, and this is Kalpana saying "Na harale, can I fly?" And you find flamingos, you find a lot of birds, which you probably, the footage comes from a different song, I believe. From a different place. I'll move further and see this. You see the eucalyptus tree here. It's from the same song and the Na harale footage. And this was on just another day, on a weekend getaway, and you see the eucalyptus tree here, you see the branching pattern here, you see the branching pattern here. This is, in fact, looks like this is the fort wall, and you have the heroine Kalpana picture here. This is the Kalvaralli Betta and Kalvaralli Betta. You can actually get into such, even though you can't really look at change across a large landscape, you can get into such fine details. And look at the hills being quarried here. This is the reserve forests that are being connected all the way along the Nandi range and then along north-south. This could well get disconnected, as in they could be fragmented completely. So the tree might still be there, but what's really happening over here, I mean, you really need a closer look. From the same song Naharale, you look at the water bodies. Nandi was really known to be a place from where you could see hundreds of water bodies. Hey, on the Itsara Kere Kanatantela, Nandi, you could see a lot of lakes. You see these lakes here. And I move into, this is a zoomed in still from the same song, and you look at the very clear outlines of the water bodies. And this is from 2011 from my image. And I realized that the outline of the water bodies do match even to this date, in spite of being shot 51 years ago. But that's just not what it is, because the larger tanks might get, and I would say, the change really happens at the fringes. It's not that everything is fine just because the the outline of the water body still resemble beyond 50 years. But there's a lot of change happening over there in the Benthik area. I would say could be with vegetation, with mining, with a lot of factors that we probably will talk about a bit later, or maybe whenever we meet. This is once again a very popular location, Nandi, and this is from a place called Halgurki. Halgurki, at the base of Nandi, you have Rajkumar and Dwarkish on a roadster. And this entire a bunch cycling, and you see the old British era trees along Halgurki, and you see the outline. Probably a very good match, but then I believe they've used what I would say, you think that the hill is a bit wider, but then that could also be wide angle shots. This is Halgurki now. This is the hill that you see, and the people are probably cycling over here. You see that the old British era trees have all vanished along the main line. The main road that is linked from Devanhalli all the way to Nandi. But when you look at the smaller roads that come from Chikwadapur and other places, you can still count the trees when you zoom in using Google Earth. This is how change happens. We talk about the barbets, the hornbills, and whatnot. A host of birds that actually feed on the ficus trees along an avenue. On the avenue trees, and look at this. You do get a measure of change, is all I'm saying. This is from Vasantpura again, Vasantpura in 1972. This is a very well-known gateway, as in I've walked around these places when I was a kid. I would notice the brickwork over here that was left unplastered. And then the Vasantpura tank would be somewhere over here. You would see the undulating terrain, and a lot of bird watchers, maybe Karthik and Prasad, have spent a lot of good time over here. This is not far from Banchankri, near current day Astro layout. You see the signature phoenix trees here and the undulating landscape in many places. And this is how it looks now. This is the apartments. This is the same gateway in Vasantpura. You can probably imagine as to how things have changed. The apartments over here, and I'm quite surprised that the structure still survives after all these years. Moving to second Sunday outings, we're talking about the bird watching outings, and then the group bird watching outings, and Dr. Joseph George's birthday. This is where we start on every second Sunday outing in front of the glass house. You have a lot of children who probably want to watch the movie being shot. And here I think you might not see much change, but Krishna did look at the footage over here, and he told me that the lawns over here are now no longer manually cut. They use something called the brush cutting, I believe, and the mechanical mowers are used. And I think that can actually have a lot of effect on maybe the ground feeders. It could be miners, it could be robins, it could be munias, and a lot of birds. So there is change that is visible when you look into such songs. As we move further from the glass house, this is Jap Garden. This is barely 100 meters from where we start, or maybe even 50 meters from where we start on the second Sunday outings. The entire canopy of the Jap Garden is missing, but I believe those trees were planted, and that's how things change over time. This is at the director's office, another 100 meters down the lane. This is really along a second Sunday outing, the trail. You think that things are fine, but you have to look into the lawns to find out as to what's really happening. And this is where we end and head to Kamath by 10 o'clock. We head to Kamath for a cup of coffee and for breakfast. And this is from the 1960 movie. This is from a Hindi movie where I think Nutan is pictured in a wonderful song. And you look at the sluice over here. sluice was later destroyed. I believe the sluice can actually serve wonders because you could just drain water and not really use electricity to drain out the water from a tank such as this and not really use electric motors. The sluice is missing, and I do not know if they really have something else in place to drain out the water, but you have the spillway, and the spillway, the water can be drained out of the spillway only when it really gets full. These are, I mean, just glimpses from Lal Bagh. So, I mean, this is for an exercise. We could probably do it later if you're running short of time. But this is for a fill in the blanks exercise. For people familiar with Second Sunday outings and Lal Bagh, can you tell me as to what this place is? Very, very quick answers if I really don't, if I can really wake you up, if you really aren't. Huh? Sorry? I didn't get you? Okay, I mean, so you both are right to a certain extent because somebody, not really Cubbon Park, but the answers were Bangalore Palace and Lal Bagh. So between those two, as in, one of those two is what I would say. And the pot over here is like the Greco-Roman pots are really of interest. I mean, a lot of us would actually think that this is Lal Bagh. But I'll move further and then we can probably figure out. This is in fact Bangalore Palace, by the way, because there's a 100-meter by 100-meter landscape part in the Bangalore Palace yard, which is a clear replica of what you actually see in Lal Bagh. So a lot of the footage that we see in the songs, we end up thinking that it is Lal Bagh, but it is actually Bangalore Palace. This is from the song Ninna Kanna Kannadiyalli. You find the hero and the heroine gazing into each other's eyes, but somehow it is the background that is of larger interest to us right now. So once again the same question I have, the fill in the blanks exercise. What about this? We've seen this in Bangalore Palace. We've seen this in sorry, what is that? I mean, and in Palace grounds. What do you think this is? We talk about the shape of the birds. We talk about the beak. We talk about etc. etc. We look into such details, right? The morpho, all the. So the hump over here is different in the Nandi statue between Palace grounds and the one in Lal Bagh. And this is in fact from the same song, and this is from Palace grounds. Yeah, this is a clear example. You find these walls and the Greco-Roman pots that are present in both the places, and they can be quite confusing when you look into old footage. This is a place which Krishna tells me hasn't changed because this is probably older than the glass house in the background. The foreground, the bandstand seems to be, this part of the garden is, I would say more older. And it's quite striking when you look at the current day images. The hedges are completely missing over here. In a place like this, I would expect Duranta hedges. The Duranta that has really become a Duranta for some strange reason. The bandstand which you see at the back was the older one, 1866. The first flower show was held in the bandstand. Okay, so the second one which you see was rebuilt by BDA. Okay. So across years, the one built in 1860s and then the one built by BDA. And talking about flower shows, Madam Usha Ramaya is here, and I believe that she did host a lot of those shows. She did participate in many of those flower shows because it was open to the public back then. So the hedges are missing here. I don't really think Duranta is a Duranta as in a disaster, because it really would play, I would play host to a lot of migratory warblers. And for some reason, the landscape remains the same over here, even though the grass, of course, takes a beating. What is this? I think we've already had this exercise, and this is Palace grounds. You look at the poles over here and the Greco-Roman pots. I'll move further. Lal Bagh again, sorry. For people who didn't know that there was a deer enclosure, I did expect a lot of people, young people over here who may not have seen it. There was a deer enclosure in Lal Bagh. The ones that we've seen, and then they probably were chased by dogs, and then I think the deer were moved away. Why just deer? I think there was also an enclosure for lions in Lal Bagh near the Lotus Pond. I mean, there are cave-like structures, and I think this was. Lal Bagh had a zoo right from 1864. Yeah, there. Thanks, Srinivas. There was a zoo, and now one might ask me, why not cheetahs? I mean, you've had lions, and then you've had deer. Why not cheetahs? Yeah, fine. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe in the next few and in the coming years, I guess. This is from the pigeon house in Lal Bagh. This is from Nani Namariyalari. I can do an entire series on Nani Namariyalari, the ones that I just cannot forget. Be it the Hoskote Tank, be it the footage in Lal Bagh, and a lot more locations, or even the Ghats. I'll come to that a bit later, but I really have to rush, I believe. And this is the dough-cot. I mean, for all the pigeons, many people call them as rodents on wings. But anyway, the structure survives. Look at this. This is either from Palace Grounds or probably Lal Bagh, and I'm not too very sure. But the knee-height grass is of great interest to us. And then 40 years down the lane, and a few weeks ago, Krishnambi, in fact, put in a lot of effort, and he spoke to the authorities and made a poster saying that we will have grass that is probably going to be knee-high. That'll help the birds, that'll help a lot of other fauna, so we need to have such places. That's the situation. People don't no longer have this kind of grass. I'll move into iconic trees. This is from Sakshatkara in 1971. The locals called it Anna Tamman Mara, Rama Lakshmanan Mara, I guess. This is from a journalist by name Nandish, who's written in Vijayavani, sorry. And look at this. This is Rajkumar and Jamuna. But the trees are of interest. Science would tell us that we can't really get obsessed with a few individuals and a few trees. It's really the larger population that is of interest to us. But the locals relate to these trees in a different manner over the years. They would think that they would probably have a different view to these trees. I did think that the trees won't survive anymore because it's very close to the road and along the Charmadi Ghat. And this is once again in 1976, the same iconic trees. This is Kalpana there in Bailudari, and the trees have survived until 1976 or 1979. And the local folklore says that she was gone by 1979, and the trees too went by 1981 or 1982. At least one of them went, and then the other one survives. And you find a picture in one of the recent publications in Vijayavani. But that is just a story. I'll move on. See, these are the two trees, and look at the girth of the trees. You talk about this is how we measure the girth and breast height over here. That's a huge tree, by the way. Anyway. And I'm more talking about iconic trees. You look at the tree over here. This is from a movie called Chakratirtha. Chakratirtha is near Hampe, by the way. But I did look at the location, and then I realized that it's a bit deceiving. Even though it's Chakratirtha and the Tungabhadra bank, this has been shot probably around Kaveri. I believe this is actually Nimishamba. Look at the tree here in 1967. And then in 1969 in Gejje Puje, from the very famous song Gaganu Vello, Bhumi Vello. Look at the tree here. And then again, Akashavi Beedali Mene. For people who've heard these Kannada songs, I'm sure they won't really look at the tree here. I believe that this could either be a Shami or a Banni Mara, could be an Acacia ferruginea. I do not know what that is. And once again in Sagarake Chandiratanda in Prathama Chumbana, 1972. Across 4 or 5 years, the tree and the area around Nimishamba has been pictured. And when I try to do a Google search and look for images around the place, this is from 2010. This is from a lady by name Shanta. And this is where the tree would have probably stood. I doubt whether it's really the same tree. I really have to visit the place and find out, even though I've taken pictures of Karigata from a slightly different location. And this is how the hilltop looks now. A few more trees, but looks like that iconic tree is missing. Wayside trees. As I told you, this is a slightly, a place that I'm not too very familiar with, but I believe this could be Shivgange or the ones around Daubaspet. And I was looking at a scrub patch. My dad chose this song for an AIR program called Stotru Brindavana, and he was talking about the lyrics, the wonderful lyrics, but I really looked at the scrub. That was my fascination though. The trees, the scrub trees are like so very, I was really fascinated by it, to look at the stunted trees. And I even have a feeling that this could be the Cochlospermum trees. I have a feeling though, looking at the branching pattern, even though I'm not too very sure, because you find some studio footage in between, and then you have such trees here. But a lovely song. Yeah, a few more trees. This is Shankar Nag next to a very small tree in 1979 from. Anyway, this is how it really started. I thought this was Siddhar Betta, but this is actually Kunti Betta near Pandavpura in Mysore. But I thought this was, 20 years ago, I thought, I know this location. Maybe I've seen this location. That's how our thoughts run. Going back into time. And look at this place now. I mean, this is probably the tree, either the, it may not be a rain tree, but this could probably be, no, not a banyan tree. No, this is an introduced tree, by the way. I'll come to the name later. But I see, I mean, you look at the forest marker here. You look at the eucalyptus trees over here. These are all new changes. You find an entire, there's a shade canopy, the grass disappearing, and then a lot more paved area. And the same song, by the way, you look at this was the real magnet, I mean, the mandapa over here. And then you look at the contrasting colors. I mean, you look at the bougainvillea over here. These are areas which are devoid of colors. And maybe the artists want to use a splash of colors. You look at the Kanakamara here, and then the really contrasting blue, the kind of colors that people have used, and there's probably some bit of reason. And you look at the red bangles, because you'll see Manjula displaying those red bangles. They've tried to add a lot more color, and they've even grabbed a lot of bougainvillea clumps and they've planted it along the way, I mean, along the path over here. Maybe there's a reason for it, but I'm quite glad that the songs were pictured around such hillocks, and it was not always the Western Ghats, because when you look at a lot of these songs, they've been pictured up in Ooty and the Western Ghats. But when I try to relate to Bangalore on Bangalore birthday, and I look at the places around Bangalore, I'm quite fascinated that I find these rocks. And this is how it started 2 months ago. On August 15th, after a tiring day, I was listening to one of these lovely songs. This is from, this song is like, hey no Santosha, hey no Ullasa, that particular song. And this is the tree that I pictured maybe 7 years ago. I was trying to identify this ficus tree. I had taken it to a botanist who looked at the leaf pattern and the color of the bark and other such details. But I realized it was the same tree. This was in 1979, and then in 2015 or so. This is near Shivansamudra. It did tell me as to how the tree fared over 35 or 39 years' time. The same footage. The tree is a bit more larger now, but ficus being quite slow growing, it's not really well spread, but I do get a good glimpse of the place. I move into the Ghats and the hills. We talk about drones. We have a lot of drones flying into, even though you need you need permission to fly in those drones. This was a time when the director sought help from the Kemangundi Iron and Ore Company, and even though their helicopter was broken down, I think this helicopter was ferried all the way from Bombay along the highway in a truck, and then probably hosted in the Mudigere government school campus. And when there were hundreds of people wanting to watch the helicopter more than watch the heroine and the hero, but this is one beautiful song I would never ever forget. And it's not just the song. This particular hill or the hill range is pictured repeatedly in the song. This is from. I thought this could have been Mulayangiri. This is the highest point in Karnataka. But when I do a bit of browsing and when I look at imagery, I find this place, which is the Charmadi Ghat area. This is from Kotigehara on the eastern side to Charmadi along the coast. And you look at the road over here. But what really is fascinating, I need another volunteer, and if I'm running short of time, I can probably do it a bit later. You look at the shola patches here. These may not be true sholas. These are not true sholas because they're at a slightly lower elevation at 1,300 or 400 elevation or so. But the forest patches and the shape, look at the wooded areas. They still exist after 45 years, thank God. One would think that everything is fine, but it won't be. You really need surveys at a much finer scale because there could be a lot more impact. The trees might look just fine, but when you look at fauna, you could probably look at droppings, you could look at the frequency of encounters of a lot of fauna, and then even be the flora for that matter. Things may have really changed. But for a glimpse, yes, this is how it looks. 45 years, maybe these are areas that are not all that accessible. So this is how it looks. This is like, and I'll come to this a bit later, maybe when we have more time. This is in fact the footage from the same song. This is from another wonderful song. This is from Edakal Guddada Mele, Edakalu near Wayanad. Wayanad, as we would say, would be Bayalnadu a long time ago. And you see the Bayalu here. The Bayalu as in the open plains. But Wayanad is a lot more wooded now. And that makes me think if this really is the location. There are these Iron Man bridges that were built by the PWD in Wayanad, I guess. and they could hold a lot of water that were coming down from the hills. And I try to locate these bridges. It's not really hard because maybe the bridges have been probably destroyed and they've been freshly built. It's quite hard. And you look into such, I'm sorry? No. Edakalu Guddu Mele. I'll come to that. You will find that in the next slide. And see, when you pay attention to lyrics, there are these details saying Hadiyella, Hoochali, and you see, I mean, in the footage, you see the salmelia flowers, the burghati or the silk cotton flowers, and they have been pictured. So, I mean, the artists have paid a lot of attention to the local landscape, and I found that even in 2007, when I walked along Edakalu, I could see that entire avenue littered with the salmelia flowers, the flare, the silk cotton flowers. And it's quite fascinating to go back in time. This was 45 years ago. And this is Edakalu. I'm sorry, this is towards Edakalu. You find Chandrasekhar and Jayanti climbing to Edakalu. This is in Wayanad. And I mean, look at the marker here. It's the same location. It really is, Edakalu in Wayanad. You have the prehistoric carvings over there in the cave. But what happens, I mean, the cave over here is a studio setting and it's a different story. This is, for a long time I thought this could be around Mekedatu because, there's a gorge. The river really narrows down into a very small gorge. And you look at the hilltop, even though the hilltop suggests that this is from Western Ghats. This is once again from the Nanina Mariela race series because this was the first hill that I saw in the Western Ghats. This is Meruti Gudda near Kalasa Hornadu. And when I did a Google lens search, I could land up with this place. This is what Tirtha? Amba Tirtha. Meruti Gudda Amba Tirtha in Chikmagalur. Yeah, wonderful song, by the way. And you look at the vegetation. I mean, they seem very similar, extremely similar, but you really need more, fine level analysis to ascertain if things haven't really changed over 45 years. Talking about hill lines, this is from Sakshatkara, where you see Rajkumar with a walking stick and then a cap, and then he's running along the road along Charmadi Ghat. And look at the hill line here. They're very, very traceable even after 50 years. You can revisit these places is all I'm trying to tell you. I'll use this. I mean, this is more like a case study. We talk about repeat point photography or repeated photography from the same point. This seems to be a marker. This is the Tulsi Katte or the Brindavana at Srirangpatna. So this has been pictured on many of the songs, just like the Nimishamba area. The Tulsi Katte here, the same Tulsi Katte, the same place. This is in 1971 and 1970, and then even going back into 1967 in Vandebaliya Hoogalu. So you look at this hill over here. I was curious to know if the Karigatta hill in the background was wooded or was it really, I mean, because this place comes under a lot of fire impact, as in, there's a lot of fire that's lit by either the shepherds or we do not know, it could be accidental fire from the tourists. So I wanted to know if this place was really wooded even 40 years ago. Looks like, I mean, when you look at the footage, it does suggest that the nature of the hill was very much like this. It is not all that wooded. So I've browsed about 4 or 5 songs just to get a feel of the place. The same place, Karigatta, from the top of Karigatta, by the way, the Karigatta hills from the top, by the way, and then this is from Geje Puja, the Nimishamba area. It suggests very much that you can count the trees here. Very, very clear pattern that exists. Talking about iconic rocks, this is Hajamanakalu in Panirghatta. Much after people have been moved from the place in the 70s or so, people have moved out of the forest and they moved into other colonies along the periphery of the national park, but they still recognize this landmark. Quite an iconic rock in the sense, I mean, you can recognize it from a distance and people do relate to that place. This is from Rajananda Raja. This is at Kalleti Gintanina Kanneti Choragi. You see the hill line here. This is of great interest to me, not because I'm just trying to match the hill line, but this is from the social forestry range in Kanakpura, along Kanakpura Road, near Kaglipura rather. So when I move around these areas, much of the open areas that are being depicted in the song, as in that have been filmed in the song, are no longer visible to me. They probably have changed to an extent. And so I do look into these places and try to get a feel of how the place may have changed, even though it's quite hard to really zoom into the actual location, at least by using a song such as this. Sorry, I'm extremely sorry. I probably want to end my talk with this particular slide. This is from Nandi, and this is from what is called the Nelikai Baswa. This is the Nandi here, the Nelikai Baswa. And this is a wonderful song. I mean, I believe I've been repeating this word with every song, and maybe that's why I really browsed all these songs. And this is from Vasanta Baradino Valavina Ole Chigurida Elemele. The artists have used, and they've used the cave, which is no longer in use because they've actually they built a wall around it so that it's people don't get into it and nothing much is destroyed. But what really is of interest is the pillars over here, the pillars of the Nandi Mantapa. Recently, we realized that when we try to date Bangalore as a town or as a city, we go back into the maybe the 7th century or maybe the 8th century, and we did find the inscription in Hebbal, Uday Kumar PL and his work, by the way. So when you look into such details, when the inscription was actually found, an architect from Bangalore by the name Yashaswini Sharma, if I'm right, designed the Ganga ship pillars. I mean, she built a mandapa over it with the Ganga ship pillars. I was curious to know as to what these pillars really were. Were these Ganga? Were these of a Nolamba era? Was this really of a Hoysala era? And just a thought. And when I did speak to Mr. Uday Kumar, he said, Prashant, I'm not going to tell you much about it, but I'm going to pass on a PhD thesis, which is by one Dr. Anuradha, Dr. Anuradha, which is about the development of temple architecture in southern Karnataka, where she has sampled or she studied about 300 odd temples in Bangalore and Kolar. And I would just want to quote a single line. I'm not really writing much into the, because that's really uncharted territory. And she does say that this is, you find influences coming from both the northern part of the districts, from the northern area, and then also from the southern area, because this is really some kind of an amalgamation of culture. It's a mix of culture. So in the styles, it may not really be the pillars over here, but in the temples around Karnataka, in Bangalore and Kolar, you really find a mix of styles. Why do I even picture this around Nandi? Because you know that when we look at the bird life around Nandi, there's a lot of mix of the wet zone areas. You look at the vegetation, you look at the bird life. It's really a mix of, what do you say, both from the wet areas and then the dry areas. So right at the top of Nandi, looking towards Bangalore, I would want to end my talk here. I hope I've provided glimpses. I hope you've enjoyed this talk. And there are a set of slides which is for the trivia, but I can do this later because I'm running short of time, and I believe I'm more or less done. So thank you. This is how movies end, with this label. That is all I can do right now. Can I take a second, please? I need to thank a lot of people here. I would really want to, first of all, and I would want to thank the artists who made this possible. People who've spent months and years trying to get us this footage, and people who are no longer around, and then the Google image contributors who've presented these images so that we're even in a position to compare these images. And then the organizers of the birthday, a lot of people there. I want to thank Srinivas, Ullas, Swami, Karthik, a lot of people who helped me. I'm running short of names. Also time, I suppose. I name a lot of people over here. I've bugged them. They've really joined me in these conversations. There's Kishan, Deepak, Harish Prasad, a lot of people really here. And they've joined me here when I've had these discussions on phone during lockdown, and they've really contributed to the discussion. Yeah, I'll leave it here. I'm extremely sorry if I've really overshot with time. Thank you. Maybe if there are questions, maybe we can probably take it later, I guess. Hey, I'll move to the final slide. I need to, because I'm just passing it on to the next, the moderator of the next session. Here you are. This is from a 1964 movie. There's a frog pictured here, and the person who's going to moderate the next session is does study frogs. So an ID please question here, and then I'll pass it on to you. Sheshadri, I hope he's here. I hope he's present here. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you for that. That was quite an informative talk that I'm sure took most of you back in time. As a youngster, some of those places are familiar to me today, and yet they looked so different back then. And I can only imagine the birds that used to be sighted back then. So that brings us to the next event that tries to tackle some of these questions. But before that, I would like to call Dr. Subramania to give a token of appreciation on behalf of the organizers. So now we have a panel discussion on Bangalore to Bengaluru, bird watching and birding hotspots then and now, moderated by Dr. K.S. Sheshadri. The panel consists of senior bird watchers who have been bird watching for decades. We have Shri K.S. Natraj, Mrs. Usha Ramaya, Dr. S. Subramanya, Dr. M.B. Krishna, and Shri S. Karthikeyan as the eminent members of this panel. This panel discussion will bring a whole wealth of experiences that the panelists have shared with habitats in the city, while birdwatching decades ago and the current state of these habitats. The panel will reminisce about places they used to frequent, how these places are now, the diversity and numbers found back then, and the challenges of doing birdwatching then and now. So, to introduce the panel and the moderator, starting off with Shri K.S. Natraj. Shri K.S. Natraj has donned many hats, from being a lecturer, reader, and professor to heading the Department of Physics and Electronics and being the vice principal at National College Jayanagar. He has been long associated with several prominent science and technology forma, including the Bangalore Science Forum, Karnataka Science and Technology Promotion Society, and the High Level Review Committee of Textbooks, DSERT. At present, he is the director at B.V. Jagdish Science Center and serves as member of the Governing Council of the National Education Society of Karnataka and member of the Managing Committee at National College Jayanagar. He is also a proud teacher of many environmentalists who will be attending the Bangalore Bird Day today, either as speakers or panelists or members of the audience. Welcome. Then Mrs. Usha Ramaya. Mrs. Usha Ramaya has a keen interest in rock climbing and mountaineering. Being an ardent Girl Guide, she represented the Bharat Scouts and Guides at various levels. Having received formal training in advanced mountaineering, she was selected as a member of the first Indian women's expedition to the Mrigatuni Peak in Garhwal, Himalayas. Being the first lady mountaineer from Karnataka, she has founded the Karnataka Mountaineering Association in 1966. After retirement, she was invited to join the Sanctuary Asia magazine and has been coordinating the Kids for Tigers program in Bangalore. She has been a passionate birdwatcher from a young age and took up birding seriously after she joined the Birdwatchers Field Club in the 1990s, and she has never looked back since then. So, welcome to you. Our next panelist, Dr. S. Subramanya, also known as Subu or Subi in birding circles. He studied entomology at the University of Agricultural Science in Bangalore. In 1990, he joined BNHS to work under Dr. Salim Ali. I think no further introduction is needed. Most of us know him. Our next panelist, Dr. M.B. Krishna, also known as MBK, as he's known in the birding circles, is an ecologist and ornithologist from Bangalore who has been interested in bird and habitat conservation and improvement. Welcome. I think, again, most of us know him from birding circles in Bangalore. Okay. Um, okay, so probably I'll just add a little bit more. Uh, so Dr. M.B. Krishna also started the first email discussion group in the region to further the interest in birds and other wildlife. BNG Birds, which has grown to be the largest email discussion group for the subject in South Asia. And this group is over 20 years old now. Um, yeah. Our next panelist, Shri Karthikeyan S., has been a keen observer of natural history and a passionate nature educator for close to 4 decades. An avid bird watcher, Karthik emphasizes the interrelation between birds, trees, insects, and other life forms. He has authored several books, including The Fauna of Bangalore, a checklist, Discover Avenue Trees, and Explore Spiders of India. He presently works as the chief naturalist at Jungle Lodges and Resorts Limited. Welcome. Uh, the moderator for this panel, Dr. Sheshadri, is a DST-inspired faculty in the Center for Ecological Sciences at IISc. His research is focused on understanding and conserving biodiversity. During his PhD at the National University of Singapore, he discovered new species and new reproductive behavior of frogs and examined the evolutionary ecology of such behavior. He's also known to most of us as the frog man. Welcome. So now I turn over the proceedings to Dr. Sheshadri and the panel. Thank you.
Thanks, Tamanna. Maybe I'll make a quick announcement. If you want a 5-minute break, you can. If not, we can start the session. And thanks, Tamanna, for the introductions, and thanks, Prashant, for taking us down the memory lane. I think with the panel, what we'll try and do here is take you a little further down the memory lane of how bird watching used to be and how the landscape used to be when the city was known as Bangalore, and now we are Bengaluru, and let's see what we can learn from all these people here. And I'm really, it's an honor for me to have them on stage and lead this conversation. What we'll do is talk to each one of them initially. We have about an hour and 15 minutes. Maybe towards the end of 15 minutes, we'll take questions from the audience. So we'll begin, and it's going to be a super informal conversation with all of them. And I'll maybe sit down and are the mics on? Okay, cool. Thank you all for being here, and I would like to start with, I'll start this conversation with the fact that having the birdwatching event in Bangalore. The group birdwatching event started in 1972, and it all goes back to Dr. Joseph George, who I was fortunate to have gone birdwatching with a few times. All of these people have gone with him for much longer than I have. And I'd like to begin this conversation by asking you all to reflect on how the association with Dr. Joseph George shaped your birdwatching experiences and perhaps even shaped your careers in some way. And I'll leave it to you all to decide who wants to go first.
We'll start with the senior guy.
Okay. Is
He's
there
a
a
very nice bat.
okay? Maybe I'll ask Subi to start. It's easier.
I don't know from where to start. Because I started bird watching the outskirts of Rajajina, beyond west of Card Road. Dr. George used to live in Mahalakshmi layout. And every morning I would go to watch birds in the outskirts of Rajajinaga. And Dr. George would come every morning for a morning walk. And our paths would converge, and we have chats on birds and also looking at birds. And those days, outskirts of Rajajinaga used to be dryland agricultural area with a stream flowing by. And the place where Dr. George would emerge out from behind Mahalakshmi layout used to be barren, fallow lands where there is a lot of boulders. You lift one, every boulder you get a results viper, pseudoscorpions, bombardier beetles, a whole lot of things. And there's also the area where we used to see black red stars, like pipebush chats. They are that common. And we used to have black-winged kites foraging, short-toed snake eagles. And that's also the area where I saw the blue-throated flycatcher for the first time, and another this one. And this stream used to have a lot of sandpipers, kingfishers, where I painted my first common kingfisher from one of the nest holes that it used to occupy in that stream area. And yeah, that was amazing. And also, just about 100 feet from my house in West of Card Road, there was this 80-foot tall casuarina tree where a pair of red-necked falcons used to nest. I studied the bird for 2 nesting seasons and wrote about the hunting and feeding behavior of this species, which has become probably the only publication describing the techniques adopted by these birds. And we used to see them roaming around hunting sparrows in the evenings.
That's fascinating. Were you already in GKVK studying biology by then? Okay. So the association with Dr. Joseph George was...
Yeah, because Dr. Joseph George was the one who started sending out postcards.
Okay.
On first Sunday outings, it was that time. Then it became second Sunday outings. And he would write about 30 to 80 cards every month, telling us where to go for bird watching the coming Sunday or so. And we all would give him, in those days, postcards used to be just 5 rupees. So give him a stack of postcards.
5 paisa, I think.
5 paisa, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, it's 5 rupees now. Okay.
That's the change from Bangalore to Bangalore.
So
Bangalore to Bangalore.
Because I lived very close to Dr. Jar's place, and he would drive his car to most of the bird watching places. As far as Valley School, LML, Vajramaleshwara Temple area, that's right now it's the Kodinagar, and also Rorik Estate, those areas and all. That is amazing. Yeah.
That's fascinating.
And Dr. George was like a big hen who took all his pullets under his wings, guiding us for bird watching. It was amazing.
And I think that part of the bird watching and tradition of bird watching in Bangalore has still remained. I remember being one of those little boys who were just starting to watch birds, going out with all these people. So that's a great.
Yeah, and also in those days, lakes were so pristine, where there used to be clean water flowing to the lake from the surrounding catchment area. The catchment area was never built up like what you see today.
Yeah.
And Hebbal Lake was an amazing place to watch birds. Plus, when I tell people that used to see 8 to 10,000 duck flocks in Hebbal Lakes way back, nobody will believe me. For Hoskote, we counted more than 25,000 ducks on a single day. And LML Shetty about 35 to, and the Belandur, I think Krishna and Arisha counted about 50,000 ducks. Wow. Those are the days you'll never ever get to see. And also, I remember once when Hebbal Lake went dry in April 1983. And when you look at the bird corpus, the water was in shallow pools where all the fishes had concentrated. The kind of birds that I recorded between March 1983 to, it is 1983-84. I'll tell you, read out the numbers. You'll be shocked to 1983, March to 27th March to 20th April 1983. We saw the maximum count that are recorded is about 213 ponderants, 28 grey herons, 6 woolly necked storks, 11 white storks, 466 brown-headed gulls, 1750 white egrets, 172 black kites, the Brahmini kites, 4 reef herons, 26 black-bellied terns, 14 river terns, 13-15 black-winged stilts, 2,600 skinks, most of them little skinks, around 2,000 little wing plovers. Wow. These are the kind of numbers we used to see in those days.
It's a fantastic number, and on a side note, I think I'll add a comment that without photos today, we won't believe those numbers.
Yeah, I know.
That's also a change that has happened.
Because when I dumped all these images on eBird,
Correct.
and suddenly eBird goes crazy.
Yeah.
Looking at these numbers. Because the filters are not set to take these numbers.
Yeah.
And also in 1989, myself and Naveen went around counting birds in lakes around Bangalore, northern Bangalore. And we came to this Anneshwara Lake in 1989. It was
That's near the
4:30.
airport.
Yeah, near the
Anneshwara
airport.
Lake,
Present, it's a part of the airport these days. You know the number of white stars you counted? 87 of them. Wow. A drying lake bed. Amazing sights. You'll never ever get to see those sights, and probably we have seen Bangalore in the best of its conditions by way of bird watching. And what you find to see is a ghost shadow of what are the kind of amazing conditions, bird watching conditions we had in those days.
I'll come back to that point maybe in the second round of questions about. I'll get back to you with something that I have in mind. And what Subi tells us is it's a nice way to converse with Dr. Nataraj, who also has interesting things to say about going bird watching with Dr. Joseph George. And I'll ask you, sir, to share us your thoughts. Yes.
ಹಲೋ, ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದಷ್ಟು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಎರಡನೇದು, ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಬಹಳ ಕಷ್ಟ. ನಾನು ಬೇಸಿಕಲಿ ಫಿಸಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮೇಸ್ಟ್ರು. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ದಿ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಬರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, the way you look at the birds, the scientific way of looking at those things ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಕಷ್ಟದ ಕೆಲಸ. ಅದು ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ನೇಮ್ಸ್ನು ಓದೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಹಳ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದಷ್ಟು ಈ ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ನೇಮ್ಸ್ನೆಲ್ಲನೂ ಕಾಮನ್ ನೇಮ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಈಕ್ವಲೆಂಟ್ಸು, ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ ಈ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು HR ಕೃಷ್ಣಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿರೋ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಮತ್ತು ಶಿವರಾಮ್ ಕಾರಂತರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂಥ ಪುಸ್ತಕ, ಈ ಥರದ ಕೆಲವಾರು ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆದಿರುವಂಥ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳನ್ನ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ರೆಫರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾನು ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಕಾಲ. ಅದು ಎರಡನೇದು, ನನ್ನ ಬರ್ಡ್ ವಾಚಿಂಗ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಲೆಂಟ್ ಹಾಟ್ಸ್ಪಾಟ್. ಕಾರ್ತಿಕ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಬಹುಶಃ ಸುಗಂಧಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬಹುದು, ಅಥವಾ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರೆಲ್ಲನೂ ನೋಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಜಯನಗರ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ BV ಜಗದೀಶ್ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದು 2001ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಅಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಇನ್ವರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಕಾಮರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕುದುರೆ ಲಾಯ ಇತ್ತು. ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ದದ್ದು ಶೀಟ್ಸ್ ಇರೋವಂಥ ಒಂದು ರೂಮ್ಸು, ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶೀಟ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ನಾವು ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು ಆಗಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಶೀಟ್ ರೂಮ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಶೀಟ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು, ಬೆಂಚಸ್ಸು, ಆ ರೂಮ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು. ಆ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ it used to be very difficult for us because I had to compete with the sparrows. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಸ್ಪ್ಯಾರೋಸು, ಬೇರೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಈ ಫ್ರೂಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ಸು ಅವೆಲ್ಲನೂ ಹಾರಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು, ಮುಂದೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಹಾರಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದು ಚಿಲಿಪಿಲಿ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಅದು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸೋವರೆಗೂ ನಾನು ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಡ್ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ನಾನು ಟೈಮ್ನ, ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡೋ ಟೈಮ್ನ. ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್ಸು ಯಾವಾಗ ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವ ಪೀರಿಯಡನ್ನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಾನು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಡಿಪೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ದಿ ಬರ್ಡ್ಸ್, ಈ ಸ್ಪ್ಯಾರೋಸ್ನ ಇದರ ಟೈಮಿಂಗ್ಸನ್ನು ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಕ್ಲಾಸಸ್ನ ಅಡ್ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಹಾಟ್ಸ್ಪಾಟ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮು. ಆ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳಿರ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು, ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಷ್ಟು ನೋಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್ನಿಂದ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಂದಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು, ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಮರಗಳಿತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಲೇ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಮರಗಳ ಮೇಲಿರುವಂಥ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲನೂ ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ನನಗನ್ನಿಸ್ತು, ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಬಂತು, ನಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಆಗ ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪನಾದರೂ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋ ಮಾಡೋದು ವಾಸಿನೇನೋ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಫಿಸಿಕ್ಸ್ ಪಾಠದ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಆಗ ಈಗ ಈ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ವೀಕ್ಷಣೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಅದರ ಇನ್ಫ್ಲೂಯೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಅವ್ರ ಇನ್ಫ್ಲೂಯೆನ್ಸ್ ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ನೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಆಗ ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಹವ್ಯಾಸ ಕೂಡ ನನಗೆ ಬೆಳೆದು ಬಂದಿತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಈ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು ಪಕ್ಷಿ ವೀಕ್ಷಣೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ವೀಕ್ಷಣೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇಟ್ ಡಸಂಟ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎನ್ ಐಸೋಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಜಾಬ್. ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನೋಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ನೋಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯು ಲೆಟ್ ಟು ಲರ್ನ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದಿ ಬಟರ್ಫ್ಲೈಸ್, ಯು ಲೆಟ್ ಟು ಲರ್ನ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಅದರ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಇನ್ಸೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್, ಯು ಲೆಟ್ ಟು ಲರ್ನ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದಿ ಫ್ರೂಟ್ಸ್, ದಿ ಬೆರೀಸ್. ಸೊ ಈ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು ಯಾವುದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಹಾರ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಬೇಕಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇರುವಂಥ ಮರಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಬೇಕಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಶ್ರಬ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಬೇಕಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಇವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲಿಯೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ವೀಕ್ಷಣೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಅದು ಒಂದೇ ಬರೀ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳನ್ನ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಅನೇಕ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲಿಯಬಹುದಾದ್ದು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಐ ವಾಂಟೆಡ್ ದೆಮ್ ಟು ಲರ್ನ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ವೀಕ್ಷಣೆಯ ಕೆಲಸ ಶುರುವಾಗಿದ್ದು ಸುಮಾರು 1971-72 ಆಸುಪಾಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನಾನು ಆಗ್ತಾನೆ ಮೇಸ್ಟ್ರಾಗಿ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ. ಆವಾಗ ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ HR ಕೃಷ್ಣಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರಿದ್ದರು, S ಶ್ರೀಧರ್ ಅವರಿದ್ದರು, ಚಕ್ರವರ್ತಿ ಅವರಿದ್ದರು, ಸುಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ ಅವರಿದ್ದರು. ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ ಈಗ ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬ ಹುಡುಗ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಆಗ ಅವ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ಮೈ ಗೈಡ್ಸ್. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಲಿಯುವಂಥದ್ದಿತ್ತು, ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕಲಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಕಲ್ತಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ. ಇವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಅ ಪ್ಯಾಷನ್. ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ನಾವು, ನಮಗೆ ಮೊದಲಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಯಾಷನ್ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು ಅಂದರೆ ಟ್ರೆಕ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಟ್ರೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ ನಾವು, ಕಾಡು ಮೇಡುಗಳು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಅಲಿತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಬಸಪ್ಪನವರು ಅವರೆಲ್ಲನೂ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ಬಂಡೀಪುರದಿಂದ ನಾಗರಹೊಳೆಗೆ ಥ್ರೂ ದಿ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸಲ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಜೊತೆ ರಿವರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು, ಕಾಡು ಮೇಡುಗಳು, ಬೆಟ್ಟ ಹತ್ತುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ ಅಂತ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಹೇಳೋದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನನಗೆ ಉದ್ದಟತನ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ದು ಯಾವುದು ನಾವೇನು ಅಂದ್ಕೋತೀವಿ, ಈ ಲಾಲ್ಬಾಗ್ ಬೆಟ್ಟ ಹತ್ತಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಬೆಟ್ಟ ಹತ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಈ ಥರದ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸಸ್ನಿಂದಾಗಿ ಬರ್ಡ್ ವಾಚಿಂಗ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಾನು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ ಅದು. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಆವಾಗ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳನ್ನ ನೋಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಈಗಿನ ಕಾಲದ ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಗ್ಯಾಡ್ಜೆಟ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಏನೂ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆವಾಗ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಎರಡೇ, ಶಾರ್ಪ್ ಐಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಶಾರ್ಪ್ ಇಯರ್ಸ್. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಹುಡುಕಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ನೋಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಈಗಿನ ಕಾಲದ ಹಾಗೆ ಕ್ಯಾಮರಾಗಳು ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ನೋಟ್ಬುಕ್ಕು, ಪೆನ್ನು, ಪೆನ್ಸಿಲ್ಲು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನೂ. ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥ ಶಬ್ದ, ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವ ಹೈಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವ ಮರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ಕೂತಿರಬಹುದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದರೆ ಅದರ ಶೇಪು, ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದರೆ ಅದರ ಸೈಜು, ಕಂಪೇರ್ ಟು ದಿ ನೋನ್ ಬರ್ಡ್ಸ್, ಇವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ನಮಗೆ ಆವಾಗ ಈಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ನಿಮಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಆವಾಗ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು ಒಂದೇ ಸಲೀಂ ಅಲಿ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಗೈಡ್. ಆ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಗೈಡು ನಮಗೊಂಥರ ಬೈಬಲ್, ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಡುಕಿ ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಅದೇ ಕೆಲಸ. ಫಿಸಿಕ್ಸ್ಗಿಂತ ಮೊದಲು ಈ ಬರ್ಡ್ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಫಿಸಿಕ್ಸಿನ ಬೇರೆ ಈಕ್ವೇಷನ್ಸು ಕಡೆ ಗಮನ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮದು. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಆರಂಭ ಆಗಿದ್ದು. ಮುಂದೆ ಏನಾಯಿತು, ಹೇಗಾಯಿತು ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಆವಾಗ ಇದ್ದ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗಿನ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ, ಆಗ ಇದ್ದ ಮರಗಳ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವಾಗಿರೋದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ಸು. ನಮ್ಮ ವಿ ಜಗದೀಶ್ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಕೇಂದ್ರ, ಫಾರ್ ವಿಚ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ದಿ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್, ಅನ್ಫಾರ್ಚುನೇಟ್ಲಿ ಆರ್ ಫಾರ್ಚುನೇಟ್ಲಿ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಬರ್ಡ್ಸ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಈಗ ನಾವು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಈಗಿನ ಬರ್ಡ್ ವಾಚಿಂಗು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಮಗೂ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಹುಡುಗರಿಗೆ ಬರ್ಡ್ ವಾಚಿಂಗ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಬರ್ಡ್ ವಾಚಿಂಗ್ ಬೇರೆ, ಫೆದರ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಬೈಪೆಟ್ಸು. ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾಲ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಡುಕ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲನೂ ಬರ್ಡ್ಸನ್ನು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈಗಿನ ಬರ್ಡ್ ವಾಚಿಂಗ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಹೇಳದೇ ಇರೋದು. ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಯಿತು, ಹೇಗೆ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಯಿತು, ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್ನ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಸೋ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್. ಗೊತ್ತೇ ನನಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾದ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆಯೇ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ವಾಸ್ ಶೋನ್ ದೇರ್. ಮುಂಚೆ ಹೇಗಿತ್ತು, ಇವತ್ತು ಹೇಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ತುಂಬ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿ ಹಾಡು ಹೇಳೇ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಅಂತಿತ್ತು. ಅವರು ಹಾಡು ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಹಾಡು ಹೇಳಿಬಿಡ್ಲಿ, ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ. ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಸೋ ನೈಸ್. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಏನಾಯಿತು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೋಡೋಣ.
Second round ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. Thank you, sir. And this is a nice transition to what Mrs. Usharamaya has to say. And Tamanna already introduced her, and she set up the Karnataka Mountaineering Association, and she was part of an all-women's team to a mountain climb in the 60s. So and this is a very obvious question, and you see very few women on the panel, and being one of the women going out bird watching back then, how was it different? How is it different now, and what was it back then?
I'm very glad that I'm on this panel.
Closer to the...
Hello.
Yeah.
And I must thank EcoEdu for putting me on this. I don't know, I just like to share a few of my experiences. We used to live in Basangudi, and on Kankanhalli Road those days. And my parents used to take part in the Lal Bagh show. This was in about, I think, 48, not recently. And we had a beautiful garden. Parents used to take part in the Lal Bagh show. And the houses are also sort of judge on how the houses were decorated with plants. So those days we used to visit Lal Bagh also, because parents also used to, especially my mother, they used to compete in the Lal Bagh show. They used to grow different plants like ferns and so many alocaceas and all these, and they used to compete in the Lal Bagh show. And having born in that house in Basangudi, which was such a beautiful place with mango trees, cassia trees, so many other plants, I have been looking, I think from my childhood, I have been outdoors. And my mother used to be so much interested in, like he said, no, we lived in a house which was partly tiled house. And we also had cows in the house. And I always used to observe, and you know, those days, these photo frames used to be hung in the house, and the sparrows used to come from outside bringing grass, which we had on that banave. The grass used to be kept, and they used to come and nest in the house. And sometimes the egg used to fall down, and my mother used to carefully remove them if they were not broken and put it back into the nest. See, these are things as a child, maybe about 6-7 years, we used to see. And so my mother used to call us and say, see, this bird is there, the owl is calling. And she used to show us the mongoose also in the night. It used to be in that big garden. I mean, now what has happened is things have changed, and all new buildings have come, trees have been cut in Bangalore, and that house is nowhere like that. Actually, so many other things. Then my association, the home school was also very close by.
Okay.
With birding, how it started is I joined as we call it the Bulbul. I think you know about Girl Guides.
Yes.
The younger group is called the Bulbuls, and the like equivalent is the Cubs. Cubbing is built on the story of this thing, Mowgli stories. Bulbul is about the Tara and the Bulbul. We learned everything about birds. The sixth song itself. I mean, some of the songs I still remember.
Yes.
So we used to, I mean, it's a long song. We were divided into groups of 6 each group. And each one was about birds. We used to say, we are the bulbuls, here's our aim, do your best and play the game. It's a small 4-letter, 4 stanzas. Then we used to sing about Minas. We are the Minas, here's our aim, do your best and play the game. So there itself, we were associated with birds.
You also have one on the kookaburra from Australia.
And for cubbing, it was all about animals. So this one, I used to go to the home school. I have joined that Bulbul unit, I think in 48. And and also the surroundings, we used to always be surrounded by, owl used to be in the mango tree. And also, I don't know what you call this, akalapa tree? Akalapa bushes. These tailor birds used to nest in that. And my mother used to slowly say, don't go nearby, the bird will go away. even those things my mother used to be very careful about these things. And cows being there, I have observed the myna, the crow sitting on the cow, clearing its ears. As
The
child,
parasitic insects that are there. Yeah.
insects they used to clear out from the cow's ears. So I have lived in a place like this. Today, that house is not the same. It has become an apartment. And even Lal Bagh shows are not like that. Earlier they used to have citrus shows. They used to have jam and jelly preparation competition and puja flower competition. I am very keen on that. My mother had left a list of these puja flowers, what she used to collect those days. Each of us have to go for any festival. We had to go and collect this around houses in Bangalore. And these had to be decorated, and you have to name it in Kannada and put it on a table. So the best person who had collected always used to be my mother. And even today, I have kept all those cups and all silver cups, which used to get as prizes for these competitions. And all that has gone today in Lal Bagh. Those things are not there. I mean, recent Lal Bagh show, if you have seen, it was so noisy, we didn't feel like going inside. It was just a decoration. You don't feel like going inside and looking at these competitions, or I don't know whether competitions are still held in Lal Bagh. I didn't even go inside. And only it has become like Kalas Parlem, where they sell all the things.
But I think
all shops.
When you mention prizes and having a
private gardens used to take part, HL, ITI, all of them used to take part. Now I don't know whether they are taking part still. I think they still take part. And some of the gardens and nurseries are also still taking part. Siddhapura is, I think some of the nurseries do take part. These were things which I have, and later on I continued guiding till today, scouting and guiding. And in Scouts and Guides, I went to Mahila Seva Samaj, then I went to Mount Carmel. Even with that, I continued my Scout and Guide career in home school, where I studied. It is today not there. Even home school is shifted from that Basungudi. And I have in scouting and guiding also, you had to learn about songs from different countries, mainly about birds. Now, if you take the Australian song, we used to learn about the kookaburra. I can sing that song also. One stanza. It goes like this: Kookaburra sits on the old gum tree, merry, merry king of the bush is he. Stop, kookaburra, stop, kookaburra, leave there some for me. Kookaburra sits on the old gum tree, eating all the gumdrops he can see. Stop, kookaburra, leave there some for me. It is now translated into Kannada, but many people who are now in the organization don't know any of these songs. So many of these songs have just vanished. I don't know, I think I will be the last person to sing some of these songs. Wow. Even in other states, nobody knows these songs, and they mainly have gone into Kannada songs. And,
but I think what you mentioned is a very interesting aspect, because you're in all the activities that you mentioned, there's a lot of learning about the ecosystem around you that is happening. And I think that's a key change that we probably no longer see when we have become Bangalore. And I'll come back to you with a question on that. Maybe.
ನಾನು ಮರ್ತು ಹೋಗೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸಲ ಮೇಲಿನಿಂದ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಬೀಳ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು, ಆ ಬಿದ್ದ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆಗಳನ್ನ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಆ ಗೂಡ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಇಫ್ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಶೇರ್ ಎ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಜೋಕ್ ವಿತ್ ಯು. ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೀಗೆ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅವಾಗೆಲ್ಲನೂ ನೆಸ್ಟ್ಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಇತ್ತು ಅವಾಗೆಲ್ಲನೂ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ವಿ ಟುಕ್ ನೆಸ್ಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕೆಪ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್ ದೇರ್. ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಮೇಲಿನಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಗುಬ್ಬಚ್ಚಿ ಅಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಆ ಗೂಡಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದು ಕಿಟಕಿ ಬಾಗಿಲ ಮೇಲೇ ಅದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು, ಗೂಡು ಕಟ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲೇ ಗೂಡು ಇಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ ನಾವು. ಈ ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಗೂಡುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅದು. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ಆ ಗೂಡನ್ನ ತೊಗೊಂಬಂದು ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಈ ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಗೂಡು ಒಳಗೆ ಇಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಇಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೋಡೋಣ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ಬಂದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೇನೋ ಅಂತ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಸಲ ಈ ಗೂಡಿನಿಂದ ಕೆಳಗಡೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಬಿತ್ತು. ಅದನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೊಬ್ಬರು ತಗೊಂಡು ಒಳಗಡೆಗೆ ಅದು ಮತ್ತೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಇಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಇಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಹೊರಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಬೆಲ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಅವ್ರ ಮಗ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಂದ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ನಾ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿ, ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ? ಗೂಡಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ಇಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
I'll come back to you in a bit. We'll now ask Krishna, or okay, we'll do Karthik because Krishna insists on being Krishna. I'll ask Karthik this question again about his association with Dr. Joseph George, and I know he was not associated as much as the others on the panel, but I think Karthik has an interesting way of how he got into bird watching, and I'll ask him to share those thoughts.
Thank you. Like you rightly said, my association with Dr. George was quite limited, but of course we did spend time during the second Sunday outings. I was lucky to receive those postcards that Subi was talking about, which was meticulously written, though it was a self-addressed postcard that a bunch that we would live with him and he would meticulously write and send it to us. Of course, the baton was passed on to Harish much later. He would do that he did that for a very, very long time until the email groups came up. But then, yeah, Dr. George did have an influence on me, definitely. His very soft demeanor, the way he would guide you, the way he would ask you to look for details when you saw a bird and things like that, did definitely rub off on me, which I think also became very useful tool for me when I started looking at other organisms as well. Like Mr. Nataraj just now said, bird watching is not just about bird watching. So it's also to look at a whole lot of other organisms that birds are dependent on or share the space with and things like that. So one thing led to another. Went out bird watching in the area just on Kanakpura Road now, which has become I think a retirement village kind of a place. Used to be our place for birding. Prasad, myself and a few other friends would go there. In the morning we would cycle up to the place. It would be barely 15 minutes of cycling. We would cycle up to the place early morning at the crack of dawn. We would be there, we would do our bird watching and get back. But on days when we would have a little more time, we would spend a longer duration there. So we saw that bird activity would sort of stop at around 8:39. It would sort of peter off, and then we didn't know what to do. That was the time when butterfly activity would pick up, and that sort of got me interested in looking at butterflies. So you kept watching butterflies till about late afternoon when the birds again started. So birds and butterflies sort of gelled very well to engage you for a whole day. And one thing led to another. Of course, you saw butterflies laying eggs on a plant, so you wanted to know what plant that was. A whole series of things, and you started looking at nature more holistically rather than just birds. Because birds didn't go away at any point of time. Subsequently, of course, I have, though I was introduced to bird watching by Mr. Nataraj, of course, I relied heavily on Subbi and Krishna eventually during the years that followed. And they were sort of really my mentors in that sense. But then I moved away from birds quite quickly. That didn't mean that I would close my eyes when a bird came and sat in front of me, but would look at a whole lot of other things as well. So much so that I think we're going to be talking about habitat change later.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, it was round about this time that we moved into a new house. I've written about all these things on my blog at some point of time or the other. We used to have a stone quarry, which today, of course, has been built up, filled in and built up. This was a great place for birding, and having just about been initiated to birding, I didn't really have to go very far to look at birds. It was right behind my house. There's a large open space, and this quarry which was there, which had a lot of reeds growing in it. It had everything from your brown crake to white-breasted waterhen, which gave me sleepless nights, to the bulrushes which supported 3 species of munias, including the woolly-necked stork, which would visit once in a while, the pied-crested cuckoo, and of course the grey wagtails and other birds, the brown shrike, and a whole lot of other things that would come there as well. So one really did not have to go too far from wherever you stayed in Bangalore when you had to do birding, unlike what it is today. Today you have to plan a bird watching outing. I always have this constant arguments with my wife. She says, oh, you constantly keep saying you saw this, you saw that here and there. But today you don't show me any of these things. Yes, but today if I have to show you these things, I need to plan a whole day's outing. Whereas during those days, we never had to do any of those things. We just woke up in the morning, you got to see birds. I would wake up to large-pied wagtails, whatever the new name for it is. The large-pied wagtails calls and the bush chats calls, right? And we would have Brahmini mynas nesting in the whole of our old building. We had hoopers nesting. I don't know if some of us have seen this transition happening from the houses with tiled roof and asbestos sheet covered roofs to RCC roofs, but then the outside of the house, the building used to be provisioned with spaces for birds to nest. This probably many of us have not noticed. There used to be this building which, if I'm not mistaken, used to be a typewriting institute from very close to where I stayed. And on the outside there were holes made with a little ledge for the bird to perch and then go in. So I've seen hoopers nest in it, I've seen Brahmini mynas nest in it, I've seen bats roost in them. So these were things which we did consciously in the past, where we tried to accommodate birds and other wildlife in our spaces. But today, a hole in the wall doesn't look nice.
It's a cafe.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It no longer looks very nice. So we want cleanly plastered walls and things like that. So what started with birdwatching moved on to a whole lot of other things, and that influence still remains.
That's wonderful, and I think it's a very stark contrast that we see with Bangalore and when we want to go watch birds, and that will bring me to Krishna, who has had who's done this work of tracking, monitoring populations of birds changing over years. Is it 40 years? No. He's been, I think, the longest running long-term data set from Lalbagh, and I'll ask you to reflect on association with Dr. Joseph George and lead us into the second part of my question.
I got interested in nature because of a library. We had the British Library in Bangalore, then it was called the British Council Library, and I think it was started in 61 or 62, and my mother had become a member in 63 or something, and for some reason she had continued her membership. And what I'd like to warn you is that compared to all the other speakers who have spoken till now, what I'm going to say is going to be very, very dry, because my experience didn't have the kind of charm and the fascination. I would have preferred it if it had something else in it, but not now. A different kind, I mean, theirs was something, their life, their experience was something built our charm. Nature fascinated them. I think I was a bit of a weakling. So my parents were a bit overprotective. So I used to go to the British Library pretty often, I would say. Perhaps about a month whenever my parents went that side. So I used to go to that library, and they had a children's section. And there I think I got fascinated with birds, because there was a lot of literature on bird watching. I mean, birds and British birds and all that. And I used to obviously ask some questions to my dad. My dad was a chemistry man. I mean, basically from an academic background. So he said, don't ask me any biology questions. I'll go introduce you to a retired colleague of mine, and you go bother him about all the biology questions. So I used to go and meet Dr. Pasarthi, who was a primatologist, one of the pioneer primatologists, and bug him with a lot of questions. So he one day told me that there was going to be a talk on, I think, the land-tailed macaque at the Raman Research Institute, and you could go attend that. I think it was 1974, I was in my 7th standard. So going to Raman Research Institute in those days was all like going across the city and all that. So my father decided to take me there, my father and my brother. They went visiting, they dropped me there. And then later, after the talk, since my brother had spoken to Mr. Fateh Ali over the phone a little earlier, we went and, we meaning not me, I mean I was there, my father and my brother met Mr. Fateh Ali, and Fateh Ali immediately called Dr. George and introduced us, saying that these bird watching activities are conducted by him. Reading the British literature, I was under the impression that they would take us out bird watching, put hides, and then make us sit inside that and all that. So in 1975 March or February, I went for an outing with the group the first time. That was at Lal Bagh. And what do I realize when I went there? That I was the only youngster around. All the other people were older. I think Subbi joined a wee bit later. So Subbi is about 5 years older than me. And that outing there, all that I remember is all were senior people who had driven down in their own vehicles, and maybe were at a level of a deputy director or director level. And there I was, the only sole youngster, just into high school. And you can imagine what the situation would be. Dr. George was very kind. And in those days, I used to get a bird watching notice in about once in 6 months, which he mentioned. Mr. Vijay Victor was the deputy director of the Indian Plywood Industries Research Institute, now Indian Plywood Industries Research and Training Institute. Dr. George was the director, and the mail would come from there. Maybe they would persuade the official typist to type it out. I don't know, but the first time I went there, I also got subsequently a list of birds seen that day, which was mailed to me with a list of people also who had come that day. So that it was my first introduction to note taking. That you can start with a list and then continue with that. And later, of course, I saw the newsletter for bird watchers. I was told about that, where for some point of time, Mr. Fatali used to reproduce Salim Ali's notes, wherein he would make a list and add an annotation line to every bird of what it was doing or where it was seen. So my whole experience was dry. I had a serious mobility handicap in the sense that, as I said, I was not allowed to venture too far out, and my closest point of visit was Lal Bagh. And somehow, from listening to Dr. George, I got fascinated with arrival dates of migratory birds. And I found that to be thoroughly unreliable. Lal Bagh would get birds earlier, and later I discovered IAS used to get birds earlier than Malleshwaram, and Lal Bagh used to get birds earlier than Batsangudi. So I somehow felt this was very unreliable, and since there was a book I came across on, I forget the title, it was by Eric Sims, published on the New Naturalist series in, by Collins, which was there at the British Library, and that had a chapter on methodologies and studying birds, and there was a word called as transect. So I got fascinated. By the time I got into first PUC, I took a trial run in 77, and from 78, 1st of January, which that was a leap year, I remember it was a Sunday, I started a weekly count at Lal Bagh. And it was something like sample based, and a little while, I think, I don't know how many months, maybe 10 months or something, I was really stupid. I used to find that I was the only idiot getting up on Sunday in the morning and going up. And then I said, what a stupid thing to do. And I think the single greatest innovation in my life I did then. I said, I'll get up on a Monday, go take a count, and then go to college. And I slept on a Sunday. And you should see the amount of motivation that whole thing brought in. So I counted birds. And what happened, I was interested in biological sciences and was fortunate in a situation wherein the parents allowed said whatever you want to study, go ahead. So I studied CBZ and then went into study zoology. When I joined Bangalore University, we had 4 trips to the campus and 4 trips out. So, which was a very great thing for me because I could go to the university and they were not very critical in checking passes. So the first trip out was at 2 o'clock. And I used to take the 2 o'clock trip, get down at Mahalakshmi Layout, go to Dr. George's house, spend some time with him, come out, catch the next trip of the bus, go to somewhere near, I don't know where the route went, close to Shivaji Nagar, go to British Library, spend some time home and then take the BTS back home. So this used to be quite prevalent. And then I think once I joined PhD, I used to go pretty often. Dr. George was a very different person from what we come across normally. He was a man of few words, very modest. He never used to use a capital I, even though his English was extremely good. He used to always use it with a small I, and he was a very good organic chemistry man. And the thing I had in common was my dad was a chemistry person, Dr. George was a chemistry person, and from both I learned that chemicals are not to be trusted. Very clearly. So if you gave a test tube or anything, these people would hold it in front of them and blow their hand over it. Not take it and smell it like we would do with a bottle of something to check out what it was. They would never hold a bottle and smell it. Both of them. You trust physics and then you go to nuclear physics and then they teach you that everything which you have learned in physics is not physics. I never studied physics, I never studied maths. I took CIVs at PUC and then went on. But coming back to Dr. George was a pioneer of sorts because he apparently used to cycle to work from his official residence in the FRI campus. It's not very far. The FRI building is quite close. Apparently he used to go cycle there, and they had a patch, experimental patch there called as a New Forest, and he used to cycle around and count the wagtails and all that. So he wrote a note on counting birds in, I think the New Forest, Indian Forest Journal, which he gave to me very many years later. By that time, I think I had completed some 4 years of counting, which came to me, which was very handy because I could write letters. What I'd like to mention then is that when I got into, say, around 5th standard or something, we had no access to information like you have the internet today. So one of the ways of getting free information was to write to companies asking for their catalog. I think many of them knew that the letters came from HI. I mean, we used to climb hills and come down, and when we wrote and all that, it never used to be. So then this innovation came about using thin paper, keeping it over a lined notebook and then write over that. So, I mean, things like that we used to innovate. So you used to write to companies, and my dad had a habit of always keeping postal stationery at home. We knew where it was, and letters used to go. It was 2.5 rupees an aerogram in those days. And many companies used to have catalogs which were done for children. When I wrote to Beach Aircraft Corporation, obviously they knew I'm not going to buy a beach aircraft. They had a catalog with a cover inscribed which said, for the future citizen of America. That means they were already thinking about it. When I wrote to Ford, they sent me a brochure done for, shareholders. The biggest disaster was when my brother wrote to Mercedes. They sent him a catalog and alerted their Tata collaborators here to follow up. So that was a big joke. I mean, I'm just mentioning how it was. So I used to write letters. When I started counting birds and started changing things, noticing things, I started writing. I remember I wrote to the governor, and then I wrote to the governor again because of the newspaper said there used to be boating in Lal Bagh. Boating was stopped. I went and met the official concerned, Mr. Krishnaswamy, who died a couple of months back. And the first thing he said was, I was expecting somebody with graying hair. I'd gone there I was in my first PUC. I'd done some 7 months of counting. I'd plotted it as all bar graphs. We were supposed to learn bar graphs in school. That was my 10th standard graph book with the empty pages at the book written with these graphs. And I didn't even know at that point of time that I ought to have torn the other pages out. It was my school graph book which I took there that day. We had a visitors time. Officers used to have a visitors time, so you could go and meet that. And I'm just trying to picture the situation. Society was maybe more hierarchical, and we didn't have the internet to equalize people. So information used to come down in a hierarchy. Books were the only way out. So you had to read. So I got into a sort of a reading habit, which I'm compensating for now by not reading. So that's a different thing. But whatever it was, Dr. George was a great person to talk to. I used to go disturb him quite often. And then the biggest thing happened when I was persuaded to write something about warblers. And I should thank Subbi for it, because one of the very early pieces which I wrote, Subbi volunteered to illustrate it, and it was stupendous characterization of the birds and all that which he did. So when I took my first writing, that was when Dr. George looked at it and pointed out that here and there is not the same as now and then. A Blythe Street warbler calls, and Dr. George asked me, does it call here and there or now and then? What is it that you wanted to say? I wanted to say that it called now and then. The point was that it started off that way, and subsequently when I took other manuscripts for editing, I just learned how bad my English was, or how bad my communication was, and that was a great experience. He would never pronounce an identification in the field. He would ask people to observe and say, is it this? Does it look like this? And I got reprimanded by Dr. George once. There was a group photo exhibition which had been organized by the US people. Subbi was also involved at VITM. VITM had a hobby center. And there was a picture of I think one of the cranes there. I don't remember. Some black neck crane or something like that. And it had not been labeled. And Dr. George had got the third volume of the, was it the second or third volume of the Ali Ripley handbook. And then he showed me the plate and said, do you think it is this bird? I very cheekily told him that day that when you people have identified it, it's done. He very politely pulled me up that day. He said, when you're asked for an opinion, you give it. I don't remember the exact word, but it was very, very polite. But he told me in no uncertain terms that when you're asked for an opinion, you give it. And that thing has stuck. So anytime everybody asks, even from the corporate world, I just
I think
tell them that
Krishna goes one step forward. He gives opinion no matter what.
Krishna, I'd like to talk about a note you wrote around that time, VATM time. 1979 February, we had the first bird exhibition in Bangalore that ran for nearly 2 weeks. It was meant to be for 3 days or 4 days, but the director wanted it to run for 2 weeks. At that time, we were all under the small group called as Birdwatchers Field Club of Bangalore, as a chapter of Birdwatchers Field Club of India. And Vijay Victor was the secretary of that group, brought out a small newsletter for our group, which was called as Barbet. In that, Krishna wrote a letter.
that was fictitious.
Just keep quiet. So, the title of the note was, Take a Walk, Become a Bird Watcher. It was about a walk he took in Lal Bagh. He saw the pied kingfishers hovering, and he got fascinated by that and said that people can just do the same thing. Remember that?
I know. Subbi's got a damn good memory. I'm not privileged with that. So that was how it was. Essentially, my whole quantification counting thing was in a way encouraged, or rather the only person who perhaps approved about it was Dr. George, because something about monitoring is that it takes a long time and you get very little data. I used to spend time in the early years climbing up I live in a tiled house. So you lie down on the tiles. So you look facing up and look at the sky and count the number of birds which are flying across. You used to get vultures. I live close to Basangudi, not as privileged as Usha Ramaya's place. And used to get a lot of birds of prey. Wagtails crisscrossing Bangalore to go roost somewhere in North Bangalore. I think the North Bangalore bird watchers wrote about that. And then herons, egrets flying across. Numbers have just changed. I don't know whether I should quote like Subbi did, because he's come prepared and I haven't. But one thing I'll tell you, how many birds would you think you could count in, say, a walk of about a mile? My sampling route in Lalbagh was about a mile, which I decided I should cover in about half an hour because of maintaining a constant speed of about 2 miles per hour. My peak counting rate, my own physical peak counting rate of count and identify and count would be something like about 240 birds per hour rate. And I used to find that when the density went higher, the counting speed would drop. And bulk of it would be misidentified birds would be mynas, because distinguishing jungle and Indian mynas all the time would be a little problematic if they were hidden and things like that. But I'm just telling you, counting some 50 to 100 coppersmiths on a 1 mile sampling route in Lalbagh. You don't get those numbers now. You don't get from my house and whatever I could look around. The list would be something like around 45 species. You don't get even a dozen now properly. We have destroyed the corridors in which birds could move. We have destroyed the density of vegetation in parks, and it's a sad state.
And good that you mentioned that kind of leads me to the second part, where I wanted to ask that yes, we all know this is nostalgic. Yes, we know things have changed. Can we do something about it now? Is what I wanted to ask, and I think we are running out of time. So maybe if any of you want to answer it, I'll leave it open to you. If not, we'll take questions from the audience.
We have looked at the water birds way back. 1987 was the time when we started actually looking at water birds, because of nation or Asia-wide program called as Midwinter Waterfowl Census, coordinated by AWB, IWRB, and Wetland International later. BNH is also thrown in between. And compared to those days and as now, then we find that there is more than 90% decline in bird numbers. Because lakes used to be very pristine, and also I mentioned about the kind of duck flocks that we used to see, 8 to 10,000. Today you'll never get to see that kind of duck numbers in lakes. Even though the lakes are still there are more water in lakes than what they used to be before, because lakes are seasonal and would go dry by the middle of summer in those days. And one of the most important thing that would make water bird population that more vibrant in those days was that the downstream of these lakes were used for tank-based paddy cultivation. So paddy cultivation used to be one of the amazing areas for feeding of shallow water birds, especially the sandpipers and other things. And also another thing is that all these paddy fields in those days were being used by ducks for feeding in the night. After 7 o'clock in the night, I stood on the banks of Abba Lake to see them flying over and landing in paddy fields. So the single most effect on the loss of duck flocks in Bangalore is that the disappearance of paddy fields. All those paddy fields have been converted to residential localities. So there's a taking a major chunk of feeding area out of the water bird scene. That has contributed to the decline of those duck flocks.
Yes, sir.
ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ಅವರು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ವಾಟ್ ಕುಡ್ ಬಿ ಡನ್ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ. ವಾಟ್ ಕುಡ್ ಬಿ ಡನ್ ನಾನು ಹೀಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಬರ್ಡ್ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನನ್ನು ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೆಂಟ್. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಬಹುದಾದ ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಮೇಸ್ಟ್ರಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಬಹುದಾದ್ದು ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು, ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸನ್ನು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ನಾವು. ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬರ್ಡ್ ವಾಚಿಂಗ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಹಾಬಿ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋದು ಯಾರೋ ಕೆಲವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಅದಾಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂದೆ ಎಲ್ಲ HR ಕೃಷ್ಣಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಆಕಾಶವಾಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಗ ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ, ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಿಜ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಸ್ಪೀಕಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಂಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಬಹುದು, ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಂಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಈ ಥರದ್ದು ಅನೇಕ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಡೀತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಬರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಅವರು ನೇಚರ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಇಕಾಲಜಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಎನ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಬಹುದಾದ್ದು ಬಹುಶಃ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಶಾಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಒಂದು. ಎರಡನೇದು, ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ಗೇನೆ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿವಸ. ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲೇ ನಾವು ಯಾರೋ ಒಂದು 4-6 ಮಂದಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಇರೋರು ಇದೀವಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಟೀಚರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ಗೆ, ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಬರ್ಡ್ ವಾಚಿಂಗ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳೋದು, ಬರ್ಡ್ ವಾಚಿಂಗ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಲೂ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ನಾನು. ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಸೋ ಮೆನಿ ಅದರ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ದಟ್ ಯು ಲರ್ನ್ ಅಲಾಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ಬರ್ಡ್ ವಾಚಿಂಗ್. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮನೇಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಮೊಬೈಲ್ನಿಂದ ಮೊದಲು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ದೂರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಮೊಬೈಲ್ನ ಮೊದಲು ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಮಾತುಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ನಾವು. ನಾನು ಒಂದು ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಯಾಗಿ ನನಗನ್ಸೋದು ಮೊಬೈಲ್ದು ತಪ್ಪಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ತಪ್ಪು ಯಾವುದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ತಪ್ಪಿರೋದು ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ, ತಪ್ಪಿರೋದು ಟೀಚರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ನ ಸರಿಯಾದ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ನನಗೆ ತಿಳಿದ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಮಂದಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಮೊಬೈಲು ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಡಿವೈಸ್, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಗ್ಯಾಡ್ಜೆಟ್. ನಿಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದ್ದನ್ನು ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ಏನು ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಕಲಿಸೋದು ಯಾರು? ಮೇಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಲಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಮೇಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾದವ್ರು ಯಾರು? ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ನಾವು ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಿರೋವಂಥವ್ರು, ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಇರೋವಂಥವ್ರು ಇದನ್ನ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಾಗಲಿ, ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತೂ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀವು 10 ಹಕ್ಕಿಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿ, ಕಾಗೆ, ಗುಬ್ಬಚ್ಚಿ, ಮೈನಾ ಇದನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ 4 ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೂ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವುದು ಏವಿಯರೀಸಲ್ಲೋ ಇಲ್ಲ ಝೂನಲ್ಲೋ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋದನ್ನು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು 4 ಹೇಳಬಹುದೇ ಹೊರತಾಗಿ ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದನ್ನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸು, ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸನ್ನು ಇವನ್ನ ನಾವು ಹಮ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲೇನಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಮೂಲಕ ಕಾಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಷನ್ ಇದೆ, ಹಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಇದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಶಾಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಆಗಿ ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮನ ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗೋದೇ ಆದರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಮುಂದೆ ಯಾವತ್ತಾದರೂ ಹಕ್ಕಿಗಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುವಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನ ಅವರು ರೂಪಿಸಲಿ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ.
That's a wonderful thing, and in fact Usha Ramaya has been doing the exact thing for like a while, and I let her.
Reminded me that after I retired from the Bharat Scouts and Guides, I was working there. Mr. Bittu Segar
Of Sanctuary Asia.
This Sanctuary magazine invited me. Because I was interested in birding and all that, I met him once in Lal Bagh. I think he had come for bird watching. So he said, why I had retired and I was not doing anything much, but I was still interested in birding. So I have been doing this awareness campaign for children and for teachers. Even today I am on an online group where teachers are there, and we have had number, I think all of you are involved in this. Not of Dr. Subramanya, Dr. Krishna, Karthikeyan, Sheshadri, Srinivas, Ullas, all of them have been involved, Swami. So this program we have done in nearly for I think for me, as a coordinator in Bangalore, I've done it for 20 years. We used to have teacher workshops, then we used to have birding outings for young children in Lalbagh, Kabban Park, and many other places, Dorsani Palya place. So I think all of you know about it, what we have done. And we used to have Tiger Fest in Kabban Park. And we used to invite children from different schools, nearly 300 to 400 children used to come. We had competitions. Through that, I have tried my very best to keep this interest in birding and animals alive. And even today, I do get the Sanctuary magazine online, and I share it with many people, even on the wildlife group, and those who are interested, I do share. And I'm sure, I think EcoEdu is also doing such activities, and we have a wildlife group in Bangalore online, which is very active, and all our bird watchers are there, and I'm sure many of you are also there on that wildlife group, which is educating children, and I'm sure adults at least, who can do on their own part, go to schools, talk to children. It's not difficult at all, but people need time now. People are working. So this has been another work for me.
This is an outreach thing also.
Then also through scouting and guiding, I mean, I have been in scouting and guiding from my childhood. So wherever I have gone to conduct camps, I have tried to talk to teachers. Mainly I have conducted camps for teachers. I have tried to bring them close to nature, because scouting and guiding is nothing but outdoor activity. We live in tents, we are close to nature, so observe birds, observe animals, and this is a part of the scheme of training. So we can do things. There are many associations, but not functioning very well. I mean, Sanctuary, I think, is still doing it, and many have contributed articles on that. So my association with Joseph George was very late, Dr. Joseph George. I used to only attend birthday parties in his house, and he used to take us around birding and other places. He was a very humble person. So I am very grateful to him. And also I'd like to remember some things with Mr. Sridhar. So Ullas, Swami and myself used to go and help him conduct this, I think, some international conference. No? So we used to help him in the evenings. We used to do all the office work, and that was given me some more interest in continuing birding. And also I remember going to Karthikeyan when he was in WWF. He used to conduct shows, so wildlife programs, film shows, I think, in RRI, and also that in the Institute of Astrophysics. So that was even before he was married, I think. So I used to attend regularly his film shows, and that created more interest in me. And sometimes I brought Ullas and Swami back on my vehicle after late in the evening, back to their homes. So these are all very nice. And one more thing I can recollect, going to Tailur Tank. I don't know how many, especially during Shankranti, we used to go to Tailur Tank. I mean, this is not part of Bangalore, but that tank was a beautiful tank. And we used to go to, Harish remembers, no? We used to go to Maddur, stay there, or some other station. We used to get down, walked up to Tailur Tank, and we have seen so many birds. The bar-headed geese, I think, Dr. Subramania, you remember? There were January, there used to be more than 300 to 400. I don't know whether people have counting so many birds there now. It's become an irrigation tank. We have gone round the tank, and this was a very interesting thing that happened. Those days we used to stay in cow sheds, and we remember we used to bring food, and he used to bring food for us also. All of us shared the food, and I remember there was a hut where they used to sell this coffee or tea with jaggery. We used to, early morning there was nothing available, so we used to go and drink that. Very interesting. And early morning we used to start and do birding there. And this has created a lot of interest. I don't know how many people are going to Tailur also. Now I think it's not the same, Tailur. I have not visited recently, but all this thing is still in my memory, and I think we should revisit all these places.
Yes,
sometime.
that's a
Kokre
wonderful-
Bellur also we used to go. And even now, a lot of things are there. I think I'm seriously thinking of reviving the Skichwa Tiger program in Bangalore.
I think a
I
formal,
want some youngster to come
it would be,
and take
yeah.
it.
If you're passionate about what can be done, get in touch with.
I'm
Tushar Ramaiah.
quite aged, but I want somebody who can do these things.
Correct.
Voluntary, or maybe we can. I have spoken to Mr. Bittu Segal.
Okay.
He said maybe they could fund. So I want to revive that already.
Yes, I think people should catch up after the session over lunch and.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯ ಹೇಳಬಹುದಾದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಿ ವಿ ಜಗದೀಶ್ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಕೇಂದ್ರದಿಂದ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ಡ್ ಟು ಕೊಲಾಬರೇಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಹಿಯರ್ ಎನಿ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಡೂ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಬರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸರ್ ದಟ್.
Wonderful. Thank you. Before I let you continue, because we are running short of time, I want to take at least one quick question from the audience. There is a question. Okay. Are there
My
mics?
fascination with mountains have always been because of nature.
Yes, absolutely. And
At way back in '64, I was invited. I was given training in '63-'64. I underwent the basic and advanced course in Darjeeling. I used to observe birds there also. Now, when I went recently to Darjeeling, everything has changed.
Yeah.
And
things changing is not just Bangalore, across
so many
landscapes
things
is-
across India also. Many things have gone. Now we are seeing Himalayas destroyed.
Yeah, there's one question that I want to ask, or he wants to ask the audience, and is there?
Yeah, so you can shout or I can shout, but for the benefit of YouTube. So this question is related to the title of the panel discussion, Bangalore to Bengaluru. And we heard speakers talk about migrant birds, but there was another migration that was responsible in changing Bangalore to Bengaluru, which is advent of the software engineers, right? 96 World Cup, Richie Benoit in the quarterfinal introduces Bangalore as the city of software engineers in 96, when I didn't even know what software was, right? And we have heard of all the bad things that software brought, the buildings, the destruction of habitats, random construction, everything. But that also brought in a lot of new people, and the base grew. So is there any good thing that migration brought which changed some aspects of the birding in Bangalore?
Do you have it? Do you want to ask someone?
No, I mean anybody who can help. Yeah.
They've all of them have been involved with getting things right, and I think I'll leave it to Krishna to quickly answer. Keep it short, please.
I'll keep it very short. I think it did. I did make a lot of difference for the simple reason that I'll mention one thing which is relatable to everybody. When I started working with Professor Madhav Gadgil in '93, I got an email address which was krishna@ces.iasc.ernet.in. There were not even that many Krishna, so I was just Krishna at CES. But the tragedy was that I had nobody to send an email to. I used to beg people and say, boss, do you want me to send an email on your behalf? So one day I got a really good chance. I could kill somebody's grandmother. One of my brother's friends had come down from the US. He wanted to extend his stay, so he killed his grandmother. He reported to his guide. He wanted to send a message saying his grandmother had died, so he couldn't make the trip back on the prescribed date. So he was extending his stay in Bangalore for an extra week. So I remember I traveled all the way from Basangudi to IASC just to send that email, and I very graciously received all the condolence messages and passed it on to my brother's friend. I do agree technology brought a difference, and that potential, the possibility of electronic messaging reaching everybody was something fantastic. There used to be another guy who used to travel by the same bus, who used to work at Texas Instruments. So we used to chat while going in the bus, and one day he sent an email, and next day he came and told me that the email that he sent went from Bangalore to Dallas, Dallas to New York, New York to London, London to Bradford, Bradford to Bombay, and Bombay to Bangalore, because you have this thing called as a trace route in emails. So it came to me and reached me because he had put an autoresponder in 20 minutes. Just 20 minutes, when an aerogram would take you weeks for you to get a reply. You know what happened next day? We got off the bus and went for coffee. And we had I think both of us had a reception committee when we went to office that day.
Thanks, Krishna. And Subhi has something to say, and then I want to ask Karthik something.
See, the mention of software engineers and all, no? That brought in a change because software engineers were the people who are paid heavily, and they all took to photography. And photography cameras were expensive, lenses were expensive, were not able to afford all that. And that brought a new dimension to bird watching in Bangalore area because we are able to see. Earlier we had only turned to E. Mantra or TNA Perumal to look at, to get even a single slide or a photograph. But with the software engineers, we had so many people photographing birds. And there are some people who shared their photographs. So that added a new dimension to bird watching in Bangalore.
Correct. And I think I was going to ask Karthik about how with software coming in, there was more cameras and how that changed bird watching, but I think you've answered it, unless you have something to add. We'll take your question. This will be the last question.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ, ಮೈ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ರಿಪೀಟ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಪೀಪಲ್. So actually just before that I just want to read a small thing that I have noticed. ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಭಾಷೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು, ದ ರಿಲೇಷನ್ಶಿಪ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್, ಈಗ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಪೊಯಿಟ್ರಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಯಾರು ಓದೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಸಾರ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಈ ಕುಮಾರವ್ಯಾಸ ಭಾರತ ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಪದ್ಯ ಓದ್ತೀನಿ. ಶಂಕ ಮರಾಳ ಮಯೂರ ಟಿಟ್ಟಿಬ ಪಿಕ ಚಕೋರ ಕಪೋತ ವಾಯಸ ಬಗಪದಾಯುಧ ಚಕ್ರವಾಕ ಕಳಿಂಗ ಗಲವಿಂಕ ಕುಕಿಲ ಸಾರಸ ಕಾಕರಿಪು ಚಾತಕ ಭಾರದ್ವಾಜಿ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ಪಕ್ರ ಬಿದ್ದುದು ಬಿಗಿದು ಕೇಸರಿ ಕಣ್ಣಿ ಒಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ಕುಮಾರವ್ಯಾಸ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಯಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು 50 ಪಯಮ್ ಇದೆ. ಅವನು ಅರ್ಜುನ ಈ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾರೆ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ದಂಡಕಾರಣ್ಯ ಇದು. So when Arjuna and Krishna are destroying that forest, the poet identifies at least 50 species only in 2 paras. Okay. So ivattu nammalli what is happening andre namge iga gubbi, we don't call we use the word sparrow for gubbi. So ee tara ಭಾಷೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಭಾಷೆಯ ಒಂದು ಶಬ್ದ ಏನು ಬರ್ತಲ್ಲ, the language, it is not coming directly from man, no? From the soil. That is how the language originates. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರ ತುಂಬ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ತುಂಬ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ತೇಲಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶಿ ಭಾಷೆಯನ್ನು ನಾಶ ಮಾಡಿ ದೇಶಿ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಾಶ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವ ಅಂತ. ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಇಫ್ ಎನಿಬಡಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಯಾರು ನೋಬಡಿ ಯೂಸಸ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್. ಬರ್ಡ್ ವಾಚಿಂಗ್ ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ತುಂಬ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷೇ.
ನೀವು ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ಬರ್ಡ್ ವಾಚರ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಬಟ್ ಅದು ನಾನು ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಬಿಗಿನಿಂಗಲ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ನಾನು, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ HR ಕೃಷ್ಣಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲನೂ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ವೀಕ್ಷಣೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳನ್ನ ಬರೆದಿರೋದು. ನಮ್ಮ ಹಕ್ಕಿಗಳು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಇದೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಪಕ್ಷಿ ವೀಕ್ಷಣೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಇದೆ. ಇದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಶಿವರಾಮ್ ಕಾರಂತರ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಕ್ಕಿಗಳು ಅನ್ನೋದೊಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಇದೆ. ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲಕ್ಕೂ ಅವರು ನೋಡಿರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಕನ್ನಡದ ಈಕ್ವಲೆಂಟ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು. ಇದಲ್ಲದೆ ಅನೇಕ ನವೀನವರು ಅವರೆಲ್ಲನೂ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಕನ್ನಡ ಈಕ್ವಲೆಂಟ್ಸನ್ನು ಕಾಯಿನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಈಕ್ವಲೆಂಟ್ಸನ್ನು ಕಾಯಿನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಬಹುಶಃ ಈ ಥರದ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳ ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ, ಅಥವಾ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಪ್ರಚುರಪಡಿಸಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಬಹುಶಃ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಅಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಬರ್ಡ್ ವಾಚರ್ಸ್ ಇದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ವಾಟ್ ಯು ಸೆಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಡನ್ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದಷ್ಟು ಇವಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾಯಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಮಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡಿಸೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದಷ್ಟು ನಾವು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲನೂ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ.
And that brings me to
yeah.
And we have Naveen here. You guys should get in touch with Naveen.
Yeah, that's fine. See, ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೋಬೇಡಿ, ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಅದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಬೇಕು, ನಿಜ ಅದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಒಪ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ.
Sir, I'll stop you for
ಹಾಂ ಹೌದು. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವೈಲಬಲ್ ಒಂದು. ಎರಡನೇದು ಕಾಯಿನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ದು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸಲ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕಾಯಿನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲನೂ. ಕೃಷ್ಣಮೂರ್ತಿಯವರು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಥರದ ಅನೇಕ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಅವರೇ ಹೆಸರುಗಳನ್ನ ಕಾಯಿನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಆ ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಬಹುಶಃ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ಗುಡ್ ಸೈನ್ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ.
Absolutely, sir. Krishna, one second. I want to ask Karthik something. He has to share an anecdote. And in fact, Karthik's tree book is now translated in Kannada. And people are doing that also.
In fact, taking off from what you just said, we are working on a small book on butterflies also in Kannada. Srinivas is doing
Good. Excellent.
But to answer the question that Seshadri asked a little while ago, what's the way forward? I think since the hall is so full of adults here, and I'm sure all of us do come in contact with youngsters, I would just urge all of you to spend time with them, try and see if you can take them outdoors. Just a small anecdote that I would want to share here. This was many years ago when I was still with WWF. My senior colleague was big time into snakes, and his talks on snakes was very, very popular. I'll keep it brief. And out of the blue, we got a call saying that there are 40 zoology professors who are supposed to undergo their refresher course once every other year or something. And they're all in Bannerghatta. We were supposed to interact with them for about an hour and a half. I was supposed to speak to them as well. My senior colleague was supposed to address them too. We reached Bannerghatta, but on the way we dropped into my senior colleague's house quickly. He grabbed a few snakes, put them in his pocket, and we went there. And out there, the wooden trees, stumps, which were basically the seating arrangement for the professors. They were all the way from those who had just joined service, maybe a couple of years into teaching, to those who would retire in a year or so. Thankfully, he took a lot of time. You know what snakes can do to an audience, right? So he started speaking, pulled out one snake and started talking about it from his pocket. And that really grabs the attention of the audience. And we had an hour and 30 minutes. At about an hour and 25 minutes, he said, "Karthik, the stage is yours." So it was a blessing in disguise because I really didn't go prepared. I didn't really have much to speak about, but thankfully there's something that dropped on me when we were sitting outdoors, and then I held on to that. When my chance came, I got everybody to stand up, come and take a look at what was in my hand, and asked what it was. All the 40 of them, almost in unison, said, "It's an ant." They all said it's an ant. I said, "All 40 of you are wrong. Do you want to take another look at it?" They pulled my hand, they took a look at it, and they said, "No, you're just trying to pull our legs." I said, "They're one leg too many. Take a look at it." And what I had in my hand was, in fact, a spider which was mimicking an ant. What I had on my hand was an ant mimic spider. So all that I had to tell them was, as zoology teachers, please do not teach zoology within the four walls of the classroom. Please go out along with your students. That's all that I had to say. And believe me, this is a very, very important thing for all of us who are anywhere remotely interested in nature or natural history. I think this has come out from what everyone has said, all the panelists have said also. And even if it's a park in your neighborhood, small bunch of plants in your apartment complex has something to offer. Please be curious. If you have children around, get them to look at these things with the same lens of curiosity. And that's the way forward, I think, to be able to achieve something.
Absolutely. And that's a wonderful note to end the panel discussion with. And thank you all. Thank you for your time, and thank you all for being so patient.
On a very short note, I
apologies to Shaman.
Half a minute to sort of give an apology. When I came up onto the stage, I went to that corner for the simple reason that all the other people out here have had something to do with an educational institution formally, whether the Scouts or World Wildlife Fund or the University of Agricultural Sciences or the Jayanagar National College. I'm the only guy who is not a teacher. And I think can try to answer the point that Professor Nataraj mentioned about we even talk to dogs in English today. I recollect an incident which my mother used to mention of a senior colleague of her dad, of my mother's dad, who in those days was I think a deputy general manager or assistant general manager of the then South Indian Railway. He named his dog with the same name as his boss. And every time the boss would be called home, that dog would be scolded in English by name. So talking to English has value.
Thank you. Thanks everyone. Give them a big round of applause, please.
Stay on the stage. The mic drops. Stay on the stage.
So there was quite a panel discussion, I think. I thank all the panelists for taking us through the journey of how our city and its birds have changed, along with bird watchers and bird watching. I would like to call T.S. Srinivasa, co-founder of EcoEdu, to give a small token of appreciation from the organizers.
ಹುಡುಗ ಬಂದಿಯಾನೆ ಅವನು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಲೀಗ್ನ ಮೊಮ್ಮಗ ಅವನು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಈಸ್ ಬರ್ಡ್ ವಾಚಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವ್ರ ತಂದೆ ನನಗೆ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವನು ಯಾವ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಬರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಕಡೆನೇ ಅವನ ಗಮನ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಇಂಥ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಎನ್ಕರೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಆ ಮಗುನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕರಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಬಾಮರಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯು ಕಮ್ ಹಿಯರ್. I want to give this small book. It's Collins Guide to the Indian Birds. Sir, you should have given a soft copy to the dude on his mobile. He will do it better. We'll have to tell them, teach them how to use the mobile first. And he knows.
On stage, please. We're running out of time.
Okay. Good.
Thanks everyone.
Thank you.
So we can now move on to the quiz. We have the preliminary round now, and those who have formed teams can participate in this to win some exciting prizes. So over to the quiz masters, and all the best to all the participants.
ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್ ನಿಮ್ದು ಚಾರ್ಜರ್ ನಿಮ್ದಲ್ಲ.
Hello. So we have the preliminaries for the quiz, and anybody is welcome to take part in it. You just need to be a group of 2, so you can pick any partner, and the quiz will be consisting of 30 questions. They will be projected on the screen. You need to take part by entering the answers into your mobile phone. So we'll give you a URL and you're all set up. There's no pen, there's no paper. Okay, so we encourage anybody interested to take part. Shall I give the introduction? instructions? So, those of you interested in taking part, please sit in your groups, groups of 2. If you think you don't have any partners, maybe you can raise your hand and maybe you can find some partnerships somewhere here. No registration. So if you form a group of 2, please enter into just one mobile phone. Don't enter into 2 entries. So you will need to go to the URL birdday.in/quiz. There's a, please check if you have internet access. Yeah. We are actually running short of time, so the faster we can do this, the better. So those who are not taking part, can go a little to the back. Yeah. Okay, so the URL is birdday.in/quiz, QUIZ. Or you can also use that QR code if you are absolutely against typing it in. Okay, so we'll speed through. Essentially, the questions are straightforward. Some of them are factual, some of them you can actually work out, some using the hints. Give it your best. We won't have much time. We are already running late. So I'll leave it to Bijoy to handle the actual questions. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Hope all of you have been able to log into this web page. Anyone hasn't? Please, able to log in? Yes, that's what it is. You just need to enter the name of your team and then move on to other. So once you fill in that first page, you'll be able to move ahead. Okay, so we'll just take about 2 minutes just to get you comfortable. Are we ready to? Everyone's ready? Okay. Okay. So yes, I have. I'm getting there. So great empathy for that word, that phrase. So I think the cellular signal will be pretty decent here, and it's a simple form, so no multimedia, no major downloads, so you can move ahead very quickly. Okay, I'm just going to start in another minute. Okay, great. Everyone done? Okay. I'll wait for another minute. Sorry? No, okay, one connected phone per team. So that means no Googling and all of that. I mean, you won't have time to Google, but I have been surprised in the past, so yeah. Okay, so I'm going to start now. Okay, we will get into our first question. We have time for about 30 questions. Okay, sure. Do you think you can sort of help them with that, Shamal, if you can? I think they need some help with that form, the team of 2 there. There's nothing to download. You just need to go to that web page. Sorted? So how many teams do we have? Is everyone participating? Is there anyone not participating? Okay, I'm just waiting for a team of 2. Are you started? Set? I'll just go over the last rules. You know, the questions won't be repeated. You won't be able to submit past the deadline. And yeah, no negative marks, etc. All right, we're about to start. Array, I've just waited for many minutes. Okay, one. It's much more fun once it gets started, trust me. No, once you submit it, it moves ahead. You have to move ahead. And after time, the forms will close. Yeah, I mean, there's some serious tech behind it. I don't know what it is, but. Okay. Are you ready, ma'am? Is your team set up? Are we ready to launch? Okay. I mean, when I move to the next question, the time's up. Okay, great. We're starting. All right. Just wanted to check. We have a multimedia round, so if I click, will it play? Okay. Okay, I'll figure it out. Okay. Beginning. Okay. Everyone ready? No cheating, no copying. First question. The ornate feathers of the peacock that end in eyes and are called the train are not tail feathers. What is the correct term for these kind of feathers? No, it's an open quiz. Okay, next question. What is the English name for the bird known as Kembuta in Kannada? If you know the answer, keep quiet and enter the form. Okay, moving on to the next one. The proverb, one swallow does not a summer make, does not make sense to Bangalore birders because. Okay, next one. And this should be easy to everybody. I hope you're entering your answers there, because if you don't enter your answers, you won't be able to submit them. This is question 4. We're on question 4. Moving ahead. Okay, this should be easy too. In 2014, parts of India were hit by cyclone Hood. No, 4 is over. We've moved on to 5. No? This was 4. This is 5. The 4 was, what was the title? So I'm not going to do this again. Okay. Yeah. Was it too fast? Yes. Okay. Thanks. I'll take that as feedback. Okay. Now you know what we've lingered on 4. So this is 5. Parts of India were hit by a cyclone. Named after which bird? I'm moving ahead. Moving ahead. Which bird species was the sanctuary, Sri Lankamalleshwara Wildlife Sanctuary, designated to protect? Sanctuary is not in our state. We're moving on. Okay, soon enough. Okay. Okay, we are moving ahead. Next question. I think we'll give about 15 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. What is good? Sorry? Okay, thanks. Okay, what bird species was the Sri Lankamalleshwara Wildlife Sanctuary designated to protect? Yes, not in the state of Karnataka. Moving ahead. Okay, I'm getting prompts to move ahead. Now I'm going to try and play this call. If it doesn't, I'm going to play the same call from my phone. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's the call. Do you want me to play it again? Okay, we are on question 8. 7 was the previous question. Okay, this is an excerpt from a piece, and these are the words of the founding member, one of the founding members of the Delhi Birdwatching Society. Like most Indians, I took birds for granted until my father sent me Dr. Salim Ali's delightful book from Dehradun jail and opened my eyes to an entirely new world. Only then did I realize how much I had been missing. Who was this person? Is the question. You want me to move ahead? Because there are some people who want me to stay on this slide. Okay. Next question. A British naval intelligence officer turned novelist created this Cold War fictional hero whose name became slang for a man skilled at womanizing. Interestingly, he borrowed this character's name from the author of this field guide. Who's the person we're talking about? I said he borrowed the name, so it has to be the same name, right? I'll read the question again. Yeah, there is just one name. There's just one answer to this question. The author of the field guide is the name of the character. Okay? Move ahead. Okay, I'm going to do this again. Let's see if this works. Identify the songbird, not the other one. A lot of background chatter. Okay, moving ahead. Okay, this is, I expected a younger audience as well, but there's a theory, a conspiracy theory among Gen X that argues that birds are not real. According to this conspiracy theory, what are birds? Question 11. So if they're not real, what are they? Next question coming up. Okay, this you should have studied in school. The Greek tragedist. Okay, the cause of his death was said to be due to a bird dropping a tortoise on his head. Which bird? Okay, moving on. Two associations of women, the Fur, Fin and Feather Folk and the Plumage League. Now these went on to become which famous organization? You're in question 13, very lucky number. You get this, you max the quiz. Questions? Eddie, move ahead. Okay. There's a title of a recent book which compiles the transcripts of talks given on All India Radio by Dr. Salim Ali. What's the name of the book? This should be easy. There's a lot of talk around it, It's also a, can I say, what we call it, an internal rhyme for those who study literature. Question 14, moving on to 15. Now, this bird in the picture is so named because of its ornamental feathers, which resemble a fluffy collar that was in vogue among Victorian women, fashionable women. Most of us know what the name of the male is, but what's the name of the female? What is the name given to the female? You can enter the answer in your form and move ahead. Next question, 16. Now this is for enthusiasts of taxonomy or opponents of taxonomy. The term splitter is used for a taxonomist who treats every population with a minor plumage variation as a separately named form. Interestingly, I think MBK had shared something in the Bangalore Bird Friends of Wildlife group about this tendency. So what is the term for a taxonomist of the opposite leaning? One is a splitter, the other is a... Moving to the next one, 17. Do you need more time? So this, again, terminology, a nidifugous bird is one in which downy chicks leave the nest shortly after hatching. What are birds in which the chicks hatch blind and devoid of feathers called? It contains a part of the first word. Okay, moving on to 18. The feathers that arise from the thumb of birds form what is called the bastard wing, or there's a more polite word for it. Somewhat polite. Okay. Next question. This is a sitter, okay? But you need to be standing up to do this. European dance form and the name of a bird share common etymological roots. The dance sounds like the name of the bird. What is the name of the bird? The bird isn't necessarily European. No, it's not. I mean, the Europeans came us and left us with Bangalore, which is becoming Bangalore. What can we... Okay, this is for those who know the music. Come on. Most of you in this generation should have known this. Some bird singing in the dead of night, take these sunken eyes and learn to see. All your life, you were only waiting for this moment to be free. This is the second verse of a famous song by one of the world's probably the world's most famous boy band. Which bird are we talking about? Not Meatloaf. Sorry, he's not a boy band. I can, but then that would give away the... Maybe after. Do you want me to sing the song? You were only waiting for this moment to be free. Yeah. Okay, question 21. Who is the author of the bird book? Hakipukka. Hakipukka. No, is it? Or Pukka? Oh, I thought that was a... It's not the Haki book. Next question coming up. No one's asked me to stop on this one. Okay. No puns here, but this international cricketer, now sadly deceased, had a turbulent relationship with the Premier League team from Bangalore, no guesses, which he briefly coached. He had little to do with ornithology, but his first and last names sound like the names of birds. His cousin, a Hollywood star, goes by the same last name. Who are you talking about? Clue. Okay, 23. I think we are on 23, right? Yeah, 23. Which common wetland bird is being described here? Okay, usually solitary when feeding or in small loose parties, gregarious at roost, colonial when nesting. Its method of hunting is typically heron-like, either standing hunched up and motionless, but fully alert on the water's edge or amidst a squelchy puddle, or stalking stealthily, lifting each foot clear of the water and putting it down circumspectly. Neck craned forward and bill poised in readiness to jab at the quarry. Observe catching fish by belly flopping on the water from overhanging stone slab. The rest I have not shown you because it's easier to get the bird from that. So which common wetland bird? everything you know about it except one thing, which would give it away, has been shown to you. Moving on to 24. 24, okay. The person standing second from left was known for recognizing and designating Kokrebellur Bird Sanctuary. Name the person. There are, yes, from the left, yeah, the one in the dark sweater. You all know the person in the center, right? Just checking. Well, a lot of people don't know who that person is. Those who began birding in the 2000s probably don't have a sense of legacy, so requires reminding from time to time. Okay, name this mythical bird which is a symbol of the kingdom of Mysore. Yeah, you can take some time over this one. We have 5 questions to go, and we are... Yes, lunch is waiting. It's waiting for me as well. Spellings? No, I think we'll be... Yeah, I think we won't be so... We need people in the finals. Okay. Sorry? You want me to write it in Kannada? Magadi Lake, not near Magadi Road, is protected as a wintering site for which species of bird? Now this all of you should know, especially those who are into photography and all of that. You should know. Twitching also leads people there. Okay, next question, 27 coming up. Okay, sitters, this I want correct spelling, okay? Identify this bird. Yeah, give you some time. Oh. I don't know, we'll, if you have a lot of entries, then we'll figure this out. Next one, coming up, identify this fruit, sorry, this bird. Okay, this should be easy, it's not a very long name also. Going to the next one. This is like, you know, have a bad hair day some days. Identify this bird. Okay, we are... Yeah. Identify with the, identify with the bird. Yeah. Okay, we're moving to the last question. They're all easy. Last question coming up. Okay, we're just dwelling on this one just to build the tension. Okay. Can you see this picture carefully? Look closely at the picture. Anyone who cannot see the picture carefully, closely? Something's happening to this bird. Yeah, it's zoomed actually. I mean, you can use binoculars if you have. Okay, can you not see me? Oh, okay. Can you now see what's... Okay, what is going on? What is this behavior called? It's pretty simple, straightforward. Answer in the question. Yeah, so you'll have to submit now. So so submit all your answers now, and then the form will be disabled, so you can't think about it later and come back and say, I remembered something. Doesn't work like that. So we will announce the results. The results will be available. So you can lick your wounds at leisure after that. Thank you so much. We shall come back after the break. Enjoy your lunch. And We'll tell you who qualified. So I hope all of your teams have interesting names, because that's not a criterion, but it helps. Thank you.
One announcement, after lunch, we will continue in hall 1, which is right next door on the first floor. Okay, we won't be here, we'll be in hall 1. Yeah, markers.
Hello, everyone. Yeah. Come back after the lunch. Results. Remotely from Jodhpur or Udaipur. So they have been disqualified. Okay, so Then this is not in a particular order. Jungle fowl, then okay. As member, so yeah. So this is the second two. There's two Trogans, so maybe one of them will have to change the name.
One can be watched.
So are all of the people here? No, I mean this last team especially. So the team Trogan, Brinda and Raghavendra, are they here? Oh, okay. Okay, so we have all the teams. We bring them here. So can the teams come to the front, please? Yeah.
You want the mic, no? For the first quiz, what are the right
We put it online. Okay. So did everyone manage to see the answers to the prelims?
Check,
So the
check.
answers are on the same link. So if you go to birthday.in/quiz, you will find the answers. So we don't want to spend too much time on the preliminaries. So those were the answers.
So, hi everyone, I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. I'm going to introduce the quiz masters now. So one of our quiz masters, the first one, Shamal L. Shamal is an independent researcher with a broad training in biology, statistics and numerical computing. His work has been at the intersection of computation and biology. He is a practitioner of open science and is one of the most prolific Wikipedia editors on topics related to Indian natural history. He also contributes free licensed images to Wikimedia Commons, where he also produces illustrations using Inkscape that are free for reuse. Our second quiz master, Bijoy Venugopal. Bijoy Venugopal is a communications professional and travel writer based in Bangalore. He began birding in 1989 with the Birdwatchers Field Club of Bangalore. His inexhaustible love for the outdoors has led him to watch birds in 17 countries. Although his favorite haunts remain the Himalayan broadleaf forest and the sholas of the Western Ghats. At home in East Bangalore, he can be spotted on weekends birding and leading walks at Solkere, his neighborhood patch where he has documented more than 160 species of birds. Following a brief illness in 2019, he resolved to watch birds every day and has recorded an unbroken streak of 1,000 days of making checklists. Over to the quiz masters now to explain the rules of the quiz.
There was a request ask people not to what the scores the teams got. So I'll just quickly read out the scores. The first team, Kappe, got 21 marks. Trogan, Prasad and Srisha got 24. Changalfar got 17. Deepa and Co 19. Abhimanyu and this was a single person who she didn't have a partner and she got 14 and now she's found a new person to accompany, so it's fine. Okay. So this other Trogan, Trogan 2. Yeah, can you please rename yourself? I think it will help. Trogan 2 will work. Okay, so your team got
we change it also
14.
to Merlin.
Okay. The Finches also got 14. Yeah, that's about it. So another request was somebody wanted the team's positions here randomized. So we will just do that now. So you pick your 1, 2, 3, 4. That will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. pick your chips and then you sit accordingly.
That's it.
Okay, rewrite the mic. Hey, your random thing didn't work. Your starting number should have been 4 randomized. Random number generator.
Okay.
Nobody gets it, you get a chance.
Who's handling the chocolates? Yeah, maybe you take. So can you please?
Once the audience doesn't get it right, I'll get one chocolate.
Okay, so the rules are fairly simple. We have about 8 plus 1 round. Okay. So we'll talk about that. 8 rounds are regular quiz. 1 9th round is a dumb charades. Act out the word. Yeah, you have to act out the word's name and the other person has to identify it.
Or you do it, I'll try to figure out because I can keep asking.
The first 4 rounds will go in that order. The next 4 rounds go in this order. I'll handle the first half, Bijoy will take over the second half. So, the first team gets 10 marks on if they get on the direct question. If it passes and somebody answers, it's 5. Otherwise, it goes to the audience. You'll get about 10 seconds. Some of the questions involve reading and looking carefully at things. We'll give you a little more than 10 seconds in that case. Okay, so we'll go by our own timer, no physical time. Okay, so we'll start off. Scorekeeping is here, so please keep an eye, ensure that everything is scored correctly. Audience also. Okay. So let's hope
Do we
technology issues.
is it directed at one team first or is it?
Yeah, so the first one is to first group, okay? Okay, so there it is, the rules, okay, and okay, the first round is very simple. It's if you are a birder, what kind of captcha will be shown to you, okay? To prove that you are a birder and not a robot.
What is that? I didn't get it.
Yours first. Identify this bird.
Koel, Asian koel.
Next team, please.
Kokal.
It's the greater group, is it? You get 5 points to the second team. So how did you tell?
He said Koel. I knew it was not Koel.
The next person.
So glad I went with him.
Okay, good. So here's the next step.
Is this for me? Yeah. It's the yellow water lapwing. Oh.
Grey-headed lapwing.
Can somebody move the microphone?
There's one extra mic here. There's a mic here.
Red wattled lapwing.
You can only keep it here. They have another. Okay, okay.
Negative marking ilva.
No negative marking.
This goes to you now. Yeah.
It's funny. Next, yeah, what is this?
Green shank.
Okay, 10. Yeah, you're right.
No, no.
They have. And you have to. Oh, you over, no?
when it comes back.
Okay, ready?
Purple rump sunbird. Lotan sunbird. Sorry.
Okay, I don't know what to do. What do we got? Sorry.
No, we'll cancel the, we'll not give you any.
No, but we would have said Lotus.
Yeah, so, but we, sorry.
No, but that is exactly the next thing.
No, give it
It
to
was
them,
exactly
give it to
right.
them, that's okay.
No. So, yeah, please stick to one response. Think about it. One response. Yeah. So, what do we do? Okay, please next team.
Yeah.
Hey, who does it go to? Yeah, it's your team. Your team. Correct. Yeah.
Super.
Booted eagle. Booted eagle. Okay, so there should be one more question.
There should be one more.
Yeah, what happened to that question?
We missed out 6 questions.
Oh, you had 7 teams, I believe.
We were prepared for this. So what do we do with the 6?
You were prepared for 6.
Ask them a PhD question.
I can tell you a joke about it.
Oops. Wait, I'm stuck. No. Okay. Did we miss one? No, we should.
How did we call it?
Look at the slide.
We can't hear.
Sorry?
No, but the week was a bit
The week should have been font color.
The week should have been a bit. Yeah.
Greenish.
Okay, unfortunately we don't have.
So by default we get 10 points.
No, not default fault.
Can we ask questions to his masters too?
That's after the only with a bouncer.
I'm so sorry. I didn't really get it right.
Okay,
this is fun.
So it's slightly not of the same kind. So we are giving them a PhD question. Yeah. 2 PhDs deserve PhD. 1.5.
Swami.
Okay, so you all beaten eggs, no? So when you beat an egg, there's something stringy that's attached to the yolk, which in an intact egg, is the yolk.
You
at the
remembered.
center. So we have blacked out the word for it. What is the term for that?
Notochord. No?
Spine.
Ayyo.
Wrong PhD.
Yeah. I studied botany.
Okay, we pass the baton now.
No,
You passed it.
yeah.
You don't want to
You don't have a response?
Yeah.
Membrane something.
What's the Greek word for membrane?
Anyone in the audience?
Okay,
Audience.
umbilica is very close, but no, it's not.
Audience.
Amniotic is the fluid. on
Is the
other
fluid
side.
around?
Anyone else in the audience?
Definitely PhD.
No, the high school biology.
No, it's
should learn.
it's Kalaza.
Nobody
Kalaza.
knows.
Oh.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, can we go to the next team? It starts now, again with the one. Yeah, please. I think we have been showing this picture, so please tell us.
Give it a try, No, I think after the fourth round it will start.
Plane and the bird, no?
Question for you again, isn't it? Number 6. You,
Number one.
Okay, so this time it's going to be jargon. So what's the term for the specific flight style being shown here? So it has to be the specific word, huh? Don't guess the general term.
Gliding.
Gliding. You're giving that as your final. Yeah. Next, please.
Banking.
Banking is turning the flight style. Next team.
Pass.
Rogan.
I think plan. Pass.
Wheeling.
Wheeling.
No. Is it levitating? Close?
It's very close.
It's close. Physics properties. No.
Audience. Very close, but there's a very specific term for that.
Good
Very
one.
close. You ask Dr. Krishna in front, he will tell you the answer.
Don't worry, we have it all on display.
Krishna, you know the word. No, they actually don't fly. You know the bird.
The air pushes the bird up from
It's
the
dynamic soaring. That was the
Dynamic soaring.
Yeah, that's why I said very specific.
Dynamic soaring. This is very
Next team,
scientific.
Harish, your team, please. Next question. What's the term for what is being illustrated here?
This was on the Telegram channel.
Yeah, it's there in your wildlife group. The word for this.
Nest material collection.
Nest material collection, but
I
what
don't
is it doing? It's something very specific.
Plucking.
It's a technical term. This is a jargon round. There's a technical term for what's happening there. What's the word?
I don't. Pecking? No.
Not able to recall. Bisibele bath effect.
Oh, sorry.
For harvesting.
For harvesting. Very close. Yeah, next.
5 points.
Is it pelage harvesting? Fur? No.
Pelage, no.
Pelagia. I was going for the Latin word.
Yeah. Your first team.
I forget.
You don't.
I've read the paper too, but I forget.
Okay.
Forget the term. So.
Okay, audience. Feathering the nest. No, but it was collecting hair actually.
Feathering the nest only.
Any dermatologists here in the audience? So the word kleptotrichis. And in fact, we had a report of this in 1974 from Bangalore.
Kleptotrichis.
The word was yet to be invented. Okay, which team next? Prasad's team will get this. What is being illustrated here?
It's the bird dropping.
What's the technical term for it? Word.
Cooling the way.
It's a jargon word.
Whitewashing.
No, I think I will pass.
Poop balancing.
I'd say guano.
My God, no.
No?
No, what is the technical term for what is being? But no, that is wrong.
Yeah.
They also know it's dropping. You said it's guano.
It's
But what is it? It's actually doing something else.
it's shitting its legs.
Pass.
Poop coating.
You go ahead.
It's cooling of the legs by dropping its own.
It's got a one.
Hinting at
All that in
thermoregulation.
one word.
Thermoregulation.
What?
Can I attempt second time?
Yes.
Thermoregulation.
But it's all right. All of it is correct. But there's one technical term that we were looking for. Audience?
Eurohydrosis.
Hydrosis actually, not I, it's HI. So they are pooping on their legs to cool themselves.
You can keep it.
Eurohydrosis, not hydrosis. That's the correct spelling. Your team, right? No. What is being shown here? What's the term for this?
Any clue? Pass.
Technical term for this.
Holosphere. Holosphere.
Hollow Siri.
Holosiri.
Hollow.
Hollow.
Hollow sears. Oh, no.
Holospheres.
No. It's a good description, but maybe incorrect.
I think it's called nares.
Nares.
Nostril nair.
Nair is the opening, but what we are looking at is a specific kind of nair.
Ossified nair is the.
I'll say CEI seer, that's it.
No, pass.
Nostril. I mean,
Pass.
Okay, I'll give another clue. This characterizes South American vultures, separates them from Oriental vultures, this character.
We don't give them any marks now.
Yeah.
They have the olfactory adaptation, by the way. Yeah.
Also, yes.
The New World vultures.
Yeah.
Enhanced sense of smelling.
Yeah, but this particular
term
character has got a term. Okay, let's ask the audience.
Audience?
No
Tubercle, no.
Pervious nostril.
no googling, sorry. No googling.
What? Answer is pervious nostril. Yeah, it's allowed.
They get more time.
How did you Google it? What was the term you used to Google?
Vulture nose hole.
Good one. Good one.
Yeah. Good tip for people to. Yeah. Some of them have pervious, but I don't think falcons have any. Okay,
Yeah.
so the next question goes to you. What is being illustrated here?
Imprinting.
Yeah.
Yay.
10, it was 10 to 5. And do you know who the person is? Yes.
Yeah, Conrad Lawrence.
Okay, somebody give a chocolate there. Subi.
Yeah, you could also like a chocolate.
Imprinting.
Yeah, Subi. So,
Scorer, can you please put our pen slightly more boldly? Tough to get marks here.
it's imprinting. The person is Konrad Lorenz, who got a Nobel Prize. He is now in a bit of disrepute because he was also in the Nazi supporter.
Yeah.
Okay, next, your team, right? Okay, be ready. What's common to this?
What's common to these? Aposematism, I would say. Bright colors with toxins. Warning color aposematism is what.
Give them marks.
You need more specific.
Yeah, PhD. Yeah.
Okay, we will give you points if no one else gets it better. Okay, pass. Hey, this way please, that way, that way.
They have a mic. No.
Somebody move the mic. Okay. Yeah.
One matter, what's the common in this atom? A bright coloration to.
Yeah, that's he used the technical term aposematism. Warning colors, all red is right.
Color, he's same, wearing the same color.
You're also wearing a nature color, right?
Xantho something.
Maybe, no, not really. Okay. Same answer.
Is this Bateson mimicry?
No, it's not mimicry. They are toxic as they suggested, and they're having warning colors. Audience, both are poisonous. Anyone know what the poison is?
Cyan would be blue.
In department.
The one with
Okay, this is a blue cap ifrit. There's also a hooded pitahi. All of them have matracotoxins in their skin and feathers. Yeah, so I think we can give them 5 marks. So PhDs we expect more. So what is the? Have we done with this round? It's not. Round 2 is over. Round 2 is over. Okay, so you. Okay, this time it's going to be even more scientific. Okay. In 1987, a researcher found that many European white stocks wintering in South Africa that had been ringed had leg injuries caused by gangrene next to the ring. The cause was a habit of stocks that had not been considered. What was the cause?
Leg injuries caused by gangrene next to the ring. The cause was a habit of stocks not being considered. What?
Is it because
Birds have a muscle, tendon, and bone.
The wing.
Are there any medical people here?
All the PhDs.
They're quacks.
at their wings during flight to take off?
Which part of the wings?
The shoulder.
Okay, what do they do?
What do they do? To help them fly, take off?
Preen as well as.
It's here, right? At the.
Preen.
No.
I think we'll give them the mark. It is at the shoulder.
Yeah.
It lifts the wing up.
Yeah. So that helps them fly.
5.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Simple question, please.
So if you see the New Zealand was collected to extinction. That's the bird. Very little is known about its life history, but its skull says something about its life, what it did in life, how it foraged. So okay, Okay, pass on to Deepa.
Yeah, we will.
No, it is actually not.
It doesn't have.
It might be.
It may be carnivorous, is what I'm saying, because.
Carnivorous, probably.
Bugla.
Insects from bark of wood.
Was it a sapsucker? No. Okay, so the clue is actually in this part. Okay, so the next team. In subsequent catches, what's the name of this technique? So that's the method.
Ringing?
Ringing is just a.
The Salim-Ali extrapolation theory.
It's passed around, no? It's not our.
No, you get 5 anyway. Okay, who gets the next? No. Okay. So zebra, finch, canary, parakeet, pigeon, chicken. What scientific technique?
There are some people from Udaipur who want to be part of it also.
Yeah, give Vidisha 5 marks.
Okay.
Give her 5 marks. mortals to answer that. You guys have passed this online so much.
Shamal, is this
DNA sequences are also. Okay. The flattened and widely separated radii and ulna, you see that flattened special adaptation found in birds, has been suggested as there are
The chicks under the wings.
that's so that exactly. Okay, so we are done. Yeah. How are we on?
Three rounds. Team 1 till just 4. Team 2 with 15 points. Team 3 with 10. Team 4 with 5. Team 5 with 20. And Team 6 with 25.
Okay, so we are in the fourth round.
Yeah, Prashant.
Okay, so this
So
one.
let us read the answer, please.
Yeah.
Both the.
So you heard the answer, they gave one, which is quite yeah. So is this clear? So the males carry the young, and sometimes they shift the nest, they carry the eggs and move them to another place. So it is thought to help them. The females don't care with the young, they keep going behind multiple males. So they fight with each other. So it is thought that this is used for karate chops. Okay, so the next one is a historical one, lots of historical.
Pass. You're the history boss. You should score here.
Okay, so here's the first question. This is the coat of arms for Calcutta city. What are those two birds? You have to be very specific. Don't give them my generic names, anything. Exact species of that bird.
I would say painted storks.
Pass. Wrong. Pass. Don't. No second attempts. You please have to discuss it before you answer it.
Request all of you to speak into your mic.
Every Kolkatan would know it.
Open bill stocks.
Open.
No. Next.
Adjutant stork.
Great.
Okay.
Greater adjutant.
Greater adjutant. Do you know why?
There are a lot of deaths due to famine, and there is to be a lot of carrion eaters like vultures and adjutant storks around in Calcutta.
Yeah, greater adjutants were in plenty in Calcutta, and they were cleaning up the city, and even the municipal corporation had them as the logo.
And when did they all go to the garbage dumping Guwahati?
That you got to tell.
During the Bengal famine or in general?
It was very common in the 1800s to almost 1900, and then it became very rare. Okay, next.
Yeah.
Okay. The American ornithologist Elliott Coues and the Indian ornithologist R.C. Turtler are both thought to have died due to premature deaths due to something they were dealing with in their ornithological work. What?
I'm guessing it's the bird flu.
Bird flu.
Bird flu. No.
Avian malaria.
No.
If it is not bird flu, we don't know.
Psittacosis.
Psittacosis, right? Everyone's approaching close, but no.
Give us close to
Very close.
Something like bronchitis from all the dust and asbestos from preserving
If that
specimens.
was the case, I would have given it to you. Audience. Oh, we have one more. Okay, I think Sudhir will be disqualified from chocolates. Yes, it is arsenic poison.
What's the answer?
Arsenic poisoning. Arsenic was used for treating bird skins and storing them, keeping them pest free. So, arsenic is a accumulator poison. Okay, next team, who starts? Okay. This Norwegian zoologist, Thorleif Schjelderup Ebb, watched chickens on a farm during his summer, and he made a discovery at the age of 19. The phrase or term deriving from his discovery has entered commonplace English language usage. What did he discover?
Let the teams answer first.
What is it?
They'll come to you later.
Chickens. Brooding.
Brooding? No. Brooding was known long ago.
Imprinting, maybe?
We have already seen who found imprinting.
Okay.
We are going with henpeck.
Well, that's very close.
Okay.
But we won't give it answer. You will see what the next team says. Yeah.
Pecking?
Pecking was what we were going for.
Yeah.
No? Oh. So what did chicken do?
Chickening.
Chickening out.
It's been leaked. The answer has been leaked here, but nobody heard it.
Bird brain.
Bird brain, no.
No, I said it just now. After I
No,
got
no,
my.
no, you should do this.
Yeah, you should.
You should have got it in your answer. Yeah. Yeah. Audience.
Pecking order.
Pecking order. Good guess.
Kudos to Google.
Okay, who's next? Who gets the next stage? Four. Okay. This lady was one of the survivors of the Titanic sinking. You know that women were given first choice. So her husband drowned.
Yeah.
And her husband was a very wealthy man called J.J. Astor. And she became very wealthy from the returns. She married again, and from her second marriage, her son became a very famous artist, bird artist. And he illustrated the first Indian book that was fully illustrated. I mean, it had all the birds of India picture. So, who is the artist, or you can name the book that was produced? It's a bird book that many of us grew up with. No, we pass.
Book name?
The book name or the author, I will give you for either, or the artist name. Yeah, please pass on.
The book is Field Guide to Birds of the Indian Subcontinent.
I'll pass. I don't know.
Team 1.
Yeah, can't really figure out.
The first book that had all the pictures of birds. Okay, team 2. You grew up on this. Come on.
Collins, is it? Collins? No. Go.
Hey!
Not.
Hey!
Go.
No, let's see.
Go.
What is that thing?
Now your time.
Yeah, we'll pass.
Filter the sound out.
No. Next, please.
It's a prototype of a pressure cooker.
And what metaphor in English are we talking about?
I don't know.
We give them a chocolate for such.
Wrong answers only.
Team one.
I don't know what this is. This is a wild guess. Bird's eye view.
Bird's eye view. Good idea, but it's not.
Not that. Okay.
Pigeonholing, pigeon caging.
Pigeon cage, no.
Spotting scope.
Last team, team 4 is.
Bird in hand? I'm just guessing.
Okay, audience. Canary in a coal mine is the right metaphor. But what is that thing? It's actually a canary cage. But in order to make the canary reusable, it's got an oxygen cylinder. So once the canary faints, they open the oxygen cylinder at the top and revive it and reuse it.
Oh,
yeah. So we are now last question of this round. Okay. This is a kind of trap which is used for capturing birds of prey. And this trap
birds.
Prashant, mic kodu.
At the end of 4 rounds, we have Team 6 leading with 25, Team 5 and 3 are tied at 20, Team 2 is 15, and Team 1 is 5.
And audience?
Audience is several chocolates.
Yeah. Okay, so if anybody here is not part of the Bangalore Wildlife Friends group, my deepest regrets to you now. Because
I'm not a part of it.
Yeah, but
Me neither.
Those of you who want to be part of it, please let me know. I'll help you.
Now it's too late.
Okay.
Next year.
So subtle promotion, after subtle promotion. So, okay, this round, if a bird that was described and given its binocular based on a specimen collected by Lieutenant John Atherton of the 13th Light Dragoons, sent apparently from Bangalore. The specimen was sent from Bangalore. What bird species is it?
Your turn.
Team 6.
Start with the team 6 now. Your turn. He has got
Into the mic, please, so that the audience can. What bird species was it?
Spotted owlet, I'd say.
No passes?
Grey-headed swampin.
Passes?
Florican.
Passes?
Blue-bearded bee-eater.
That's right. This is the blue-bearded bee-eater. the specific name being
Dictyorchus atharthani.
Okay. Move to the next question. Huh? Yeah, to the Strogan team, is it? Or no, team 5. Team 5. Yeah, what birds does this note deal with? Again, recorded near Bangalore. If you have difficulty reading, I'll just say, please have interest to place on record the proportions of some bird and some bird shot in the immediate neighborhood of Bangalore and examined by me during the seasons 25th November 1928 to 14th April 1929 and September 1929 and 16th March 1930. So it says comparative frequency of dash dash and dash near Bangalore.
So there are 3 birds. The audience can Google.
There are 3 birds.
2 species.
2 species? 3 species? Let's see.
You have to name all the 3 species?
At least one you can.
Yeah, let's one you can ask. I mean, you can give us all the answers, but
Go with it. Go with it.
Ultras, sappers, minors.
Okay, kites, vultures and owls.
Passes?
Common pochard and lesser whistling teal and probably a snipe, the last snipe, or maybe.
Okay, I think not entirely correct, but we'll give it to you.
Snipe, jack snipe, fantail snipe, pintail.
Species of snipe, fantail, pintail, and jack snipe. Today, I don't know. Keyboard will go bonkers and we'll try and use it. Yes. All right, moving to the next question.
Jack.
Okay. Interesting. I think we discussed this in the morning.
How close are you paying attention?
To the morning's discussion. So Joseph George, 1976.
Their question.
Recorded an increase in bird population in a 6-hectare plot in Bangalore and planting a garden. This is an excerpt from the newsletter of Birdwatchers. Where was or is that 6-hectare plot?
Question is to them, right? Yeah. Somewhere near Mahalakshmi layout.
We'll look for something specific. So, passes?
It's Indian Plywood Research Institute near Pina, next to CMTI.
Excellent. So that is where it is.
You only.
5 points there.
You only.
Okay, next question. Okay, again. Yeah, so if lunch has been adequately digested and circulation is...
MBK, I will buy you coffee, please come.
Okay. Yeah, what technique was Dr. MBK prescribing this night?
Transact. Line transact.
Okay, great. 10, that's a 10 points there. Line transact. This is the
Coffee cancel. Coffee cancel.
Crooked.
Coffee transit.
All right, this question goes to...
Yeah.
So name a bird found in Bangalore that lays eggs of this shape. No, poultry farms not considered.
Owl.
Okay, I think we'll give it to you. Yes. Super. Yeah, spotted owl, barn owl, mockingbird owl, all owls.
Why not?
Let's get a full applause for this 10 points. It sounds like a flock of birds rising. Okay. All right. Okay, one more. The Nature Club.
Lollipop. This is too easy. Come on. Too much.
Several clubs were started in schools. We have to substitute. Hello, this is a mob. We're getting stoned. What is it? I'm not going to repeat the question. What is the answer?
Sorry, hey, Marlin.
Okay. Hold on.
I thought that was.
No, it is yours.
That question. So this round has seen some tens.
This question was to make up the audience.
Sorry, I missed it.
Okay. So everyone's up with, good. Okay. I think moving to the next round, this is about birds and books.
You guys starting.
So it starts with you again. First question. Okay. Diagnosed with terminal cancer, she devoted the rest of her.
Can you come back to that question, that illustration of Merlin's illustrator?
Yes, just a moment.
The question should have been,
Who illustrated?
who is the illustrator?
Oh, God.
Oh.
That I can answer.
What's Subi?
It looks like Subi's case.
Yeah. Okay, so back to this. Diagnosed with terminal cancer, she devoted the rest of her life to birding and went on to become the first person to see 8,000 birds, a journey she documented in a book published after her death, Birding on Borrowed Time. Who is this American birder? Her name sounds like the bird, a garden bird found in North America.
And one of Saturn's moons.
Hmm?
And one of Saturn's moons.
And one of Saturn's moons, depending on which side of the cosmos you like to be oriented.
I can't recollect the name, but it's a painting that Subi went to see in Canada.
I can't give you any answers for that, so it passes.
Yeah, I know.
For what? Yeah, yes.
Her first name is Robin.
No.
Pass.
Do we have a chance? No.
We have also passed.
Phoebe.
Absolutely. Phoebe Smith-Singer. And tragically, her cancer went into remission, and she survived her cancer practically, and died in an automobile accident in the Malagasy Republic. Okay, correct. One more about. Yes, D5. This goes to D5. Yeah. The British writer Helen Macdonald wrote a celebrated autobiographical account of her struggle with grief and her attempts to tame a bird of prey not native to the British Isles. Name the book. Recent book. Not archaic.
Same expression also. Pass.
Pass.
Pass. Okay, passes back to you. Audience.
H is for hawk.
Brilliant. H is for hawk. It is. Audience, someone give them something, some sweet nourishment.
No, somebody else has it. They all have Google.
Yes, I know, but nourishment can't be contingent on all these things. Okay. Now this is going to be interesting, I think. Good question. You should be able to look at it from different ways. This artist, or not just an artist, he visited Bangalore in the 1870s, started painting a certain kind of bird, a certain group of birds when he was 18. Okay, he published his book in 1832, didn't work financially, but his paintings established his reputation as a preeminent natural history artist. But we also know him not as an artist, but as a writer of limericks and nonsense verse. Who is the artist and what birds did he paint? You get 5 points each.
Some kind of peasants?
No, that passes. You want to guess the name of the. Okay. Passes?
No.
Other side, yes.
No, they're not.
But who? Yeah, can you just pass the mic to them, please?
Prashant.
Hey, sorry.
Hold on. Is it John Gold?
No, I'm afraid not.
No, not yet.
It hasn't come to the audience.
No idea. Pass.
Was it sparrows?
No, it wasn't sparrows.
Yeah.
Yes. No?
Pass the mic.
So, pass it up.
So which do we say?
Edward Lear.
Edward Lear.
Edward Lear is right. What were the birds?
Magpies.
No.
Magpies.
No. No, magpies would not be a group, but yeah. You got half the answer, you're secure.
So, crows.
No, not crows, not rabbits. Audience, you want to take a shot at it? Parrots, yes, and Edward Lear is right. Very comprehensive.
Do they get marks?
Yeah, they get half, they get 5 here. Audience.
5 is for passing.
Give 5, boss.
Give 5, yeah, please. As it is, give us over the note and submit.
Okay, I'll say what, Shamul, I'll defer to seniority.
No, it's fine.
Right. Alright, yeah, that's 5. Edward Lear, known for his nonsense rhymes. Also visited Bangalore, that I learned in the course of this. Okay, now this is an excerpt from a book. This goes to Prasad. Okay, please pass the mic. This is an excerpt from a book, and the passage describes the writer's first encounter with Siberian cranes wintering in Bharatpur. Name the author. If you want help with the text, beyond bright-headed Tibetan geese, not 80 yards away in the open marsh, stand 2 white cranes with startling red faces and red bills, fresh as roses in the light of the new sun. Like most cranes, this prefers open areas with unobstructed views, and since it is birdy, I am scared that I might flare the first snow week, etc., etc., etc. So that is, it describes the cranes seen in Bharatpur.
Is it Jaron?
No, it's more popular literature.
Kipling? Rudyard Kipling?
If you know the book, you'll know the author.
I don't know this.
No, I was reading the. Want to risk it and say that?
Risk it.
She thinks it's Salimani.
No, it's not.
Wait, can I guess Gopi Sundar?
How many guesses are you going to have?
I said popular science.
Popular science.
Jim Corbett?
No.
No clue.
Audience, any?
No, Salim Ali was told.
No, the book is Birds of Heaven.
Never heard of
Peter Matheson.
I have a book by Peter Matheson.
It's a journey with the cranes of the world. Okay. Okay. Now this, all of you spend a lot of time at Blossoms, Goobes.
Hey, lollipop.
Easy, no?
Yeah.
Okay, this is Haruki Murakami's acclaimed novel, The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle. Most people think there's no bird. It's not about a bird, but it actually starts with a bird. Your clue is in the first paragraph. So it goes to this. Yeah. Okay. So this is an excerpt. This is the first paragraph, the opening paragraph of the book. Your clue is in the first paragraph. Then it refers to a piece of music. What bird is it about?
The thieving thrush?
Thrush. I don't know, Murakami will go to those lines. But yeah.
I don't read, so.
Whistling thrush.
No, no.
Okay, passes.
No clue, but crows.
I'll pass that.
I'm going to say magpie.
Yes.
Yes.
Thieving magpie.
See, this is the problem. I know the questions. Can other
This
people get
magpie.
answers?
Thieving magpie is Rosni's thieving magpie is
Classic.
is the
You thieved it from us.
Yeah, you give it.
scores added.
Yeah, one more question. One more question.
Yeah, I know. Okay, that is the answer. Okay, this This is an excerpt from a book again. The author of this passage is better known for his comedy science fiction franchise, described as a trilogy in 5 parts. This passage is not from any of those books. It's excerpt from a travelogue written for a television series about the world's endangered species. What's the title of the book?
Can you repeat the first part again? What's he known for? Comedy,
He's
science
known
fiction?
for his comedy science fiction franchise, very famous set of books, which he himself described as a trilogy in 5 parts. That should give it away. But this passage is from a different book, written as a travelogue.
I have no clue.
Have you passed that?
Yeah.
No, it goes this way.
This way, yeah. This is last chance to see.
Yes, it is last chance to see, and the author is Douglas Adams.
Douglas Adams, yes.
Excellent.
And start to
5
recollect
points
his
there,
name.
5 marks. And so, yes, it's a television series actually, and Mark Coverdale was the photographer, videographer, filmmaker. Okay, great. We are done with one more round, right? We have 2 more rounds. As in, yeah, we have 2 more rounds. Scores?
The scores at the end of
Give the
round
mic.
6. Team
So,
1
then
with
ask the
20.
mic.
Team 1 with 20, Team 2 with 25, Team 3 with 45, Team 4 with 5, Team 5 with 25, and Team 6 with 35.
Okay, so this round is again about words. And if you paid attention in the morning,
Where will we start?
okay, so this starts with starts this way.
Starts with 6. Starts with them.
Yeah, it starts with 6 again. Yes?
Yeah. 6.
Okay, you have it, Mike?
Yes.
First question coming up. The species name of this bird, Sutorius, refers to cobbler, but we know it by a common name that refers to another profession named the bird. Tailor bird. Okay, super. 10 points there.
Okay, we also want a lollipop.
Okay, next. Excellent, easy question coming to you. These birds get their generic name circus from the circling nature of their flight. In our part of the world, they are winter migrants. What group of birds are we referring to?
I do not know how to say group of birds because I don't know the jargon.
What we know these birds, if you see this bird, you'll say, hey, this is one of these group of birds. Do you know?
Which family of birds?
Huh?
Wait, what group of birds could it be?
I don't know raptors, what should you say? I don't
Okay.
know what to say.
Eagles slash raptors, accipiters.
I need something closer, no, not.
Okay, buzzards.
No.
They're guessing too much. I think you should pass. 3.
It's our turn? Is it our turn? Okay. Go ahead. Harriers.
Yes, it's harriers. Circus.
Well done, Prasad.
Okay, this goes to team 4. The Latin name of this group of birds is derived from the myth that they drink milk from the udders of goats. What group of birds are we referring to? This is a myth. No one, I don't think it's been documented scientifically. It's there.
Nightjars.
Okay, nightjars is right. Goat suckers, Capri mullers. Yeah, Capri mullers. Excellent. There is 5 points there, right? Passed. The question passed. Now it's a direct question. These birds are endemic to isolated patches of high altitude montane forests in the Western Ghats. And were initially classified along with chats, robins, and shortwings. Recently, 2 of these species were reclassified by some taxonomies. You can decide whether they're splitters or lumpers, and placed under a localized name that honored their ecologically sensitive habitat. What is the name?
New name of the bird?
Bird.
Sholagiri. Nilgiri Sholagiri. Sholakili.
Sholakili, and the genus is Sholicola. Solas are the habitat we are referring to. Thank you, that's great, that's 10 points.
Direct question.
Okay. Alright, this goes to team 2. Genus name, this genus name derives from the Greek for night raven. It refers to the largely nocturnal feeding habits of these birds and the croaking, crow-like call of the best known species of the genus. Which bird are we referring to? Most of us know this bird by call. Most of us checklist this bird by call as well.
Is it a nightjar?
No, it passes.
Night Picorax, night heron.
That's right. It's night heron, Necticorax. It's there. 5 points due. Now, it's your direct question, right? Okay, this is also a sitter, I think. The largest member of this family, it's the only species of this family to breed in Peninsular India. It's in some parts of India it's known as robin or washerwoman due to a certain habit that is noticeable. And its specific name, the species name, takes after the name of an Indian city that is no longer in official use.
Madras patensis.
Excellent. That is Motacilla madraspatensis, the wild wagtail, what we used to know as a large pied wagtail.
Catching up, yeah,
This is
Prashant.
10 points, and that's the end of the round.
Round seven.
Please.
Round seven. Catching up on this one.
Yeah, that's the end of this round. There's one more round.
He was catching up his scores.
Metabolism. Okay. Now this is an audio round, and I've been told by the experts that you will hear the audio when we play it. So we begin where? Here again.
6, yeah.
Team 6. We'll start with this. Let us hope this plays. If not, we will hack.
The speaker.
Not wait for 1 minute 20 seconds, but you heard the call, right? Once more. Let's play.
I would say it's a Ceylon frogmouth.
Now the question passes.
Indian nightjar.
Question passes.
Pass.
Is it a frogmouth?
You told he asked.
Already said.
No. Passes.
White rum Shama? Shama?
Passes.
Not sure.
Audience? Audience?
Wait a minute, no, why guess? Only 5.
No, it's a black-hooded oriole.
Yeah. Black-hooded oriole.
See, really, I should have got this.
Yeah, we debated this while setting this question. It's not a very commonly heard.
I've heard.
Come on, we'll start there.
But it's been heard. Okay, now we're going to play. This is your team, right? This call is a resident and often seasonally migrant bird that is found near water. Probably a song, not a call. Okay. Your answer? often sees the data.
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Marsh sandpaper?
No. Question passes?
Pass.
Pass. Clamorous red wobbler?
No. Passes? Passes. Okay. Passes. No guess?
I'm not saying it's a lark, but I don't know which one.
Okay, it's not a lark. Audience? No.
Is it a sitting cycle?
No, it's probably standing. It's not. No, it's not. It's not any of those. Okay, it is a.
Swallow would call.
Yeah, I mean, most people don't get to hear it sing so much.
The pitch would be very different.
Which I hope someone would have seen it.
The pitch would be very different.
Okay, next
You
question
really can't
goes
relate to
to,
such.
team four.
Look at signatures.
Okay, this is not a bird call, so you can.
Tchaikovsky.
Okay, this is an excerpt from, it might take a little while to initiate.
Okay.
Which bird is it named after?
Go first, some 3-4 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a guess. Can I? Can I just take a guess?
Yeah.
Black Swan.
Still playing, right?
Still playing, yeah.
Yeah. It's this one. This.
You can enjoy the music as it passes. So you said swan, it passes. Question passes.
Sorry, pass.
It's not the swan, is it? Thought it was the black swan.
It's not the black swan.
Yeah.
There's another bird.
Go ahead.
No. Associated with the same composer.
Mockingbird?
No. Passes?
It's a nutcracker.
Yes, it's from the Nutcracker Suite. Yes, that's right. So 5 points there. Audience, come on. Let's hear some clapping. Okay. What it is? Okay, now this is about the nocturnal birds call. Now the specific name of this bird is derived from the Kannada word for another bird of its kind, not this particular one. But which nocturnal bird makes this call? Question to team 3.
Right. Bocumina, Scopsol, is it?
Absolutely. 10 points there. Brilliant, brilliant. That's the answer. Bocumina, species is a Sinhalese name for the bana. Okay. Now this is another. This goes to team 2. So the Book of Indian Birds omits this bird because it's distributed only in southern India and Sri Lanka. So prior to the 2000s, birdwatchers used this bird by a common name, and but it's different from what is in field guides today. So what's the old name?
Old name?
Old name. Old name means maybe the name we grew up with.
Play this.
Yeah, play it again. You know the new name also, no?
Yeah, Prashant knows.
But I want the old name. Old name or to us, just the name. The name of the bird. Okay.
Babblers, Jungle Babblers, Seven Sisters.
Passes, I think.
White babbler.
Yeah. So now it's called yellow bill babbler, but yeah, it's white-headed babblers, right? Alright. Great, 5 points. Excellent. Okay, now, that last question? No, there's one more, right?
Yeah, last
question. Last question. Okay, now the call recordings of this songbird are seen and heard in the outskirts of Bangalore. But if you look for the sounds in Xenocanto databases, you will see a message saying it's restricted. That's because there's a high risk of call playback. That's used for trapping this bird. Okay, probably set up by now. Good luck. Here it goes. This is easy.
You can think about it.
Okay, I'm going to play that again as it passes.
Shama.
Okay, it is right from Shama. Correct. 10 points. Excellent. That's great way to close that round. I think we might have another round, right? That's it, huh? And then we have what? We have this. Sorry? Yeah, we have that immediately after this. This is the literary round. Literature. Okay, first question here is from the Bible. And this question goes to, we can start with, how do you want to start it? We leave it to you. Yeah, we'll start with team one this time. Okay, the book of Numbers in the Bible narrates how the Israelites became ill after eating quail. Now, this is a commonly documented condition. Now, what is the name of this condition which draws on the scientific name of the bird? Doctor. It passes
Quail
this.
is it? Quail is it?
Quail is the bird. What is the name of the condition?
Coturnix, I mean, whatever that means. I mean, I don't know.
It passes.
Pass.
I think we almost got it.
Sorry, not able to recall.
Okay. Passes?
You guess.
Salmonella?
No. Passes? Yeah. Team 6. It's derived from the scientific name of the bird, the genus species. Pass. Pass. Audience?
Cotonism.
Yes, it's cotonism, derived from coturnix.
Chocolates.
You can give them some nourishment. No. Okay, now, next one. The Quran mentions a flock of birds that appeared miraculously and protected the Kaaba and Mecca by raining small clay stones on an advancing army of soldiers riding elephants. Now, the word describing the event means flock of birds in Arabic, but it may refer to one of two kinds of birds that novice bird watchers sometimes confuse with each other. What is the word and what is the word and what bird does it refer to? 5 points each. Or you can tell me the bird or the word.
Cranes?
Eagle? Eagle?
Passes. Question passes.
Swallows?
And you know the word would be? Okay, I think I will give it to you.
Hirundo something.
No, so the word is ababil. And ababil in the Quran refers to this flock of birds. So, yeah, it's confused for swifts or swallows. So the ababil is actually swift, but I think we'll give it to you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, this is another one. Okay.
Direct question.
Now, Ambrose Bierce in the Devil's Dictionary defined this, what we're talking about, as an implement of torture yielded by a goose and commonly wielded by an ass. What bird part was he talking about? It's not ass.
Sorry, pass.
I think feather?
Needed to be a little more specific.
Is this pet de foie gras?
No, he said feather. Yeah.
This is an implement of torture yielded by a goose and commonly wielded by an ass. What? I think it's there in the yielded by a goose, which is where they said foie gras, but it's not. No, pass. Passes to team 1.
Yeah, no. No.
Goose stepping.
No.
Pass.
Okay, so
Audience.
I think we'll give it to you for your answer. We'll give you half marks for that. Quill. It's quill. So feather is close. All right, great. That's what it is. Quill or pen. Ass. It's wielded by an ass. An ass is also a donkey. And I mean, when we grew up, an ass was a donkey. I mean, so you're sitting on your ass does not mean that you're sitting on an animal. In this, okay, this is an illustration. Now, literature again. 18th century lyrical poem. Okay, everyone knows this. All of us know it. Yeah. So, what bird are we talking about? It goes to. I'm not going to repeat the question.
Okay, so, it's to us. Okay.
Others,
Yeah. Audience, please. This is the illustration of the poem, and the bird is killed and tied around the protagonist's neck.
I can tell you the poem, the author, and the subject.
When it comes to you, you can go ahead.
It's albatross.
Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner by Coleridge, Albatross.
Albatross.
Now give me
great.
15 points, TSS.
So 5 points. I wish I could give you more, but we're bound by the rules again. Yeah, it's the albatross, and the poem is the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner, and rhyme is R-I-M-E, and there are other such trivia. Okay, super. Now this is American literature, American short story by James Thurber, also wrote The Secret Life of Walter Mitty, which you might have seen as a movie. Now, the constant singing of a bird in the night drives the protagonists who can't sleep and to murder everyone in his house and also take his own life. Tragic, funny. Man was also a cartoonist, by the way. So name the bird, which is also the title of the story. I think there's clues in it about birds singing in the night. So I want the specific name, not generic. The specific name of the title of the book, story. Yeah, which is the name of the bird?
It's a book or a short story?
It's a short story.
The bird is mockingbird.
No.
No.
Question passes?
You want to answer?
No, pass.
Pass. Team 1.
Brain fever?
No. Question passes.
Owl? Mono?
Question passes. American literature. American bird.
Sorry.
Okay. Anyone in the audience? No, it's the whippoorwill, which is a kind of nightjar. So that's the name of the story as well. All right.
it's yours.
Okay, now yeah. Okay, this should be easy. Arabian Nights, 1001 Nights. There is a mythical bird which is.
This is a sitter.
Yeah, it's a sitter. A bird. What is the name of this mythical bird? Very simple, quick. We can just move to the next round of things.
The word is thought to have its origin in the legends of Kannada. What do you want to guess?
Pass?
No, 1 second.
Ready?
One second.
Passes this side.
It goes
It passes this way.
6-1.
Kannada is it's a vulture.
No.
Okay, it passes.
Not a vulture.
Yeah.
Is this your mic?
Guesses? Yeah, which way is it passing?
This way.
Who is there? He's got it.
You mean Jatayu or what?
No. It's from the Arabian Nights.
Oh, sorry. When you say
Arabian Nights, Arabian fables. Yeah.
So vulture?
No, passes. The story, I mean, the picture
Okay.
says how large it is and all of the gigantic bird.
Okay, it's a rock.
Yeah, it's a rock.
ROC.
That's what ROC. ROC is that is 5 points there. Very good. Thank you so much. We have the last round and we have, I think we need a
Timer.
no, we need a timer and we need
Okay, at the end of 8 rounds, Team 3 is sitting pretty with 80 points. Team 1 woke up after a long time, but now they are at 50, second place. Team 6 is at 45, Team 5 is at 40, Team 4 is at 10, and Team 2 is at 25. 45.
Yeah, the rules are up here. Rules are up here. So one person from the team of 2 will pick a chit from here. The chit has the name of a bird on it.
First of all, I should know what bird you're talking to.
Mind this.
You don't need the mic. I'm asked to.
You have to mind this. Just a second, just stop. Can you just settle down for a moment? I'd just like to read out the rules. Okay, so you have to mind the bird, mind your word, the bird. You're not supposed to make any sounds. Not, no word. You shouldn't utter the word. No sounds. Okay, so it's all acting, all silent, all mind.
That's an overseas.
Yeah, you cannot use
You should see. When you control what to say. Who's acting? You are acting, obviously.
You can't do that.
If you are acting, a bird that cannot fly.
Not allowed. Okay.
Okay.
Then you have 10 points for the right answer. You have 1 minute and you have 10 seconds to prepare. It does not pass.
10 seconds to respond to prepare.
10 seconds to prepare, 1 minute to get it right,
Okay.
and then it does not pass.
Okay, so
Nick?
You can
with
guess
this
until
master's
your time-
permission.
Turns out, okay.
Not okay. Use signs for letters of the alphabet.
Okay, so we are going to start
Notation.
The splitting into 2.
the first half, the second half.
And then yeah, and then you can point to a switch that's on or off. Can we do all that? No.
You should point across.
Okay. Okay.
We can.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, give it a try. Let's see. Now you're splitting it into, and then you say sounds like. You say sounds like. This is sounds like. Split the word. That's the first half. This is the second half.
Okay,
You must be a rule.
What do you expect here? The scientific
just what is there, not the scientific. No, this is not a shamal round. So no scientific. You don't have no citations, nothing. Just the name of the bird. Okay.
Formal round is called shamal round.
No, it's an informal and informal. Okay, sorry. So you have your 10 seconds to prepare. You picked the. Yeah, you prepared?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, let me know when you're about to start and set the timer. And you
gave me
put
5
that,
minutes, right?
can you please put that right back here, away from please climb the side. You can climb the stage if you want the audience to see your mind. Climb the stage so that
Everybody can see.
everybody can see. Ready to start?
So you see the
Words. Shall we start?
start to open the check. Have you?
Yes, I have.
Then minus it everything.
Can you please get on to the stage, the audience can see.
I think we can.
Okay, your time starts now.
You're splitting it into 2 words. 2 words. Okay. Okay. Thanks. The second word sounds like maybe. Doesn't fly. It's a baby. Short range. Okay. Okay. Doesn't fly when it's cold. Chill. Chill, cold. I mean, I'm not getting it. Maybe something else. Sorry. No, you keep enacting because there's just a minute. So, this is the second half, I believe, right?
5 seconds to go. And it's time.
Okay. Anyway, that's fine. What is it?
Jackass penguin.
No, it's the jackass penguin.
My God, my sympathies.
You could have just. Hey, listen. All you had to do.
Yes, I know, yeah.
This means excuse your actor correct.
What was the word?
Jackass penguin.
No, but
Okay, I'll tell you when it's time to start. You have 10 seconds to prepare. You ready?
You know your check?
Yeah. Just a moment, Okay, your time starts now.
Spoonbill. Spoonbill. Black leg stilt.
Hey, no questions from the audience, please.
Bill, open bill stork. Spoon. Bill.
Okay, time. Any guesses?
Flamingo.
Spoon build sandpiper.
Okay.
Spoon bill sandpiper. Yeah, who can?
Three.
All right. Go there and wait for a mic.
10 seconds to prepare. Thank you. And let me know when you're ready to start. Okay, ready to start.
Sandpiper. Long legs. Crane. Stork. Walking. Long legs. Egrets. Curved beak. Shank. Curlew. Shank. Curved beak. Curlew, shank. Green shank.
Sorry, Sorry, I think we should.
Hey, no.
It's okay.
It's okay. Go on.
I didn't.
Keep guessing, but no mask.
Yeah.
Okay.
Curved beak, long legs, what a word. Goes straight.
Okay.
Snake, the data. Oh, sorry.
Any guesses?
Flamingo.
No, that was the secretary word.
I was trying to ramp walk.
Secretary word. Question to team 4. Okay.
Towards.
Yes, please start.
Towards. Peacock. Second word. Peacock. Peasant.
No, actually.
Very good.
Okay, can you please?
Well done. Peacock.
And then you can give me. Okay, start.
2 words. Okay, first word. Second. First one. Harpy eagle.
Yes, it is. Okay, last one. You still have plenty of choice in that.
Good one.
Bag. Only one. Last one. Okay.
2 words. The second word. First half. Second half. Book. Scary book.
Hey, you all got it.
We all got it.
First word. Chair. Curvature. C. Leather. Strap. Time. Watch. Brown. Okay.
Now
second word. First part of second word.
Somebody is not getting this.
Spook.
Who cooks in the house?
Spook. There's a bird with spook.
Oh, my God.
Brown Bubu.
Brown Bubu.
Very well named. Very well named.
Sorry.
You want any audience questions? Okay, that's the. Can we just take a final look at the scores? Audience, do you want any questions to? Yes. Okay, this is exclusively audience round, and then it passes to the participants. Okay. Okay, this is the first one. What is this? This is an audience question. Yeah, but what is it? Is it a living bird? Somebody said the word. Decoy. Yeah, the wooden what? No, there was a word. I heard the word.
Decoy.
Decoy is right. Decoys are used in duck hunts, so it's kept to lure, birds to come and join the used as a kind of bait. Okay, next question coming up for you.
Before the next question, should I announce the final results?
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Okay, at 80 points, team 3 is the winner. And for the second spot, we have two teams tied, that is team 1 and team 5. Both at 50. Team 6 is at 45, team 2 is at 25, and team 4 is at 20.
Three cheers for the other quizmaster also.
Yay!
Hey, this has been used already.
Maybe I think.
Okay,
Otherwise,
this question, okay?
There's no third.
In Persian legend, the shadow of this large mountain bird falling on a person would make him a ruler who goes by the name of Humayun. Which bird are we talking about? Large mountain bird.
Griffon vulture.
No, another large mountain. Yeah, Lammergeier, bearded vulture.
Shadow is falling on the bird.
And before the next question,
The person will become king.
based on the decision of the quizmaster, because two teams are tied at 50 at second place, we'll have a tiebreaker between them for the third place.
I hope we don't running out of questions. So there's going to be one question that goes. The next question will be the tiebreaker. This is not to the audience. Please do not answer.
It is between team 1 and team 5.
This is your question. Audience, please do not. I mean, you can Google, but please remain silent. This is a tiebreaker between team 1 and 5, right?
Yeah, 1 and 5.
1 and 5. So who gets to answer first? Whoever answers first.
Yeah, then go to the next question.
How many questions will there be?
Maybe the last 3.
Yeah, okay. Until questions run out.
Otherwise, give us both.
Yeah, give us both, boss. Give us both. We will happily cohabit with them as number 2.
Give them a rotation because otherwise it will be difficult.
Okay, this one goes to you first. Yeah.
No, it goes to Pele off. That is there.
Okay, sure. We'll move on to the next.
So why don't you give us both a prize?
Yeah, I mean, if you still don't get it, you can share the prize.
No, we don't get it right now, so we should.
The answer is donation. Okay, now this is very easy.
What is order of birds for information?
Which order of birds can you find such a thing?
Planets and boobies probably order, right?
Yeah, he's
Okay.
Almost, it was somewhere in that region.
Galliforms.
Okay, passes
Okay.
and tube noses. 12 months. Okay, now this you should get. It's fine. You can go to team 1. No one looks cocksure. So.
Arikujina, oh, I've read about it. It was actually shared on the, I believe.
Yeah.
It was shared like 2 weeks back, and I've read,
but you don't get an answer, points or all.
I will be talking about the lapping actually. No, just a minute. I mean, somebody said lapping.
Okay.
Okay, that you can't give an answer saying somebody is saying this.
But I'm telling you that I've read about it. It was between the moderators, and we did have a discussion with them.
And we should know the answer.
See, okay, so we win the quiz. These guys were exposed to this and they didn't know the answer. We are totally ignorant about this. Correct.
What's the avian equivalent to a kangaroo coat? It'll have to be something that.
See, I mean, Harish even went about saying Hari is actually
Rice. In Tulu. Huh.
And then the lapping in the paddy fields.
The clue is there. Lapping doesn't belong to. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't get lapping. Edible and game birds. Your answer is pretty staring you in the face.
Not staring
all the clues are there.
Okay, are you answering?
Not really. No. Any negative marks?
Yeah, let's pass to me.
Is
Make a guess.
Quail.
No. Audience.
Francolin.
No, I mean, reaching the end of the questions.
So, yeah, we were destined to be Siamese twins here. Join together in number 2.
I think that's it. So it's a tie. Ends at a tie. Thank you for your participation. Dismiss, because you could last dismiss as your.
Only got the first half of the conversation. After that, I haven't checked the messages.
You survived.
But we just
keep it. Excuse me. We'll have a brief ceremony for the quiz winners. Then you can go for coffee.
We'll put it up.
So why don't you assemble back? All the quiz participants, please do come back and take your original seats.
Oh, of course, okay. Oh, I love your idea. Yeah, I know. I mean, I have video call him regularly.
Hey.
Next. Price distribution.
Ullas. Announce ಮಾಡಿ. Sir, you can distribute the prizes.
They may not know who I am.
Prashant and Ramya.
Yes?
Yeah.
Who's the second one?
Team 5. Deepa.
Thank you.
And the winners of the bird brain quiz are Prasad and Shisha. Okay, I request all of you to, have your tea, and we'll meet up here again. Yeah.
Thanks, Vilas.
Hey, for the quiz masters.
Oh yeah, hold on.
We have something for the quiz masters as well. Right, they've gone for tea. We'll finish tea.
You have spider books in your car, no?
We should have a few copies.
That's what Ravi. Ravi, Ravi, how much ever you
Can I request Dr. Elizabeth Joseph to come and please give this token to the quiz masters? Shamil, Vijay. The quiz masters, they just finished a quiz, so there's a small token of our appreciation. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so I would like to call upon Dr. George Joseph, the son of Dr. George, to speak a few words. Dr. George Joseph is a celebrated cardiologist in CMC Bangalore, and along with his wife, Dr. Elizabeth Joseph, who is also a renowned radiologist, has traveled from Bangalore to be present on this occasion.
It's connected? Yeah.
Dear friends, this is an annual ritual for me to come and talk about my father. So every time I worry that I'm getting repetitive and you've heard all this before. So bear with me as I go through this routine again. First of all, thank you so much for inviting my wife Elizabeth and me over. We really enjoy being here to see your enthusiasm and how this bird watching group is growing over the years. That's my dad, Joseph George. My name is the exact opposite of that, George Joseph. So he was born in 1921, and that's a picture of him as a young man in 1948. So he was born in a place called, it was a village called Kumbanad in the state of Travancore, and he was the fourth of 8 siblings. And siblings immediately above and below him died of some infectious disease. So there was a very high infant mortality rate in those days. And he had his primary school in Kumbanad itself. And they didn't even have slates in those days. So they used to actually write on sand and learn the letters of the alphabet. So he did his high school in a nearby town. He used to walk 4 kilometers to this school, and then he did his intermediate, what we call +2 nowadays, in Alvey, which was about 100 kilometers away. And then he moved to Trichy, where he did what's called BA in those days in chemistry and physics, and then he went to Agra and did an MSc in chemistry from 1941 to 43. And then he got a scholarship to do research at the Forest Research Institute in Dehradun. So he started in 1944, and then in 46 he got another scholarship to go and learn polymer chemistry in the US. So in 1946 he moved to the US for a couple of years, and this was where he did research for 2 years at the Polytechnic Institute of Brooklyn. This is a 1955 photograph of that institution. So this was some 7 years after he was there. But it had a lot of famous people there, and it was actually started by somebody who had escaped the Nazi Holocaust, and he was a polymer chemist, and he started the polymer chemistry department here. So, yeah, that's a letter I found in the attic, so to say, a 1948 letter from the dean of the Polytechnic Institute of Brooklyn, introducing my father to whoever he wanted to meet for help. And after that, he returned to Dehradun and worked at this Forest Research Institute. And this was a wooded campus with a lot of trees and a very good natural history museum. And according to my dad, the trees had nature and birds, and we started bird watching as a hobby. And this was him in 1949. So this was the equipment for bird watching in those days. It's basically a stick and a tiffin carrier wrapped up in some cloth and slung over the shoulder, and then they would walk all over the Doon Valley. And he had a binoculars, you can see, which he brought back from the US. So that was his treasured possession to look at birds. So they formed a small interest group, and then my dad was very meticulous about everything he saw. So he actually started documenting the birds he saw, where he saw them, what time of the year, and all that. And he made this Birds of New Forest collection of birds that he had seen from 1948 to 1957. And this was published in the Indian Forester in 1957. And I looked at that. There's a copy at home, and I was reading the introduction, and one of his staunch friends was one Ratra, R.S. Ratra, who was his colleague in all these bird watching adventures. And then there was another name that looked very familiar to me, Gurdial Singh. He's a mountaineer who was also the principal of the Doon School in Dehradun, and he was also one of these bird enthusiasts in those days. And another name that comes up is Dr. S.R.D. Guha, and he's the father of the historian Ramchandra Guha, you may know about, who has written a lot of books. And so that was the group in those days. And Ramchandra Guha wrote about the birdmen of India in 2003, and he listed 3 birdmen, which included my father and Salim Ali and Zafar Patel, which he felt were the 3 pioneers of bird watching in India. So then this was the Birds of New Forest publication with Gurdial Singh and those names. Now, I found a few other publications. One was of bamboo nest boxes, which came out in 1958. So my dad would go and put these nest boxes up all over the campus to encourage birds to come and nest. And then in 1962, they moved to Roorkee.
And in Roorkee, they started another birdwatching group, and this is the birdwatching group in Roorkee, which was actually, this is a farewell photograph when he was leaving in 1970. And then they gave him a picture of flamingos of Kutch, and that's the picture right there on at his feet. And they used to hang that up in that home for many years. And so in Roorkee also they documented birds, and this was the birds of Roorkee that came out from the period of 62 to 69. And here there was this Lieutenant General Williams, who was actually from the army, but he was very interested in birds, and he was also the director of the Central Building Research Institute in Roorkee at that time. So they were very interested in birds, and the next director, Dinesh Mohan, was also interested in birds. So they had an enthusiastic birdwatching group in Roorkee as well. So in 1970, we moved to Bangalore, and my dad worked in Plywood Research Institute in Penia. And those times it was called IPIRI, now it's IPIRTI. Now this, it looked like a very nice lawn over there, but when we came in 1970, the entire front of the compound had got washed away. It was all ravines and absolutely nothing there. It was absolutely barren. So he had a great penchant for gardening. So he got a compound wall put up and mud brought in, and then the garden was laid out, and it became one of the best gardens in Bangalore and won the best garden prize many years in succession. And then they started this bird watching in Bangalore, and they used to go for these outings, and this was an outing in Pearl Valley in 1972. And this interest group formed in the early 70s, and that's my dad planting a tree. And then this newsletter for birdwatchers came out in 1976. And I mean, sorry, it was there before, but in this newsletter, this article came out, which I read. This 6-hectare plot in Bangalore is basically the area around the institute, IPI, and they planted a garden, and then he documented that the bird population increased in that garden over a few years. So that's the effect of having a good garden. And then came the birds of Bangalore, which many of you have been involved in. And this one was 1977 publication. And although until 70 there wasn't much bird activity, bird watching activity in Bangalore, around 72 this informal group started functioning, and many of you were part of that group even from those days. And this Birds of Bangalore checklist came up, was released by Dr. Salimani in 1977 at the Raman Institute. And this is, many of you contributed to this, and this is Krishna's contribution. He has added additions to the list of birds of Bangalore. So you can see that meticulousness was transferred to all of you, and you can see the serial number, the scientific name, where the bird was found, what date, etc. And so this was a very nice habit that got transferred down the line, and that's April 86 addition to that newsletter. And I think the early compilers of this checklist, Krishna, Subramanya, and Prasad, who are all still active here, I think. Then there's another edition that came out in 94, and then there were some more editions, that's Shamal's editions in 2000 to this list. So I think this list is growing and getting more and more comprehensive. And so this is our family in 1961. I was 2 years old, and this is Trevor Road in Forest Research Institute, where we were children. And I used to observe my dad doing all these bird watching and so forth. This is in Bangalore in the early 2000s. This is in Dollar Colony. And that's my dad shortly before he passed away in 2012. And this is a picture taken around 2010. So if he were alive today, he would be thrilled to see such enthusiasm and spirits that you all have for bird watching, and it's our pleasure and joy to come and witness that every year. Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you for that. We now move on to the Dr. Joseph George Memorial Talk. This year's talk is being given by Dr. H.S. Sudhira and is titled From Watching Birds to Mapping Birds and Their Habitats. Dr. Sudhira will now share how an initial foray into birding eventually led to researching birds and subsequently mapping birds and their habitats. He will also draw upon efforts undertaken as part of the Bangalore Bird Monitoring Program during 2006 and 7, mapping habitats and land use, land cover change studies. Furthermore, he will also touch upon attempts to showcase some recent advances in cloud-based geoprocessing to model the potential distribution of birds, highlighting the need for statutory backing to protect habitats and an active citizenry to make it happen. Dr. H.S. Sudhira has a PhD from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. His research interests center on how towns and cities evolve. He has been publishing scientific research articles for a while now. His research has been primarily on land use and land cover change studies, exploring their consequences on environmental sustainability and understanding their interrelationships with resources and transportation. His broader research addresses the evolution and growth of towns and cities, invoking complexity sciences, understanding planning practices, and studying the effect of governance. He was a faculty member at the Indian Institute for Human Settlements. Earlier, he had a stint with the Directorate of Urban Land Transport, Government of Karnataka as Land Use and Transportation Specialist. He is a bird watcher and volunteers for India Literacy Project. Currently, he is the director of Google Labs. So, welcome, Dr. Sudhira.
Good evening, everyone. I should first thank the organizers for inviting me, and I'm really glad and privileged to be giving this George Memorial talk here. I'll talk about how initial foray into bird watching led into some mapping efforts, and then some bit on bird monitoring programs. I think some bit of it is, I guess, I'm afraid, will be a repetition, with many of you would know. Prashant would have already spoken in earlier years as well. But I will try to add some more light into it, hopefully. And also, I will, since I've been looking at maps, I'll also be sharing some bit on how we go about, how we are looking at maps and mapping the city at large. And some recent advances that are coming up and what lies ahead. Personally for me, I think it all started in '93 when I moved to Chikmagalur for my high school. This is Mountain View School in Chikmagalur, and I had the fortune of being tutored under D.V. Girish to get into birding. And incidentally, I'm afraid Karthik has left, but Karthik was in WWF, and we had a nature club, and Karthik used to frequent there as well, and he used to take us on for looking at butterflies there. So that's what I remember from my high school days, and that has come a long way in the sense somehow birding literally changed the course of my life. that helped me to look at larger things on ecology and environment at large. And by the time I moved to +2 in Bangalore, it was uneventful, but post second PUC, I somehow managed to convince Professor Gadakar to let me to do some research at CES. And that's when I also chanced upon a discovery of the Bangalore Birdwatchers Field Club of Bangalore in '98. And since then, I've been on and off birding on the second Sunday in that sense. And that was very a good initial exposure into it. And then another sort of thing that happened also was after engineering, since I was at IISc as a research assistant, I was taking guests also for birding. And one of them happened to be Professor Rodrich Musner, who is now the director for Max Planck Institute of Complex Systems and the scientific member of the Max Planck Society. And the good part of getting into birding is you stay touched, connected with people there. And incidentally, after a couple of years when I was doing my master's in the Netherlands, he was in Paris, and he hosted me for 4 days there, and we went on one of the longest birding outings there. And between Musner and my personal records, I think that day happens to be the highest number of birds we saw on a trial. Like we had about 84 birds sighted in southern Paris. So things like that happens. As in a way, why am I narrating is this? Because everything has some beginning, and a lot of it seemed to, for me, at least where I am here now, has all started off because of birding. And as a consequence of birding is where I am, in the sense that helped also. Like, I guess I should also recollect when Gadakar at some point told me I should expand horizons and not just look at things in silos, and that also helped me take a look at larger things across. With that, I think while I finished my engineering and then was getting into looking at masters, I did a master's in geoinformation science and earth observation. That's where I was looking at starting to do with maps and mapping and things like that. And so that prompted me to look at maps, and with due credits to Krishna, I haven't put anything else apart from Krishna's usual copyright there. This happens to be the first map of Bangalore looking at distributions there. But back then, during 2000s, I think Subhi, Prashant and all of them would also know that we had bird races. And something that prompted then was to make this map for where all you can go birding. This map was initially made in 2008 and had a list of maps where one could go around the city. I chanced upon that, in the sense this still is sort of alive on Google Maps, as in this was done in the early legacy of Google Maps, and somehow this is still alive, but there have been some variations there, but yeah, I guess you still have that map. So this was an early map of, again, about 15 years now, to look at where all you can go birding in the city. But then later on, I think early 2000, something that also helped us also is like looking at different habitats. In fact, some of the places we also had photographs of this habitat, and this one is the Resergata grassland, which is much in question. We'll talk about it a little later. The other thing that I think that also prompted us was to look at where are sparrows in Bangalore. I guess many of us, we hear that sparrows are extinct or have disappeared and things like that. From a science perspective, right, it's not really extinct in the sense. And we also hear anecdotes like back in those days we used to see a lot, and now we don't see them. For science, what matters is data, in the sense, in a way that is systematically collected and that can be back referenced, or one could go back and look at what has happened then and now. So I know I also in a way sort of carry out research in social science, but some of those narratives really make a cut in the social science research, but in sciences it is very difficult for us to really convincingly say this was there and not there types, right? So having said that, I think what also prompted early 2000s, 10s is that we also looked at where all you can find sparrows. I'm sure there are some of these locations are still alive, and this was crowdsourced from initially also. I think some data came from the NG birds as well. So like for instance, this photograph that you see there is the subway or the walkway below the Yeshwanthpur railway station. You will still find sparrows there. So if you go from the this side behind Govardhan, the other side from Govardhan towards the railway station, you have to walk below the railway bridge. Then you find these crevices and you will find sparrows around there. So there are many such locations, as in pockets, if I may say, where you can still find sparrows. I'm sure many of you have also known that you find sparrows in airport and things like that. Like for instance, you have sparrows near, not in Lal Bagh, but in Sudham Nagar near Lal Bagh. You have sparrows in Tilak Nagar, there were 2 individuals near Malleshwaram 5th Cross and things like that. Now, we did try to look at why do we have these sparrows in only certain pockets and not everywhere. Like why are they not here in Indira Nagar or let's say Jayanagar and Malleshwaram, central Malleshwaram and all. Like I told you, we found it near 5th Cross and leading towards swimming pool extension and not in Malleshwaram per se. So that was interesting, and one of the things that really came out was it seems that like the lifestyle choices that we have made and the type of housing types we have built are not really conducive for sparrows to be around everywhere. So there seems to be a correlation with low-income settlements and wherever you have sheds that you will find sparrows there than sort of more posher localities like Indiranagar or Jayanagar and places like that. Even Tilak Nagar you will find sparrows, but not in Jayanagar 4th block. You used to find them in the 4th block market area, but not like inside in the residential layouts. So there seems to be sort of a correlation there. I think there is also another angle to it is perhaps the availability of food and the increasing competition. We'll talk about a bit as to what is happening to them, because it's not just nesting in that sense, but it's also about availability of food for these sparrows. Now, when it comes to food, as in they're like mostly sort of gregarious in the sense they eat feed on seeds and other small insects and thin grains and stuff like that. But today they have to now compete with more gregarious birds like miners and crows and your other birds like the rock pigeons, right? So they're now like literally competing with those animals. I guess some bit of it, I think I'll perhaps throw light from our efforts on bird monitoring. I'm sure many of you would be aware of. This was an initial as an attempt in 2006-07. Thanks to Prashant for the map. I guess there were 23 locations where a lot of us volunteers were involved in gathering data. There has been a significant, at least a decent effort there. And amongst the sample data, we have that I think we get about 119 species. And if I just look at Shannon's diversity index and even this seems to be some number, let's not worry about that. But I think what we need to really look at is just classifying them across their dietary types and to look at what's there. So if you see 46% are omnivores and about 17% are granivores and 14% of them are insectivores and a very few are frugivores and nectarivores, and of course piscivores are less. It's also I guess because of our sampling effort in wetlands. The key takeaway I think here is that if you see frugivores like barbets and nectarivores like our sunbirds and stuff, in terms of number have been recorded very low in comparison to larger omnivores and granivores and other insectivores. So that's something that should tell us about the type of habitat, in the sense that we are also seeing. So the only birds that can sustain would be those that the habitat supports. So this is an indirect also way to look at what kind of habitat that is being sort of supported there. Incidentally, with also an initial idea to redo that a bit. We attempted another sort of a bird monitoring in about 5 localities, thanks to very good volunteer, like my colleagues Vidisha, Vignesh, Puravi, and a few other volunteers who also went around collecting data. We did, had surveyed data across Madiwala and Sankey times, and then wooded areas like Kaban Park, Lalbagh, and Venkashwara Park. Now, although in comparison to what was done in 6-7, the effort time and all were less, but something that really came out again was how what is the distribution across these dietary types. Now, again here, since there was a significant effort in comparison with the previous ones in times, we seem to have more pursuers, but later on, I think if I just remove pursuers, there omnivores, insectivores, and granivores are follow like number 2, number 3, number 4 in terms of proportion there. And frugivores and nectarivores are something that will go back again. So these are not exactly comparable, but gives an initial indication as to what is the kind of composition we have in terms of birds here. But I guess to some extent we can really relate to that in the sense that frugivores and nectarivores are something that have gone down, or if not gone down, are lesser in proportion. And any interventions that we may have to think of in terms of habitat is perhaps to look at how can we augment them in some cases there. So like I said, I think what this indicates is the kind of habitat, and what I've been really looking at also is what's happening in terms of the landscape at large of the city. And something that I do as part of my again work is to look at satellite data and to see how the city of Bangalore itself is changing over time. This is a false color composite from the early NASA data of 1973. What you will see in blue are the urban built-up areas. So then this kind of so this is not a true color as in like how we would see in a photograph, but then hence vegetation is colored differently, so we will see them differently here. Like I guess the next subsequent ones are here again. The blues are the built-up areas, and light blue is the built-up area, and the reds are the vegetation. So some things that are very clear, like you see. At some point, this fourth main Ivy Road was like very clear on the map. I'm sorry, this is not very apparent here, but fourth main was something very clear on the map even in '92. This is how it changed in 2000. It expanded. By 2006, you see these nice green roads that you see there, as in on the western side from Tumpur Road towards Geospatial Road and Electronics City, things like that. So Whitefield is still emerging there, and things are shaping up. If you also notice on the northern part next to the river, so if you see this area around, this is where Moineta and all of them come up. This is Rajanali, this is Nagara here, and you have acquired all of them there. So I guess if I move forward and then we come back to all these areas have grown up, and like this is also it was not really very prominent and also significantly there. all across, like again, what really has happened is things have really moved almost all the way till the nice way. And especially what we say is like if you go back to 2000 and come back, if you see the Bangalore University campus is somewhere there, and now that's become sort of an island. It's like a more, it's an island within, sorry, thank you. Yeah. So the university campus is something that has become isolated green space. I guess it's just a matter of time that, sorry. It's just a matter of time before this becomes islands of green cover in that sense. So we really have very less habitat that are left over here. So if you notice at large, right, over the last 2 to 3 decades, what really is happening is the kind of green cover that we seem to have retained are only institutional spaces. Like this is IIC campus, and then you have some leftover from GKVK there, and then we have a whole bunch of defense land that because of which you have a green cover here, and then you have Bangalore University, Lal Bagh around again. I'm not very sure how much of Lal Bagh will be retained in the next 10 years, because the kind of things that are shaping up. These are all false color composites, and if I just look at the land cover map for 2000, it looks really ugly, if I may say. The reds are all the built up, and this is how it looks. It's a bit more scary, if I would say. So this is how Bangalore built up is in 2000 to 2020 now. Things have changed since then as well. So, but this is how it is shaping up, and that's something of concern because there seems to be no limit to this madness. In the sense, some of these are related to looking at how do we look at planning and as an outcome of our master planning and things like that. That's something we'll talk a little later. But I will just perhaps switch gears a bit. Something that has also happened in the last couple of years is that like some of these maps, right, like 92, 2000, 2006, these are the maps that I made like 14 years ago, and this is the more recent one. Now what really has happened for us now to make more recent maps is that technology has changed very significantly. Like I had taken a lot of time to make these maps back then, and now to make this map, it hardly takes 5 minutes, right? And any one of you can do it. Same place as well. As in, you just need to know what to access, where, how, and all of that. So what really has happened in the last couple of years is particularly with our ability to map and look at things using Earth observation data and all the spatial analysis that we can do, we're no longer sort of looking at things like for a city. I guess 10 or 15 years ago when I was doing for my PhD, doing for a city of Bangalore was itself a task, in the sense classifying satellite data for the city. Today we are talking of doing things like at a country scale, or like at a regional scale, and at a faster pace. As I speak, there are thousands of satellites on the space that are capturing data. Like how all of you are watching. Watching is nothing but remote sensing, right? As in, all of you are processing things in real time on the brain. So similarly, we have put out more than thousands of satellites in the space, and they are collecting data. As in, there's like, you can't imagine how much of data is getting captured. And the key challenge there is how do we analyze them? Because this is something that has been a challenge for a while. But thankfully, there have been some new developments in the last couple of years, and we are now able to really work on such data in no time. As in, for some of the satellite data, none of them Indian, unfortunately, I can get like as much as like as back as 2 days before. Like if I need to know something has happened 2 days before, you can work around, as in there are ways to go out and like, not Indian satellites, but US and European satellite, you can access this data and look at what has really happened on the fly. Please forgive me, I'm very little bit critical on Indian data because they are not as accessible as some of these data are, and they still, hopefully things will change. I'll also perhaps shamefully give a publicity for something called Earth Engine. I'll be sharing the link again, but this is something that has really transformed the way we have been mapping or using geospatial data and remote sensing or Earth observation data at large. No longer I am dependent on my system to download data or use my system for processing and anything like that. And Earth Engine has really paved a way for a lot of that. It's currently, as you saw, I think it's free for academic and non-commercial use. In case you're using for commercial use, you'll have to write to them and you can get that. You just have to sign up and ask for access, and I'm sure they will give that. This is something that has really revolutionized the way we have been able to really map and do things at scale. But it's not just Google Earth Engine alone. There are a host of other ones as well. Like you have Open Data Cube, you have OpenEO, Amazon is also there, you have AWS Earth. And those of you are good like with AWS, you can also access the same set of data that more or less what Google Earth Engine catalog has. You could also have access to all of them, and then there is something called a CPAL and all of them. So there are scores of such things that are emerging, and what it really seems now is that bulk of the satellite Earth observation data rests on the cloud, processing is done on the cloud, all you need is a good internet connection and a browser. Use the browser to write the code to say which data has to be used, what processing has to be done, how to get your data, If you're using Earth Engine, you can push the data, like outputs to your Google Drive and download them. So it's as simple as that. It's really revolutionized the way you were really looking at it. As in at scale, this is something that has really taken things really far ahead now. Having said that, I think like I've been using now aggressively on a host of things and applications across, as in, because this has opened up newer opportunities in the sense you're not only restricted to look at some specific things. So it could be like, looking at sedimentation assessment for reservoirs, to urban growth, to forest change, or even species distribution modeling. So I have a hypothetical case here in the sense I just so we have these two locations, like there is one near Nalva and around Madivara and Sankey. So I've said some for hypothetical bird that you have some thing to look at, and this is your Google Earth Engine interface, and this is where you could generally write your code. Sorry. Just a moment. Sorry. So this is the Earth Engine interface. I guess those of you who haven't tried really coding, don't worry. There are sample codes available for everything. I am not trained coder, so I have figured out myself. As in, my training has never been in coding. So if I have been able to figure out, I'm sure many of you will be able to do that. So all you need to know is what is what, and then just go about it. Figure out what data you need and run that. This is an example of using Maxent that is used for species distribution modeling. Like I said, if I had distribution, like observation of presence and absence data for any species, right? I just need to have it like coded like this, or I can create a new point layer and upload them, and choose what layers I need. Here we are just using the Landsat data, but the good part of Earth Engine is it also has a lot of data in its catalog. So from precipitation to a host of bioclim layers, like minimum, maximum temperature layers, your elevation layer, everything is like, you name it, mostly it is all there. So you can play around with which layers you really want to look at, and then add them and sort of run through that. And like this is like for Bangalore, right? I just had something. So if this is the scale of Bangalore, even if I just say run, this does the processing like in no time. Like it's as good as I was using some Pentium system earlier. As in, I have my data like output ready, and this gives me like potential probability images of some hypothetical bird based on presence and absence and things like that. So and bulk of this, like you will find this code online. More recently, in May this year, Smithsonian Institution also came up with a huge list of, as a nice paper and a list of a different version of the code here that is more exhaustive as well, and that is available online. Or in case if you don't find it, I can share them as well. But the point I would really like to make here is that today, the kind of geospatial processing and the methods that we are able to do is like I showed you now. Like if you had a distribution of birds in the Western Ghats, we could run that right away, and it won't take much time, like a few seconds there. And currently the processing is done by Google servers. I'm happy they're taking care of it. So things like that. Unfortunately, Amazon AWS on Earth is not so free, so I prefer playing around with Earth Engine for a while, as long as they make it available. But yeah, since there are also, like I said, other frameworks available, and this is what has come to today. Now, having said that, I think coming back here, what I showed you was just a glimpse of how things have changed in terms of our ability to map, process, model, simulate perhaps, and all of that. I think what really has not really changed is our methods to plan cities. And that's where I come back to say what's happening with urban habitats. So urban planning is something that I've been focusing on for a while, and as we see, this is the prevalent revised master plan for 2015 that was done in 2007 as per the Karnataka Town and Country Planning Act of 1961. And there was an initial attempt in during 12-13 to revise the RMP 2015 and make a new plan for 2031. Unfortunately, the powers that be felt that was not appropriate, so they cancelled it despite the plan was done, at least the draft one was done. And they are now proposing to do it for 2041. Now, in the whole scheme of things, what has happened is this plan that was done for 2015 remains in 2022. And unfortunately, as citizens, we are not questioning the government. And now switch tracks again. How many of you, as I'm assuming most of you are from Bangalore, is that right? Yes. How many of you know who are your councillors? So that is the tragedy of the situation, that we don't have an elected council, which means as citizenry we are not very active to push for an active government system. And in the absence of an effective government, right, since we are not asking for it, the powers that we are having their run, as in literally. So the key thing there, I think, is now for all of us to step back and look at how do we now go about getting the plan in place. That is one. But I think there is also another thing that really requires is that we will need a new Spatial Planning Act, because the act currently that we are using was prepared in 1961 following the British town planning model, as in laws of the British government then. And unfortunately, most states in India, and since urban is a state subject, most states in India have also passed town planning acts that are a variant of these British town planning acts. So as a consequence, we are still following the same method. For instance, even in this RMP 2015, some of them have been so prescriptive that it only focuses on land use. It never looks at other aspects. Like ecology is not a concern. Let alone ecology, it doesn't even concern water supply, wastewater, transportation, you name it, solid waste management, anything that is not in the purview of the revised master plan prepared by PTA under the Karnataka Town and Country Planning Act, because section 9 and 13 of the act is very prescriptive, saying it has to be only land use plan and you have to make a bylaw around that. So if you go talk to the town planning folks, this is what they say at the core of it. And so we have not been able to get out any other plans, although there have been other plans like the comprehensive traffic and transportation plan for Bangalore. There was an infrastructure development and investment plan for Bangalore. None of them stand the test of times because they are not statutorily backed. And as I speak, there is an effort by Janagraha and BBMP to make a Bangalore climate resilience and action plan. So they're making a plan for climate resilience and action plan. Even that plan will not stand because it doesn't have a statutory backing. So there has been, people have been trying to make plans, but the only plan that legally stands is the revised master plan under the KTCPI. And that unfortunately is a dated act. So what we really now also need is a new Spatial Planning Act. And the Dutch has a very good model. They passed a new act in 2008, as in revised their existing law. And that also encompasses a lot of participatory planning processes and tries to integrate a host of other aspects. Now, in the absence of integrating a host of things, right, we have failed to imagine, for instance, moving beyond birds, right? So at IISc campus, we have an isolated population of slender lorries. And that is soon going to be extinct or like locally extinct because it can't move out and they will sort of, they can't, their populations can't reproduce or group with other individuals and other communities there. Now the challenge there is to how do you make them connected? And with some bit of imagination and perhaps creative intervention, you could have avenue trees that have a connected canopy. You could link them all the way up to Hebbal and GKVK or get them till Kaban Park, Lal Bagh and take them all the way to Bannerghatta as well. It's not something that is impossible. We'll only need some creative imagination and sort of working around to make that happen, to have connected canopies there. And with connected canopies, it's not just lorises. I'm sure many of our birds will also help. And to look at it that way, we will need again sort of a reimagination of how that needs to be done. And unfortunately, again, KTCP Act doesn't allow us to go with that. And hence, again, we will need a new Spatial Planning Act. And before that, we will need a new council. And I will urge all of you to really voice. No, you will have to. There are ward committees. I guess you should get involved in the ward committees and push for it. Unless we do that, I am afraid there is no hope. Thank you. This way you can sign up on Earth Engine, and yeah, some of the resources are available from Google Earth itself.
Are there any questions? Sudhira, I think there are some 6 doctors in the audience. 5 at least I met. I presume there will be one unknown doctor. Anything else you would talk about from a public health point of view? And birds, would greenery enhance public health? Would we integrate both? Under the guise of public health, can we have more greenery?
I'm sure it would help, but I don't think I'm well qualified to respond to that.
You know, it doesn't matter whether you are a counselor or not, because one man will be as dumb as the other. Sorry to say that. You know, we have so much, people are unable to produce people who can think. Sorry to say that. But really, it won't help. The counselor's inability to understand what you're saying is so sadly, even the commissioner himself is so badly controlled by people who actually have no idea what they're doing. You know? It's not, you can't work with them. Sorry to continue.
No.
Some other institutions that you have to come.
No. You should read my article today in the Deccan Herald where I write that the state capture in Karnataka has crippled the Bangalore, crippled the city because the state has digressing a bit again. We are known as a startup capital, but I think Karnataka also takes the pole position for having the highest number of public sector enterprises. There are 100 plus companies set up by the state of Karnataka. For urban alone, there are 20 of them, and for every services delivery, they have a new special purpose vehicle, as they call it, and there is a new company for it. So if even from solid waste, that was something created last year, to metro, BMTC, railways, or bus, water supply board, everything is taken away from the local body. That is the tragedy that has happened. And these are all controlled by senior bureaucrats who work under the state. The state elects their representatives through MLAs who elect somebody as the leader, who has perhaps no grounding of the city, but that person unfortunately decides what has to happen for the city. It has to be the other way. Unless we claim as citizens, you claim what your city is, somebody else will keep writing it. So it's very important that you have an active citizen.
Hi Sudhira, can you go to that sparrow map? Just wanted to kind of correlate some of the data that okay, basically my question is like kind of intensity of any species, not just sparrows, okay? So because I work in the space of cycling, right?
So because wherever we were doing the cycle days with DLT and we were observing sparrows, right? So one data that we have is where there is a density of children is more, right? Like people come from very poor background, they ride cycles, right? So I was just thinking kind of like mobility kind of indicators, like a lot of cars in this area to the number of birds, because if there is like silkwood, I stay in BTM, I don't find much birds. So if I go to Yelahanka, so kind of like I think this kind of interdisciplinary kind of study needs to be done so that people know what is the choice they are making, not only about one, the housing and this thing. Secondly, the kind of housing that is there in the area, right? So native houses, which Kannada, because I work with another organization called Sanrakshan, where this housing itself, where the space for it to put the nest is there. So those kind of data, I think we need to do this feedback so that we can say, okay, this is what will kind of make man friend with the bird. Just to kind of give that imagination. It is not something that we have to get from Dutch or any other nation. For example, Meghaduta, right? Meghaduta, the cloud is going across, right? The city itself, right? When he sees the city and enters the house, there is a well behind. Above the well, there is a peacock. The lady is waiting, right? The message is sent. So the kind of integration of the biodiversity was done by our ancients, because the ancient house, the wells, everything. Probably in the name of nationalism and in the name of globalization and modernization, I think we have lost the connect to the birds. So we need to go kind of study our culture more to get back to the connection.
Yeah, something I missed adding is, I think the other key message I wanted to tell was that I guess all of us should step out and watch, as in take note of what birds you have around, and that should hopefully help us appreciate our neighborhood better.
Sorry, I would like to organize some cycling and bird coding together so that kind of we know this number of cars, if I can speak to Ulas and we can see this exercise done.
Thank you very much for your talk. I just want to introduce myself because I think it's relevant to what I have to say. I'm an anthropologist and my area of interest is cities and Bangalore in particular. And it's very nice that what I liked from your talk is, usually people talk of naturalists or bird watchers as some romantic people with their heads in the cloud, but you've brought together the importance of ecology and urban and a sustainable urban environment. And thank you for doing that so well. I just want to say that, again, to reiterate your point of SPVs, special purpose vehicles. For instance, I would be very keen on seeing a map of what the metro construction has done to the tree line and the depletion of our winged friends and other like lorises. And if you have any data, I'd be very happy to be able to access that. And thank you very much.
Any questions?
Are you getting statements into eBird or coming out of eBird or anything of that sort?
I think our data is not on eBird. Is it?
It isn't.
It isn't. But the bird monitoring thing that I think that we did during 17-18 is available on Google Drive. It's under the Creative Commons license.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just trying to clarify, by the way. This program, the monitoring program that Sudhira is referring to, was launched way back in 2006 or 7. And I believe eBird was yet to start its activities. So, yeah. It was hosted on the India Biodiversity portal, even though those are summaries, by the way. Yeah. Fine.
I saw some note to that effect some time ago. Not very sure. Some part of it. A part of it actually is wrong. Why not bring everything into one place? Because more people are looking at that globally. Actually,
correct. You have to ask some scientists who are in charge of it and they are excited about the etc. The other way around also. No, you can give us the way and
Okay. My question is that, there are all of these studies and you have tried to, again, as she was mentioning, you have tried to link ecology with urban planning and how, all of these things go hand in hand. And I think you also touched on, how you can analyze how lake beds are responding, water and everything. So I want to understand, since planning happens, if you're looking forward and you have to look decades ahead when you propose a plan. So are you working on simulating what will happen to Bangalore in terms of land use, in terms of water, in terms of ecology, 10 years or 15 years later, if we continue on the current plan versus other simulations of, if we do things differently, because I feel that that's the kind of story that can, capture people's imaginations. So that's my first question. And for future looking, what is the hard, some simulations that we can show to data, some numbers that we can show to people. And number two is, again, one way of looking at all of these things is that, okay, if metro rail is getting constructed, that's impacting ecology, but that puts you directly at loggerheads with the interests of the bulk of our country, which has the aspirations same as people in this room, right? They want to be where we are today, and we cannot deny them that. So I think it makes more sense than to, just do an analysis of how development is impacting environment. What do we do to say that people who are struggling for the basic needs, who have the aspiration to be where we are today, to make them partners with nature? What makes them care for nature? How can we address that problem and not be at loggerheads with development, but partner with everybody? So these are my two questions, because these are really questions that I have, and I feel you are better equipped than me to answer these. So thanks.
Thank you so much. Wonderful questions. Answering to the first question, as in my PhD thesis that I finished in 2008 was essentially on that. As in, I built a prototype of what is called as a spatial planning support system that essentially helps you to forecast and simulate future land use changes. So I use something called as, what I call, it is also called as geosimulations, and I use a combination of agent-based modeling and system dynamics to forecast future land use changes under a host of different policy changes, right? So, and when I finished that, and then I did that, and then by then I also interned with the city corporation. Then thankfully, I discovered that the models that I built and what is in practice are two very well disconnected, and that's where I have now been talking on for a new law, because in the current law we can't really go with using the planning support system that I talked about. Two, even when the 2031 master plan was being made, I was the lead author for the terms of reference for the BDA. And though when I still tried to have our way, looking at what all needs to be done and things like that, it can't go, it didn't really go beyond a point. And as we see now, 2031 plan is also spread. Now, from a planner perspective, right, it's really important that we develop such models and generate scenarios. So what we really want to do is, I guess it was also articulated in the terms of reference for 2031, is what should be the vision for Bangalore? Who should decide? As in, because I showed you a map that said RMP 2015, and I don't find an answer. Who decided that how the city should be in 2050? So the first question we should ask is, what should be, if you're doing it for 2031 or 2041, what should be the goal, and what should be your imagination of the city, and what is the objective of your planning exercise? That I wanted to really do a more bottom-up assessment from all stakeholders across the city. So you gather all responses, and meanwhile you do a baseline study of what are the existing resources, and also gather their aspirations of what the city is. Right? Since you have done the baseline, you can then build a model on top of it, and then say if you aspire for all of this, and we can do it at different scales. Like we don't necessarily do it like what has been done for like Bangalore at like, this is the Bangalore metropolitan area which is the BDA jurisdiction, not BVM. Right? This is some 1279 square kilometers of area. BVMP is only 741 square kilometers. Now they have some 47 planning districts which are now revised. So we can do it at every planning district, or which are like at a group of wards with respect to the BVMP areas. Now they do at every stakeholder at every scale, right? You can do this gathering and gather like do a nice baseline and also aspirations. With the baseline, you build data and then simulate. You can generate different scenarios. We can say if you are, since you aspire for ABCD, under these aspirations or goals of ABCD, these are the scenarios. However, given the existing resource constraint or this kind of energy supply, water, wastewater, all of those things, these are the scenarios. Then you put them together. As a planner, theoretically or philosophical perspective, we don't want to be prescriptive, like a physician, right? As a planner, our role is to be facilitative. That is where we're building these tools to and hopefully these engagements will help that. But as a facilitator, right, you give all those scenarios and then get them to the discussion table and let everyone decide what their future is, so that everybody is clear what they're aspiring for in 2041 or 2031. But nobody wants to go in that conversation. I hope that answers your question. But yeah, I can. Sorry? Right. In fact, so I really have my tool that I can show you that how you can simulate and looking at a host of constraints or literally it's like a game, right? I can generate different scenarios under different conditions and you will get different outcomes based on that. So my work has been on simulating power change, right? But now I am now mostly largely for while I'm using spatial methods or different methods now, I'm also now focusing on planning and legalities of planning.
Okay. Last question. Yeah.
So there is this concept of 15-minute city. Have you heard of that?
Not much.
Okay, so the concept is that it's localized, so everything is within 15 minutes. And I want to hear your opinion about it, whether Bangalore can replicate that model.
This is somewhere in the Gulf, right?
No, this is London, UK.
Sorry, I haven't heard of it. I think I read something that was being pursued in the Gulf, something similar to that. But yeah, I guess the idea of 15-minute city sounds interesting, but I guess the way I would look at it is I would rather first go with what people want. I think should everyone aspire to be like going around in 15 minutes, because that comes in with a different set of infrastructure requirements and host of things. We could have several vertical, I can simply loosen up the FAR and go vertical, and or whatever, right? And then connect those buildings and then say you can move from each of these buildings in 5 minutes or 10 minutes and things like that. But I really don't know, in the sense it could I don't know, it could also be resource intensive, and how resource intensive it would be with something that will have to be worked out. But like I said, I don't think I would rather go with what people want, who would want to live there, and based on that I would rather work from there.
I think that concept came from enabling cycling. Yeah. First.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Sudhira. Back to Tamanna.
last thing. Sorry, I don't want to extend this further. Would it be possible to get your email address or any contact for the group that is actually working on something like this?
Yeah, as in, I can give my email address.
We will detail Sudhira for some more time, 5 minutes, so you could meet him later.
That's fine.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Sudhira. I call upon Dr. George Joseph to hand over a token of appreciation on behalf of the organizers of this event. I now call upon Shri T.S. Srinivasa to give the vote of thanks and to recognize a few birdwatchers who have contributed to the group birdwatching effort in Bangalore and continue the legacy of Dr. Joseph George. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamanna. This is the 8th edition. In the morning I said 7, but last year we had a Zoom session, which if it doesn't count as an outdoor event, then this is the 7th edition, but otherwise it's the 8th edition. So, first of all, I would like to thank Dr. George Joseph and Dr. Elizabeth Joseph for coming all the way and giving us company. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Sudhira for delivering the keynote address, which kindled so many interesting aspects, particularly planning or lack of planning has been very evident right from the initial days of Bangalore, because we had Lal Bagh Kaban Park, and when they created the extension of Jayanagar, just a 600-meter stretch between Army Teachers College and South End Circle. If they had a park, then there would be a green corridor between Lal Bagh and all the way up to the end of 4th Main Road, as we look at today. That has parks on either side. Same thing, starting from Lal Bagh to Kaban Park is about 1.25 kilometers, and in those days acquiring land was not too difficult. If they had a green corridor, then we would have had a continuous green corridor from the end of Jayanagar to almost Shivaji Nagar, which didn't happen in those days, so it may be wishful thinking that it might happen in these days. Continuing my vote of thanks, I would like to thank BIC and Mr. Ravichandar of BIC for allowing us to host the program here, Sandhya and Sneha of BIC for coordinating with us, Shobha for all the groundwork in organizing this event here. Mr. Prashant Hebbar will be arriving shortly, but he has been instrumental in making sure that this program is streamed live. So I'd like to thank Prashant Hebbar. Behind the scenes, a lot of people have worked. That includes Rahul Poral, Swami, Ramya, and I also want to thank all the speakers and senior bird watchers, Subramanya and Krishna for all their support, Mr. Prasad for his support. Mr. Saravanan has been instrumental in making sure that the audio and video systems are running without any problem. I thank Mr. Saravanan. I thank Tamanna for doing a wonderful job. Mamla, Karthik for doing the background work again. And of course, a program of this size would also require support from caterers and the hotel people who made sure that the coffee was here on time, wonderful food was served. So on behalf of everyone, I would like to thank them as well. And we have this program of honoring people who have been contributing to group bird watching in Bangalore. This morning's panel discussion also, there was some thought of taking this to children and also taking it in the regional language. One person who has started it recently in a city away from Bangalore is Anupama HM. So I'd like to call her on stage.
conducting programs in Channapatna for school children. It would be encouraging to see more people do the same thing. You want to speak something, Anupama?
Here, Anupama.
It's really surprised for me. I didn't know. Anyway, thanks to all members present here. Basically, I'm from Channapatna, a rural background. So when I started bird watching is in 2019, the same day, Bangalore bird day, when I found the notification in Facebook, Ullas sir has posted. So that was the first Bangalore bird event. Then I took an auto from my hostel and came to the Bangalore bird event. From there I started, it was general area and man was talking about hornbills. So I was really surprised, something, even I am from ecological background and I'm studying in CBZ. So I was interested to continue on this event. So then I met Dr. Krishna sir, Hari sir. Hari sir provided me the basic instruments, like binoculars he gave me to watch birds. Then I spoke to Ullas sir. Shobha ma'am who gave me like on camera to capture images of birds. Then I thought I can join for the Bangalore bird seconds and outings for the extra knowledge to learn things about ecology, birds and all. So then I started bird watching in 2019 and I wanted to spread to my neighbors and friends. So I started bird watching in Channapatna to encourage people who are interested in ecology and something. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anupama. I'll also thank Shamal and Vijay for hosting such a wonderful quiz. I think even Google could not find answers for many because we were left with so many chocolates at the end of the program. And I'd like to end it on a somber note. In the past 2 years, a lot of senior bird watchers have passed away, including Mr. Bhoja Shetty, and then Mr. Vijay Kavale, and Avin, and many more people. Okay, so I think we should be thankful that we are all here in an outdoor program after 2 years of pandemic, and that also told us the importance of outdoors. Thank you.
So thank you.
I'd also like to thank the cameramen who have been helping us to cover
Before we end, a couple of announcements. One is that the Telegram group has hit 1,000 people today. So we are at 1,000. So yeah, I don't know what that means. Yeah, and Harish is our chief recruiter. If anybody has to be blamed, please blame him. We also have one other small announcement. We are launching this, we are about to launch this website on the 22nd. So this is just a teaser. This is called naturalhistory.in. It's a new website where you can leave your nature notes. For example, eBird, you can only do a checklist, right? If you have a trip report, if you are observing a gecko at home doing something and you want to write a short note, you want to preserve a monograph somewhere, this is like medium.com for natural history notes. Okay, anybody can come here, click this register button here, and start entering their article. And you can leave your article, it goes through an editorial process. A lot of us here are editors on this platform. So you would be able to look at leaving anything. There are short notes already here about white eyes, about mud collection by black kites, right? And we also have Shesha's article on checker keelbacks eating frog eggs. So all such nodes, trip reports, everything, whichever you want to leave across animal groups, be it butterflies, birds, trees, whatever else it is. Please use this. This is called naturalhistory.in, completely open, and anybody can use this. So this is the second announcement that I had, apart from announcing that Telegram has hit 1,000 people. Thank you, everyone.
What is the address for Telegram?
It's a restricted group, so if you want to get in, you'll need to ask Harish. He's the one in the red shirt.
Is there a price for